Wait a moment when come on, it says what? You're alive. Hello, the Angular word. Live from like Alpharetta. Yeah, there we go. In Alpharetta, Georgia. And like all around the world, this is Angular Tiny Conf. You guys did not tell me that you were gonna do this. No, this is awesome, man. So we have a staple, like, speaker here who's gonna give us like the pleasure of starting this time.
Yes.
And without further ado, we're gonna just give it up to Lars. Lars, take the time to present yourself, get your screen, and let's get this thing going, man.
Ah, nice. Yeah, great to be here, and thank you, Adi, for inviting me and giving me the first slot, because I have to leave in an hour or two, so that's really nice of you. I'll be back for the later sessions to watch.
Let's see, Adi, I think we can still hear you. You might want to mute.
You need to mute. And while you're doing that, I'll try to find the right screen to share. Is it this one? I have no idea. Too many screens, sorry. StreamYard is, here we go. Okay. There we go. Now you should be able to see it. Nice to see all of you. I'm going to do a talk today called Boost Your Organization's Angular Developer Experience with Custom NX Generators. And hopefully you know a bit about NX. It's a CLI, it's a CI/CD tool, it's an architectural tool, and it really shines in big code bases where you can set up enterprise rules for the architecture and great tooling and a great developer experience. And what I'm going to show you today is how to build your own custom NX generators for your Angular workspace. So today is Angular Tiny Conf, Shemu, the harvest season in ancient Egypt. And Adi said that what a fitting name, since so many great stuff is happening in the Angular ecosystem, and I totally agree. But I'm not going to talk too much about Angular today, only NX. So I'm Lars Brink, and I do a bunch of things. I have a community called This Is Learning. We have a publication called This Is Angular that you might have read, and a bunch of other open and free items. And anyone can join. Just contact me or Santosh Yadav if you're interested in becoming a contributor. And we will help promote your content through our free platforms. I'm going to demo a example repo today called the Narwhal Airlines. It's from one of the first Narwhal books. I've done a couple of videos and an article series that lines out how to create this workspace using the NX CLI or even using the Angular CLI. Today we're going to use the latest NX versions. And before we dive into the code, there'll be a lot of code. Let's have an overview of what will be in this application. So we'll have a couple of different front-end domains. We'll have a booking domain for the airlines, a check-in domain, and a seat map, and then some shared stuff that's shared between all of them and not really feature or domain specific. We'll have quite a few applications as well. So we'll have a desktop app and a web app for both the booking and the check-in domain. And the seat map will not be its own application, but it'll be a feature in all of the applications. We'll use just a few library types for the simplicity of this talk. So feature libraries, data access libraries, UI libraries, and utility libraries. And these are the dependency constraints that we would expect to be in our workspace. We want to create generators that can create this library structure for us. So we'll have a grouping folder for each of the domains and the shared grouping of domains as well. And then we'll have libraries that are the branches of this directory tree. So this is an example of what the project configuration, project JSON in such a project might look like. And what I especially want you to notice is these tags, the project tags. So it says tags domain booking and type feature. So we want our generator to create these tags as well, so we can help. They can help set up these lint rules that are provided by NX for us to customize. And that means we can do CI checks on these library constraints that we had described in the previous image. And this is the application structure. We'll also have grouping folders for each of the domains, and then the application, the desktop and the mobile application, and the end-to-end testing projects will live there as well. And we'll use the traditional apps and libs structure from NX, but today it's really up to you what you want those top-level directories to be ever since NX 19, which is the current version. This is an example of an application project configuration, and we see especially that it has also some tags. It has domain booking and type app. So we want our generators to create tags for application projects and library projects, but that really depends on how much I can implement in less than half an hour. So, but I'll try to get there. So this would be the result. We would be able to use this generator through the NX console extension for JetBrains editors and VS Code and a few other ones. So we could use it through this generate UI from the NX console extension, or from the command line using the NX generate command, as we see in the bottom of this slide. So for example, this Angular library generator we want to create, it could have a name parameter. In this example, it's flight search. It could have a domain, which is booking. We can even create drop-downs with the different domains that are supported in this code base. And then the same for the library type, which would be feature, for example, in this case. So these are the options we want to add. And then these are the features. I'll try to implement as many of them as I have time to do. The same for the application generator, the Angular application generator. We want a name, booking desktop in this example, and then domain as well. So that will be booking. And if we do the Angular application generator, we need to stay aware of the project and import paths that are generated, the project tags that are generated, and whether it uses strict compiler settings. We want that in our workspace. Whether it adds this domain grouping folder, booking, or check-in. We want to make sure it uses standalone components and SAS styles. So that's what we want in our workspace. Maybe you want another thing, and you'll be able to see from the code how to customize it to your liking, and even add more features as you go along. So let's dive into the code for now. And that'll be the rest of the session. So let's see, time should have about 20 minutes or a bit less. So we should be able to implement some features. I generated this workspace, NX workspace. We're using NX 19.3, Angular 18x. And all I did here was run create NX workspace, and then normal airlines. And then I was prompted for different features. For example, I want Angular support. I want to use NPM and a few things like that. But to save time on NPM install, I already created this workspace. And then I added my apps and libs folders, and I deleted the pre-generated application project. So now we have a clean NX workspace in the latest version of NX. Great, so what do we do from here? Well, to create our own custom generators, we need at least one plugin project. And to add that, we need to have this NX plugin package. I already pre-installed that. And then I can either from the terminal use the CLI to generate a generator in a plugin project, or I can use NX console, the UI here. That's what I'm going to do. So we create an NX plugin. So that's a project. Let's just, I don't know, call it NX. And let's see which parameters are needed. Yeah, so I want it to be generated in libs NX. If you've been using NX for a long time, we have this new project name and root format, which is now as provided by default. Previously, it would be derived. That's the apps and libs structure, for example, but as provided is the one we should get used to because it's already deprecated and to be removed in a version in the not too distant future, maybe version 20 of NX. So when we're using this, we have to say libs NX, where previously we would just say NX and it would know that we wanted to put it in libs. I think we might also have to specify the import path. I'm not sure. Let's try to generate it and see. I'll go with the default options for the rest. I'll click generate, or I could click copy to get the command to enter in my terminal, but I'll just click generate and see that it generates this project. So now in libs, we have the NX project, and let's see in our TS base config. Okay, so it did add the import path, so it's now airlines NX. So that's the name we can use in our from our terminal or from the NX console extension. Sorry, I was just reading through messages from Marcus and Adi, but that was not for me. Great. So now we have this project. I'll just commit it. Plugin project. And now we'll use a separate generator from NX. We'll search for plugin and we'll say we want a generator, and we'll call it the Angular library generator. We'll add a description. And again, we need to add the full path here. This is a bit annoying, to be honest. So to follow the what was previously the derived or conventional structure, now we have to add this full path, which I know it's a bit annoying, but it's to add the flexibility to fit any workspace structure, any layout of folders. Okay, so, and if we really don't like this, well, we can add custom generators, which is exactly what we're going to do now to enhance the developer experience in this particular workspace. Okay, I have some I/O devices going bonkers, so please type in the chat if audio disappears or video or anything like that. Okay, that should be good. So I'll generate this Angular library generator. And what happens is it's put in this NX plugin project in the generators folder called Angular library. It adds a default implementation that adds some files from templates. I'm not going to use that, so I'll just delete it here and delete the implementation for now, and we'll create our own one. Well, I'll keep this format files, which you almost always want. Other things that are generated is this schema. So that's the parameters, this is the TypeScript type, the parameters or options that our generator will support. And then there's a schema JSON. So this is what NX CLI and NX console extension reads to figure out the supported option. So right now it has the name option. It's a string, and this means that it's implicitly passed. If we do NX generate novel airlines NX Angular library, and then we say mylib, then that'll be the name. We could also say name equals or namespace mylib, but since we have this in the configuration, we can just add it as the unnamed parameter, and it'll be mapped to this type, or sorry, the name option. And then there is a prompt. So if we don't pass a name and we execute this command once it's ready, it'll ask us what's the name you'd like to use, because it is a required option. Look for the NX documentation for other configurations of these parameters and options. Or what I often do is go into node modules, NX, and then Angular, for example, go to source and generators and find the library one matching what we're going to do. And then we could look at their schema JSON to see all the options and configurations they have. We could look at their schema TypeScript definition and get inspiration from that. So that's a great resource to have available straight up, or you could go into the NX documentation on nx.dev. Okay, for now, we only want this name option. So that's great. We already have that. So I'll just commit. And it even generated a test. So generate a spec TS that creates an empty NX workspace in this virtual tree object. So this is a bit similar and yet slightly different from what if you've been doing Angular CLI. What are they called? Generators as well, or migrations? I don't remember anymore. Yeah, so it's a bit similar to that. They have an abstraction, and in NX it's called the tree. So that's a virtual file tree. So this is not an end-to-end test, it's more of an integration test, because it does take a little time to create an entire NX workspace, for example, even when it's using this virtual tree file system. So it's a really good integration test to programmatically run your generator. So it passes this virtual tree, and then it generates a project called test. And then it reads the project definition and just sees that, yeah, this project is now generated. And we could add to that. We won't do that today, but this is a good starting point. And you can even do end-to-end tests can be generated as well using the NX generators, so that you get a full command line and file system and everything in your test if you prefer that. Okay, just checking the chat. Nothing for me. Okay. So what do we want to do first? Well, right now it's not doing anything. So should we set up everything you need for an NX project on our own using the NX dev kit? We could do that. For example, we could say create write, and then I want to write in the README, like GitHub Copilot is suggesting here. And this is a synchronous API. So once you call that, it's done. You don't have to do a wait for this API, but for some APIs you do. But most of the things you need to work with NX projects are here in the NX dev kit, like read project configuration and update project configuration, and read and write JSON files. If you want to generate file content, we saw the templates that it generated. If you want to modify files, we can either use TS query or search and replace in source code, or JS code shift. Transformers are also supported, which is a bit more advanced, but allows you to do anything really, which is really great for large workspaces. Okay, but for now, how do we create an Angular project? I don't want to create all the files manually. So instead, I'll go and get the NX Angular package. And for this one, I need to do /generators. And then I can see all the NX Angular generators in here. And they have a lot more than Angular CLI. And I'll search for the library generator. So now I'll say, now we need to await it. library generator, pass the tree, and then let's say maybe the options, or maybe we want to spread the options so that we can add our own as well. And now we need this, so I'll remove that underscore prefix. So now I'll just stage this change, and let's try calling our custom generator for the first time. And let's call it test. There we go. So let's look at the change files. So now in libs, we have a test project, and we have index.ts, we have a component named test, readme files, and jest configs, and project JSON with the targets we need. And let's check the tsconfig base JSON. And it's even added a path mapping here so that from other projects we can import from Narwhal Airlines /test, and it'll go to the index.ts file, which is the public API of this NX library. So this one, which already exports this test component. Okay, so that looks good, but I'll just discard these changes, except for the generator change. What else do we need? Well, until NX20, where this derived option is removed, scheduled to be removed, to remove this warning we saw, the yellow one here, we need to pass as provided, which will be the new default. So let's just have that so we're compatible and don't have to change, except maybe remove this option when it's not available anymore. And let's say skip format, because we are going to format ourselves in the end, all the files we have changed. So we don't want this generator to run formatting for the project generator files. We'll do that ourselves with this NX task, which is also from the NX dev kit, by the way. Okay, no comments at this point. So we should also, I mean, we did see the directory was generated as expected, but let's just make sure that it's always in libs. And then we say options.name. And let's say we want a prefix, Narwhal Airlines, because before it was just lib, but we want Narwhal Airlines for now, or maybe we would use NA. I'm going with Narwhal Airlines for now. And Daniel Gleisner is here. He's the next speaker. Great to see you again, Daniel. Looking forward to your talk as well. He's in the backstage with Marcus and Adi. Okay, so let's stage this change. Let's run the generator again and see if everything is as expected. So we have the test component. It uses Narwhal Airlines as the prefix. It's a standalone component, which was the requirement we made. We have a mapping, a path mapping for the test library. Great. So this was the next step. Discard the generator changes, and then I'll commit generate library. Okay. So what's the next step? I think we need to add this, either the type or the domain option. Let's do which one do we want? The type. Let's do the type. Yeah. So now we go to our schemas and we say, let's just say we want type. And let's copy some of these settings. It's a string. We don't want this default mapping, but we could say, what's the library type? And then we would like to have this drop down. And let me try to remember that. it's you add this this enum, and these are actually the library types we wanted. Great. Yes, that's it. So that's it for the schema JSON file, but we also need to add it to our schema type definition. And we can do like this. And now in our generator implementation, we will have access to options.type as a string. Maybe we want to make it required as well, actually. Yeah, there we go. So now both the options, name and type, are required. Great, I will stage these changes. And let's see what happens if we use the, just going to refresh the projects and then do the generate UI. So now it's available here from the NX console extension. And we see the required parameters, and we have a drop down for the library type. So we could see the dry run of this. And it generates the files we expect. And we could hit the generate button to make run the generator, or do the copy button to put it into the terminal. But yeah, everything looks good for now. So now let's make that type option mean something. So what do we want? We want to add project tag, and we want a type prefix in the project name. So maybe let's start with the project name. So before it was options.name. Now we want options.type and then a dash and then the past name. So it'll be feature-test, for example. We could try that again in the dry run. Yeah, so now we have feature test in the path of the library, but we don't want the component to be named feature test component. We just want it to be named test component. That's how we want it in our workspace. Okay. But we also wanted to add some tags. Type, and then options type. That's the only tag we want for now. And then to change the name of the component, I find that the easiest way to do that is, as long as we have Angular modules still, specifically in NX, we can do standalone false and skip module true. That'll disable the generation of this default component that was called feature test. So now, if we do the dry run again, we should see that no component is generated. There we go. No components. That's what we want.
That is awesome, man.
Okay.
We're gonna have to cut you off right there, buddy. I can take like another 5 hours of this, man. But this is I was just trying to get you to do that for me for a long time, man. But you have no time, so
yeah,
I have to organize a tiny conf like every single day, just you and me, so I can see all of this learning, all of this teaching, man.
Okay, well, let me just say that the next step would be to call the component generator, and then you can complete it on your own. So it'll be similar, and you'll pass some options here, and then that'll be the next step of this.
Nice.
Great. Yeah. So that's all I could do in 20 minutes of live coding.
I mean, that's a lot, man. This is crazy. I'm like, I cannot wait just to go and start, like, playing around with it. I mean, I'll talk about it on my talk. We have an NX workspace, and we like working with generators right now, and I have no clue what I'm doing. So thank you, Lars, for being here. So great, man. You guys, I'm not gonna keep on like talking about Lars. Everybody knows who he is and like what he represents for this community, and then what he represents too for like Angular Tiny Conf. He has been here from the first one in English, so the first one was done in French, and he has been like a supporter of this like since then. So yeah, very good to see you. I know that you have some plans today. You're gonna join us back. So we're gonna let you go and jump back into the studio anytime, man. Thank you, man. This was awesome.
Pleasure.
Have a nice conference.
Awesome.
Later.
Thank you, Lars. Yeah.
All right,
See you.
man. We see you soon. And without further adu, we're gonna introduce like Daniel. I don't know if he needs a lot of introduction. He's been like very powerful in the community building space. And today he's gonna talk about NGCC. I have never heard somebody talk about that really, and I'm very, very curious about this talk. And I was just like, yeah, we gotta grab this and get some of your wisdom, man. So what we're gonna do, since like we are like kind of going right on time, we're just gonna let you share your screen and we're gonna leave you on the stage, man. And is that good morning or good afternoon for you?
Yeah, it's afternoon, I guess. Coming to the afternoon.
Okay, so
Thanks
you're
for having me, guys.
caffeinated, you're ready, you woke up, you're good. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
So share your screen and then we'll get out of your way, man.
Yeah, let's do this. Is my screen visible?
Let's see. I don't see it on the stage yet.
Oh, 1 second. I think I forgot the most important part.
Yeah, come on. You were on the mic. You were on the mic and slide, man. You know how to do this. You got it, man.
I never know how to do things.
There you go. Let me add this to the stage. You see it?
There we go.
All right, man. Take it from here.
Looks great.
Cool. Thank you for the introductions and thank you for having me here. I'm the Angular Space founder and talking a lot on various social media in the community. If you want to hear hear me talking about various stuff, follow me on Twitter and on LinkedIn. If not, and you want to read like very cool articles by the other members of the community, join the Angular Space. And let's go straight to the presentation that I have for you today. The title is NGCC No More, Navigating the Angular V16 Upgrades. And I think it's a very important topic to discuss today, because everyone is pretty much talking the bleeding edge stack, and nobody, maybe not nobody, but not a lot of people are actually touching on the projects that are not constantly upgrading. And with Angular, we have a lot of like slow projects, and we all know that. So let's start with this cool Angular timeline I prepared, which is basically showing the evolution of Angular in the nutshell and presenting the logos while Angular evolved. So we have 2010, which is AngularJS, and all the love to the root scope. Everyone who played with it knows what that means, and it was very powerful but very dangerous at the same time. We have 2016 new Angular logo, which marks the Angular 2 and Vue Engine Lib support. And then we have the newest Angular logo, which was introduced with the Angular 17. I placed it here to visualize the transition and mark it with a completely new logo, because the Vue engine was actually dropped in Angular 16 and new logo was introduced in Angular 17. But putting it that way marks a perfect picture and paints a perfect like a layer of picture for Angular going forward. So let me start from the very basics. I picked very, very easy to explain what is the rendering pipeline. So when you have your framework, the code needs to be visible to the browser. And the rendering pipeline is basically making your code visible to the browser. So whatever you write goes through the rendering pipeline, and then users can see it. So why did we even introduce the view engine to the Angular? So the infamous transition from AngularJS to Angular 2 was a very controversial because the jump from these two technologies was enormous. Like Angular 2 was pretty much completely new framework, and this marked a place where a lot of developers moved over to React, and some of them moved over to Angular 2 because upgrading was not so easy. Angular team made all the best efforts to facilitate the upgrades, giving the various upgrade paths, but it wasn't easy to do. And even today, when we are working with old AngularJS applications, it's often better to basically rewrite from scratch instead of using the upgrade and downgrade modules. But introducing this was crucial, so we could progress forward and gradually move from AngularJS to Angular, introducing new features such as new components-based architecture, dependency injection, improved performance, and view engine was basically something that was needed to be placed between these two. So in the meantime, we can think about something more sophisticated that is going to open more ways to go forward, but we are also already in that new framework and completely revamping the DX and the experience that we have. So with Ivy, it wasn't something that happened overnight and someone found out that view engine is bad. Suddenly we have to fix Angular and save the project and introduce Ivy. This is something that was planned all along, and it introduced many things that improved the framework, which was only possible with Ivy. And these things are the tree shaking, lazy loaded components, faster compilation, better type checking, smaller bundle size, better debugging, and many more things. As you remember, if you are working with Angular from the very beginning, or even, let's say, from Angular 8 or 9 going forward, you remember that period where there was not really a lot happening on the side of the developer experience. We had our good old Angular, and Angular team didn't introduce too many features. Like slowly we got standalone components, slowly we got the other cool features that we can currently enjoy, and we can only do that because of Ivy. And Ivy took many years to actually to be rewritten from view engine, because you didn't see it, but under the hood, the framework was completely revamped. Like they pretty much rebuilt the framework from ground up, and you didn't even notice. And that means a lot because they moved everything, and you had a very pleasant experience without even noticing that. And thanks to Ivy, you can enjoy all of the new features like signals, new control flow, and everything that we are getting today. So I picked one of the cool quotes I found by Minko himself that is showing that Ivy was a big adventure, and I'm going to read it because it cannot be expressed better than this. Ivy has been a multi-year effort to make Angular simpler, faster, and easier to maintain. We've been fine-tuning the balance between static checks and dynamic constructs to ensure Angular continues to provide type checking, efficient build time optimizations, and fast change detection. So as you can see, this pretty much proves that this was something that was planned and executed over a long period of time. So this is a cool timeline I found while I scavenged the internet in search of some cool materials. And this comes from Chris Kochler blog. And it's pretty much a timeline of where view engine was and when it was replaced. So going from Angular 7 to Angular 8, we had default view engine. In Angular 8, we had opt-in preview version of the Ivy. So it wasn't really used, but some of the bleeding edge enthusiasts could already play with it. Going further with the V9 and V11 and V12, we had view engine available, but starting from V9, Ivy was already a default. And this was up to the version 12. where this was the last version where Vue Engine was in the framework at all. In V13, Vue Engine was completely removed, and as you can imagine, it would have caused a lot of problems if it was completely removed without patching the libraries that were created using the older versions of Angular. We all know that in the open source, it's not always easy to keep all the libraries alive. Like, let's say between V9 and V11, some of the library authors thrived and created libraries that we all used, but later on they abandoned them because they didn't have time to support them and they didn't pass the repository to anyone. So they pretty much got stuck on the older versions of the Angular, and they were never meant to be upgraded anymore. So it's a story that touched a lot of developers, a lot of companies, because everyone knows the story when you come to your manager and you are saying that we need to upgrade Angular because this is the framework that we build stuff on, and it needs to be updated for the security checks, upgrades, and all the new features, performance, and all of that. And most of the time, it's okay. They are giving you time to do this. But then you ask, with the Angular upgrade, I would also like to upgrade the other dependencies that we have, because in the future, it might be a problem for the project. Because if we have all dependencies, then it might be troublesome. And then you're getting asked, how much is it going to take to actually move these to the different ones if they're not supported, or upgrade and fix all of the breaking changes? And then you say that this would need to touch a lot of places in the project, and then you're getting cut off, and your project manager says, just upgrade Angular for now. It's going to be good. We are going to take care of these dependencies later. And that later never comes. And we all know that story. So with removing Vue Engine, Angular team also knew that this is going to happen, and they introduced NGCC. So NGCC is Angular Compatibility Compiler, which is basically taking the old Vue Engine libraries and allows them to work with the Ivy. It basically compiles them in a way that Ivy can consume them, and they can work with your latest Angular versions. And this was something that could introduce another non-friction way of upgrading your Angular application, because with all the migrations that we get from the Angular team, it's very, very easy to do so, and it's a very pleasant experience. But there was a time when the Angular v16 was introduced, and this marked the times where the Angular Renaissance started and a lot of new features have been introduced. And this was a decision because this decision was made because NGCC was very hard to maintain, it was heavy, slow, and it didn't need to be the part of the framework because it only slowed it down. So they decided to remove it, and it was a very good decision from the point of technology and the framework itself. The framework got lighter, and nobody needed to care about NGCC anymore. However, if those companies still are left with those libraries that they never upgraded, we have a problem. The problem is that when you are on version 15, if you're lucky, when you're on version 15, you cannot upgrade to version 16 if you have any kind of Vue Engine libraries. And overall, it's not recommended to have a lot of dependencies because of all of that issues. If you would have, like, let's say, only Angular, it's a breeze to upgrade. But when you have a lot of dependencies, it's starting to get problematic. And there is really no solution. Like, if you are on 15 and you have Vue Engine libraries, you need to either remove them, replace them with your own code or other libraries, because you are not going to move forward, and there's no way for you to upgrade to V16. And I thought about it a lot because I'm contracting and I'm working with the companies that are often on the lower version of the Angular. I'm doing a lot of refactorings and also building from ground up, but the refactorings are very interesting, to be honest. And I decided that there has to be a way to help with this. So first, help well, I always have a problem to pronounce the helper tool that I figure out I could create. Was basically the NG16 dep audit, which allows you to run it, and it's going to tell you which dependencies that you have are compatible with Angular 16 and which dependencies are not, and you're going to need to remove them before you move with the upgrade. So this is how it's going to look like when you run npx ng16 dep audit, and you're going to get these two tables. You are mostly interested in the red one, and the red one is going to show you the libraries that you need to remove, because these are view engine libraries, and you need to get rid of them. And then it was fun already. You didn't have to go through the upgrade process or even started to know your state of your project and plan forward. So it's a great help to plan ahead when you want to remove them and estimate it and plan it within the project. But then I went a step further and thought about NGX maintenance, which is a project built with the NX workspace in the background. And the main goal of that project is to basically fork the old view engine libraries and upgrade them in that one big monorepo where we have only single package JSON and everything is up to date and everything is compatible with the latest Angular. As you can imagine, this is a big effort to actually push through, as I don't have too much time myself. There is a person from the community, his name is Jordan Hall. He is basically a main architect of that monorepo, and he helped a lot with the project. I basically met with him, explained the idea, and he started coding right away. And we managed to already move some of the libraries over to NGX maintenance. We have libraries like ng2 image viewer, ngx pipes, ng2 search filter, Angular material ray drawer, and we are planning to include even more. So if you are interested in helping us, you are welcome. And when we have time and for the future, we are planning to actually automate this and create a process where we actually put a link to the library or even scan the whole npm repository and create like automated upgrade process. It's not possible for every library, but some of the libraries are easy to upgrade. So having those in this single monorepo, it's very easy to maintain them further, and you have a single source of truth for your project, and you can use our upgraded libraries to replace your old libraries, and this allows you to upgrade to Angular 16 without rewriting pretty much anything within your application most of the times. However, this is not something that you should use to forever keep. This is treated as a transition period, and your goal should be to gradually remove the NGX maintenance libraries and actually rewrite the parts of the code that is running on the old library, or use another library in place of that. But this project basically is giving you that time and ease of mind that you're already on the latest Angular version, but you didn't have to do much on your side, only replace the dependency, and you're good to go. Yeah, so this is our repository. If you have a package request, go ahead and tell us which packages you would like to be moved, because currently we are taking requests and we are moving these packages with priority. If there is somebody blocked, we are going to do our best to unblock you and to move your libraries first so you can move forward with your development. Yeah, and this is pretty much all what I have about the NGX maintenance and dep audit and the stuff that we have created. Thank you very much. If you scan this QR code, sorry, we're going to get the slides.
VR code, that's a new one. We're going to have to keep that one. We're going to have to patent that one sometime. I like the sound of it, a VR code. That would be great. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. And then, like you say, I work with like enterprise application, and updating to the latest and greatest is not very easy most of the time. And takes and the moment you say update, like a lot of people start like freaking out, so that's just the reality of it. But man, like very good thing. And I like that you guys took took the thing by the horn and actually came with a solution and like are trying to like move the thing forward. So you have about like 5 more minutes. Let's take that time to talk about Angular Space, because I see that you have been doing a lot of work around it. Can you give us the high level view of like what made you go for it, and like where are you right now and where do you want to go with it?
Yeah, I actually have some slides at the end, so I can move through them if my screen is
Please
still
go
visible.
for it. Yes, please go ahead. You have time.
Yeah, so this is the Angular Space portal, and initially I wanted to create my own blog like everyone is doing, but then I figured out that I could do a lot more with that and create a single source of truth for the articles in the Angular space that are reviewed by the people from the community, Google developer experts, and other experts that are on the top of things and can spot little details and little things that people have sometimes like getting wrong while writing articles. And I wanted to be the place for you to go and don't worry about the content quality because it's reviewed by many other people. And this was one of the things that Angular Space offered initially. That was the initial plan. And then I decided to create some other things, other utilities that you could use while like visiting Angular Space. We have a lot of giveaways. We are giving away free books. Like you can see here, we had a new book by Arman Vardanian, Modern Angular. We had 10 books to give away. And like it's already should be gone. No, it's not yet gone. It's like in 2 hours it's going to end, but we have a quick book giveaway by Giorgio Boa, which is also a very cool book. And we have also introduced the like common pattern for the heading images, so you can see the Angular version of the article that it supports, like V8 plus, V17 plus, and you know what you are going to see. The difficulty level, titles, and most importantly, the face of the author, so he can connect with you and you can remember him. And this is what pretty much Angular Space offers for free. Like all of these articles, exclusive Discord server where you get giveaways, you can earn points by doing the community activities, and for these points you can buy more ebooks. It's all free. It's only your community work that pays off. I recently posted exclusive job offer for Angular Space members, and Recruiter contacted them, and pretty much they had a chance to get a job aside of the other job market, the whole amount of people that would apply otherwise. And there is a lot of more things that are going to land on Angular Space, and it's still in development, so I encourage you to check it out. And this is in short how the Discord server looks like and the channels that we have. There are going to be utilities like NGRx. There's cool like decision tree with observables for the RxJS. On the RxJS side, we're going to create bot that you can use within the server. We integrated the Angular Hub bot and a lot of other things. So a lot of things to check, pretty much.
All right. So Tomislav, I hope I say his name right, was just like confirming the great stuff here. Angular Space like has jobs in there. So having like kind of like a single source of truth for people who are like, using it as their primary community, I think it's pretty cool. But I saw that you had mentors and then you had advisors. What is the difference between the two? And how do you become one?
Yeah, so advisors are pretty much you cannot become advisor at the moment because it's closed. We are not taking any more advisors at the time, and advisors are pretty much people who I talk to and give me advices on the Angular space and on the development of various features. And mentors are working very closely with Angular space. We're reviewing articles in the common GitHub repository. People are submitting the .md files, and we are pretty much reviewing through pull requests. And mentors are responsible also for the quality of the articles, because at the end of the article, they are placed as people who reviewed it. And that's pretty much giving an assurance to people who read it that these articles also reviewed by the other people.
Okay. So that gives you like that authentic, the content quality that you are after.
Yeah.
Okay, great, man.
Exactly.
And so you had that slide that had the QR code for it, or
for the Angular space?
Yeah, for Angular space, or this was just this one. So it's just angularspace.com. If people wanna, where is it?
This is the QR code for Angular space.
There you go. All right, that's what I wanted you to finish on. Thank you so much, Daniel, for joining us. Thank you for like supporting like the conference from the get-go. And I give you props in building a community. It's not easy, you know. So more power to you. And like, you know, I hope that like you get to that because I see every single time when you make the update how many new members you get. Let's get to 10,000. Let's get to more, man. I wish you all the best, man. And like, you know, good health and like, you know, have fun. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the Angular, baby, like one of my friends will say.
Yeah, totally.
All right,
exactly.
buddy.
Thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Of course, man. Thank you for being here, man. So we're going to transition to Paul and Joy. And like I was saying, when you leave, just make sure that like you don't close your tab until it tells you that you can, okay? Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Adi. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Good to have you back, man.
Good to have you
back.
back.
Thank you so much.
Good, good. Where's Joy? Joy, you're going to have to stop, like, you know, running away from me.
She doesn't.
sorry. I'm shy.
No, it's all good. It's all good, guys. So you guys are doing good? Everything good?
Yeah, just continuing with the political activism here in Kenya.
I hope you guys do good, man. You know, we'll take that privately, but man, we're watching it closely, so we're keeping our fingers crossed. All right,
yes,
so now that like
Angular.
we are, yeah, let's go with the Angular. The Angular has to keep going, man. So you have about 2 minutes before your talk. I would say like go ahead and get your slides ready so we can like start at 8 a.m. here. What time is it in Kenya right now?
It's 3 in the afternoon.
3 in the afternoon. Okay. Wow. Okay. It's really afternoon there, like past afternoon, going into early evening almost.
Yeah, it's getting ready for Friday.
I still did not get coffee, man. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. So, did you share your screen so I can add it to the stage?
Okay.
And today with you guys, we're going to be talking about, I'm going back to my notes, streamlining component rendering in Angular. Ooh, deferrable views. There you go. Look at you guys. The latest and greatest. Let's go for it. Okay,
it's
so
the simple things.
The simple things. Okay, great. All right, so I think I see your screen. Let me know when you're ready, because I think you did not put it into presentation mode yet.
Yes.
There you go.
So now,
all right. So unless Marcus has some blessings for you guys, we're gonna get off your way and let you like take it over. And please, I hit that hide button thingy. Take it away.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, take it away. I hit that thing.
It's done.
All right. All right. We'll get out of your way and have a good one, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Angular Zen, sleek deferrable views. So we shall begin. Joy?
Hi, my name is Joy. I'm a front-end developer at Delight. I'm also the Angular Kenya co-lead. Yeah, my Twitter handle is JL Codes and my LinkedIn is Jolinda Oira. Yeah, that's just my introduction.
For myself, my name is Paul Chesa. I am a senior front-end engineer at Kiosk Digital Services. My Twitter handle is at pchesa, and also if you can find me at LinkedIn, just Paul Chesa can also give me a shout right there. So for today, we want to speak about sleek deferrable views. So we mentioned that we call this talk Angular Zen, because it's just something simple that Angular had created starting from the 16th version, Angular version 16. And we want to see how we can implement deferrable views. So it will be mainly just talking through why you use it and the advantages of using it and what it is. So I guess let's time to dive in. So what are deferrable views? So we can look at deferrable views as something like, if you want to build, let's say you have a city where you are building Lego blocks. So in this city of Lego blocks, there are different parts of the city that you want to put up, but you can't put them all of them at the same time. Some of them will take time, some of them will be easy to do. So the first parts that you will do are what you want to show to your friends, or what you want for them to play with. And anything that you would put in the defer block are the things that now you're telling them, okay, wait for it to be shown. So that's what I look at what deferrable views are. Joy, what else could you say about it?
What I'd say about deferrable views is they essentially want to, Angular introduced it to essentially improve performance of your application. So instead of loading heavy components at once, we want to load the necessary components first, and then we later load the heavy components. So that's why the deferrable views come into play.
Yeah, so we do all of this honestly to improve performance. So this tell us now why we use deferrable views. So we're using deferrable views because no one wants to look at a website that has nothing yet. So in case you have a view that is going to take a long time to load, you'd want to put it in the site. Like we have in the example that I've provided there, that if you want to pack things in a suitcase, instead of packing all of them and trying to cram it all at the same time, we give the essentials first. So we want like the first page for it to show now, and now for it to show to the user. And you want the user to have this feeling that the website is listening to them, that now they can see what they can see it fast, instead of having to wait for a long time. And we only defer things that now we want that are heavy to load. Joy?
Yeah, it's basically what you've just said. We use deferrable views just to optimize performance of your application. So say you have like like an e-commerce site. So the first thing you'd want to do is load your landing page. And say for some reason you have an after service component down there, which is kind of heavy. And a user scrolls down, for example, and you want to show the after service component. You don't have to necessarily load the after services component at the same time you're loading the whole application at once. You can load it in chunks using deferrable views, and you have like a powerful site.
Yeah. So there are a couple of things that you have to note when using deferrable views. One of the things is that deferrable views are, when you want to use it, you don't want to load components that the user has to see first, because this might cause disruptions when the component is to the user. So it doesn't make sense for the user to first have a page, then something changes in between. It's like you're having a newspaper, then all of a sudden the article changes because now the new content has come, so the deferred content. So you don't want to have these disruptions. So you have to use components that need to be viewed later by the user. Following Joy's example, like in an e-commerce site, let's say you have the service that you wanted to load were the things that were specific to that user. So let's say you have the user's main buys, or if he's going to shop again, or she's going to shop again. So these things can be loaded afterwards. So the landing page just displays that, okay, welcome to my e-commerce site. Once he scrolls down, the content for loading whether the user's personal shopping list now can come up now. And this can avoid the layout shift and can greatly improve the user experience. Joy?
Nothing to add here. You've explained most of the things.
Okay. So from a technical standpoint, we can take on that then.
Yes. So something to note when working with deferrable views is that your components should be standalone. The non-standalone components cannot be deferred. So this is something that you should keep in mind. And also, you should not directly reference them from the same file. This includes view child queries. If you go to the next slide. Yes,
So the next
now
we can talk about the blocks. So first of all, we can look at blocks as the elements that actually make up the defer. So they're like sub-elements inside the defer. So there are different things that make the deferrable components work, deferrable components, deferrable views, event pipes, and everything. So the first one, which is the main one, is the defer section. So the defer section, once you put any component inside there, you ensure that this section will be loaded only after the specific condition has been met. So it won't be eagerly loaded. And by that, what we mean is that first, anything else is loaded first, then the defer block is loaded afterwards. There are various triggers that can be used, of which by default is idle. So when the browser is idle, now it can go to what you have put in the defer state.
Okay, I think something you've forgotten to mention, Chesa, is what's the difference between a defer block and an ngIf condition?
You can take it away then.
So I think for defer block, for ngIf condition, there is no going back. It only shows when a condition is true or false. So when it shows if a condition turns to true, then your block shows. But with defer block, you can. I'm really not sure. Could you explain that, please, better?
Yes. So when we're using at ngIf, ngIf you can show and not show content on the screen depending on the conditions. But when at defer block, once the content has already been shown, once the content has already been loaded, so let's say we have the large component already loaded, there's no, the content cannot be taken away from the screen once again. So that is the major difference between at defer and when you're using at if or at ngIf the directive. So this is a sample code of how at defer can be used. So this is some content that will always be displayed. So first this content is shown, and then anything that is within the large component is now shown afterwards. So once so by default, when I said idle, remember when we were talking about the trigger, when the trigger is idle, so the browser is idle. So now the deferred component is now shown. So you're just stalling the user, so to show the content that you can already see, then the large component comes afterwards. So usually you would want to show the user something. You can usually show the user like a placeholder. So this is aptly named. So think of it like a cover. So we are not showing what the user can see, what the deferred component is first, but we are just waiting for the deferred component to come and show. So we give a placeholder. So we are saying like something like, okay, this is coming soon. Just wait that there's a content here. Or maybe we can have certain strings that say that, okay, this is where you have the content that is supposed to come. So you're having like a placeholder content which will be replaced with the main content. So the main content is the one that is deferred. The placeholder content just ensures that the user has a user experience of seeing something on the screen without having a difference in view. That's what the at placeholder block does. Sorry. So you can.
Yes,
At
yes,
loading.
please. So now we are talking about the at loading. So at loading works the same as the placeholder, where in case your deferrable component is loading, we show this piece of text or something. So you can give it a minimum of say 5 milliseconds. You can give it to you can give it whatever minimum seconds you want it to be loading as your deferrable component is shown on screen. Yeah. So it just works the same as a placeholder, sort of.
So as you can see, this is the way the blocks can be used, that you can say when you're using a defer, the large component is still being deferred while the placeholder shows the initial content to be shown. The loading can have a loading spinner or just a text that shows that the content is still coming. It's important to have this user experience to show that something is happening within the background so that they can be able to trust that your site is going to do whatever it's supposed to do. So the next block that we usually talk about is at error. Joy?
So the at error occurs only when loading has failed. Just like the placeholder and the at loading, everything in the error block gets loaded right away. So it gets loaded if something has happened which is wrong, which is not supposed to happen. So that's when you find the at error. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add on that, it's usually really important to show users what is happening in the website. So at error offers a good chance for this. So just like having a sign that, okay, sorry, we are closed. So such a sign can tell you that you can't enter a particular place. The same way at error can show the user that, okay, something has gone wrong either with the loading of the deferred component, something within it, and now they can take appropriate actions, or you as the developer can take appropriate actions depending on whether at error has been shown. So next we have triggers. So triggers basically refer to what ensure the defer block will be shown, what ensure that the defer block will be shown or if it will not. So it is based on two things. So it's either on or when. These are the two keywords. So with on, it happens when a certain action happens, and with when, it happens when when a certain condition has been met. So we can think of triggers as something that is supposed to happen so that the defer block is shown, or it is so that the defer block is shown. So next we can start with the on idle. Jai?
I think this is the default one, like the add defer block, where if your screen is idle, something we run under the hood, the request idle callback, and the screen will be shown. That's it for this one, unless I'm missing something.
Yep. So the next one is the on viewport. So on viewport, so you can look at the example that we provided there, that you can imagine you have a magic window that shows special content when it comes into view. The window watches for something to enter the view using a helper. So basically is that when the window notices something is passing by, so let's say you're like the way I'm seated out and a special car passes, now the window gets to show me that, okay, now a red car has passed. So now when looking at this in terms of the defer block, is that when the viewport comes into view, so now you've scrolled, maybe you're gotten into the view of that particular screen, now you can be able to, the deferred content can be shown. So even we can go back to the example that we had when talking about an e-commerce site, is that when on the first page, the view hasn't been shown, that the below part where now we have the things that a specific user is supposed to order. But when we get to that section, now it's on the viewport now once again, and now we can be able to show the deferred content to the user. Next is on interaction. Yes, Joy? Joy. The on interaction section, this basically looks at when the user interacts with a specified element through click or key down events. So you can imagine that you have a special button that shows or hides content when you click or press a key. So let's say you have a view that this that should only be shown when clicking or at this specific trigger, like a key down event. So for example, in the e-commerce example that we had, is that you want to see more details about that particular item. So you would click on the item, and now this would trigger now the deferred content to be shown. Next is we have the on hover. So on the on hover trigger, this refers to deferred triggers when something is loading. So when the hover mouses enter or focus in. So let's say, for example, that I'm hovering over this text. Now, once you hover over the text, now you can be able to show the new content or the deferred content that would be the trigger for the showing the deferred content. On timer, Joy.
This would trigger after a specific duration. When a space is done, then we show the deferrable components.
Yes, so we can have specific times just now, even just to show that something is loading. You know that maybe it can be instant. You can have an optimistic show of a timer just to show the deferred content based on this timer. So there are different behaviors that defer block can happen with ng module. As Joy had mentioned previously, is that you can't use it with ng module based dependencies because they will not be loaded. However, they can be used inside these ng module based components. So if you have an ng module based component, but inside it, you are trying to defer a standalone component or a standalone directive or pipe, that's how it can be used. The next, we have this point about nested at defer blocks and avoiding cascading loads. Sorry?
For this one, you should avoid nesting many deferrable components since they may lead to issues with your view. So you should always maybe stick to one or two with different conditions. Don't use the same conditions for the same deferrable components when you chain them.
Yes, because if we use different, it will sort of create a domino effect where the different rules might collide. So you will not have the desired effect of having one load after the other. So it's important now you have different conditions or just try and avoiding nesting them. So the other thing that we talked about was avoiding layout shifts, of which this was the point where we're saying that for the first page that the user views in any of the pages that you're going to show or any of the routes, you should not, it is not best practice to use deferrable components, because this would mean that the component won't be shown at that particular. Let's say you have a component that should be shown after 3 seconds or after 5 seconds. The first part of the component will be shown, but then now after the 5 seconds has ended, we have a new component just popping up. So this will provide a bad user experience and have the layout look like it's jumping around, and that can give the impression that your site is not loading well. So as for that just comes to the end of our simple talk about deferral components. So just speaking through it and trying to get an understanding of what they are. For my social, as mentioned, is at Pete Chesa on Twitter, Paul Chesa on LinkedIn.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming, guys.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so I think like deferrable views are one of, I think, when did it come out, Marcus, finally? Was it on the 17 version or something?
I think so, right?
Whatever I'm
17.
saying right now, I might be very careful because NAI is coming right after. So, so I'm gonna be very, very careful of whatever I'm saying right now. But thank you so much, guys. The thing is, like, I give props because it's always taking. When we're keeping up with Angular, we have to keep abreast. And then it's always good to have a good use case. What are like some of the typical use? I mean, you talked about some of them, but what would you consider? Why would you have a large component in the first place? Is that something that it's large because after you guys audited it, you found that it's large and you start with the deferrable and then start like breaking down the component even more? Or sometimes is there some component that you just cannot, there's some processes that you cannot break down and you're just going to go with the deferrable? At what point, my question, if I can like just put it like in a summary, what can justify a large component in the first place? Is that images, videos? What is it that like will qualify something as a large component and make you go to the deferrable route?
Okay, so one of the major reasons of having large components, which is usually described, is like when you're having a component that actually loads a lot of data. So when we can look about components such as that use charts, so like graphs, something of the sort, they would require a lot of information to be loaded at a particular time. So breaking down such a component can now increase even the complexity of handling it. So let's say you have a chart that shows how Adi uses Twitter every single day. So I'll have that, if that component is already large, because we know Adi uses Twitter a lot for a lot of time. So getting that information all at once, we can't have it. We can't have it. So now that's when we can say, okay, we need to use a deferrable component here, because we want to add now to go to his profile first and change his username before going to see, okay, I'm spending a lot of time on Twitter, I should get back to Angular.
All right.
Yes.
Very good. Very good example. Yeah. Can't wait.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, that is for true. So, and then the ngIf, I mean, I think like you kind of gave a good take on why do we have to bother with deferrable component when we already have ngIf? Is it just because a performance standpoint? Or I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate here. I think like I want you to give us like, the beauty of having deferrable component. Why do we need it even though we already had ngIf? Is that ngIf is just because of a general condition where here we can have a little more fine-grained control? What is the moment you decide I'm gonna go with deferrable and I'm not gonna go with ngIf? And what are the things that deferrable might have that ngIf doesn't?
Okay, that's a really good question. Actually, one of the things that we wrestled with Jay about using deferrable component and ngIf. But the main advantage actually for using deferrable components over ngIf is the fact that with ngIf, once the condition is true, you've loaded your large component. So if it goes to false and then back to true, it means you have to reload everything that you loaded the first time. But with deferred components, once this is already loaded, it's already loaded. You already have it now. You don't need to go through the whole process of reloading it again. So that's the thing that ngIf does not have. And the thing is that we also have the triggers, such as the ones for interaction. ngIf would require more, let's say, setup. So now adding that the host listeners and adding all of that, but in deferrable components is already inbuilt within it. So ngIf just satisfied the deferred component side of using the when, but what about the on triggers?
And I also
That's a good argument. Go for it, Joy.
And also think that deferrable components are lazily loaded and they are sort of like generated in chunks. So it sort of like optimizes your application. So aside from maybe lazy loaded routes, you also have like the deferrable components being lazy loaded into chunks. So it optimally improves your performance, unlike the ngIf.
Got it. And then last but not least, like you were saying earlier that like you wanna avoid layout shifts. So like your main
Yes.
content has to be like not part of a deferrable content. What do you do if your main content is too heavy? So what are the tricks that you're gonna use if your main content is heavy? And that doesn't have to be with deferrable, because there's other ways to do performance, but usually when you just come first time and you audit a site, like when do you say like, okay, this component is just like killing my performance right now, and deferrable might be something that I will do? Like, are you going to cut down the component into further pieces? What is your strategy there usually?
So for my strategy, the main thing is actually, you've just actually mentioned it, is breaking down the component as much as possible, especially if it's very large. So when you have a case that you cannot break it down, it's usually really important to try and give the user an impression that something is happening. So I would give the example like if you are loading your banking information in your banking application or a banking website, you wouldn't want your website to look like something is not happening. So you'd want maybe just as simple as a loader, or even these tables where you have like a skeleton view to show that, we are fetching your information. Just kindly be patient. So these are the ways. Remember that as much as we are using Angular, we are still front-end developers. So we have to factor in the user experience in everything that we are doing. So for large components that we can't do, we need to show that something is happening in the background. So by ensuring that now this content is loaded, and now once it's loaded, now you can be able to display it. So in scenarios, actually a good thing, one of the things ngIf can work with that, or the @if block, so that now you say @if it's loading else, now show what you want to show. The other way that we can have this try to improve the performance a lot is now using what we talk about, Joy has talked about, is lazy loading these routes, or even lazy loading the components up to, even if it's a very small component that you want to route to that, ensure that you try as much as possible to lazy load it so that it's not all loaded at the first instance. Yeah.
Cool, guys. I mean, I'll let you go. I mean, Marcus, and welcome, Enea. I think Enea is official. Enea has a clone, I think it's official that like Enea has a clone. He cannot be at NG-Rome, and then like I think he's at the same time at .js, and then he's here. He's everywhere. So how many clones do you have officially, Enea?
So officially, it's only 3 of them, but
3 of them?
There's 5.
What about unofficially? Unofficial clones?
I knew it, man. I knew it. There was something, man. I mean, like the level of like, and that's just what passion does, man. I've been enjoying knowing Enea for a long time. So he's going to come talk us about something very cool, which is ngxtension. But before that, I want to take the time to say thank you to Joy. Thank you to Paul. You have been like part of Angular Tiny Conf since like, you've been aware of it and being very, very supportive of it. And I know that the hard work you're doing with Angular Kenya behind, and with everything that is happening right now that is very crazy, you still find the time to come and then like honor your session. So I'm very, very pleased to welcome you again, and be safe. And hopefully that's we're not going to hear anything crazy going on from there. And so keep safe and be safe. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good one, and then we see you guys again soon. And once again, when you leave the studio, just make sure you don't close the tab until like it tells you it's okay. So it's gonna record it locally. Okay.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you, guys, and we talk to you soon. And I knew that he had clone, man. That's just impossible, man. It's just like Now, how do I get a clone? That's the next question. That's the most important question of Angular Tiny Conf. How do I get one?
So if you've seen Naruto, he has the Kagebunshin Jutsu, something like that.
Okay,
So
man.
that's how I tried, and I got 5. But yeah,
Oh my God. I'm a Dragon Ball Z fan. That's as far as I can go
okay.
when it comes to anime, man. I have to
Well,
start Naruto, man. Everybody's talking about Naruto. I have to
yep.
start. But are you still in Rome right now?
Yes, in the hotel hall.
Oh, okay.
We appreciate you
Oh
continuing to
man.
cover.
Oh yeah, we definitely appreciate it, man. I was so happy when you said yes, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, so it's always a pleasure to have you here. So today you're gonna
It's
talk
a pleasure
about
to be
NG
here.
extension, and let's see how we're doing on time. It's 8:30 on the dot. So let's get you started, and then if you have questions at the end, we will do that. All right. So if you want to
Okay.
go ahead and share your screen, and Marcus and I are just gonna leave the stage and let you on. So okay,
I'll just share the entire screen, I guess.
okay, no problem. As soon as I see it, I can add it. There you go. So add to stage, and we're getting out of your way, sir.
Okay, so today's topic is going to be extending Angular with ngxtension. I'm Enea Halari. I'm a GDE for Angular, and I'm a software engineer and consultant at Pushbase.io. I'd start with a question. Do you have a utils file or folder in your code? I guess. Yes, me too. We always do. And the reason I say that is because ngxtension started with one utility that we wanted to reuse in different projects, me and Chao. And that utility was computed from. And I also wrote the history of it in the Just Angular blog post that you can read, of course, later. But also, the connect method was also being discussed. And Chao had already created create injection token in his Angular 3 library that it's also using ngxtension now. And when it comes to the name, this is where the name came from. We tried to get ngxutils or ngutils and then ngxtension, and then we just keep the ngxtension. And this is how we got the name. Nothing special, that's it. ngxtension docs, you can find at ngxtension.netlify.app. Yes, we haven't bought any full domain. That just works. ngxtension is about having things that just work, nothing fancy, you just use them. So basically a collection of utils that you probably will create in your project. But with ngxtension, you can just install it and you'll have it in all your projects. But because there can be a ton of utilities, let's say the bundle size starts to become an issue when we build for production. And what we did is we started to introduce secondary entry points for each utility. And that means that we wouldn't, let's say, ship code to production if you didn't use any of those, let's say, utilities that are part of the library. And how secondary entry points work is that you can add basically an ng package to the JSON to your Angular library and create it as a separate folder. And what Angular will do is we'll check that this file exists and just create another chunk for that folder. By doing this, when you import utilities from ngxtension, basically you're just importing that utility and only that one. And this is what solved our issue with bundle size. Of course, here's an example, for example, for the quick outside directive that we have. It just has an ng package.json, and on the content of it, you can see the entry file that just points to its index.ts. So we have some categories for the utilities, which include signals, injectors, RxJS operators, migrations, and some others. So when it comes to signal utilities, we have things like derived async, derived from, connect, explicit effect, computed previous, create notifier, and more. So let's start with derived async. So with derived async, you can safely derive data asynchronously. So in our case here, for example, we have a movie ID that is an input. And if we want to have the movie from, let's say, some service, but that depends on the movie ID, before we'll do something like, let's say, a setter and move this movie ID inside the behavior subject. And every time that input was changed, we update the behavior subject with the movie ID. Then we pipe the behavior subject, put a switch map there, and that switch map would just return the observable with the movie ID. But with derived async, you can just, let's say, return an observable, and our observable can also depend on this signal that we have here. And every time that this signal updates, this observable will use switch map, or basically switch all under the hood, and will cancel the previous request by default. And of course, the movie will return what the observable here will return, but as a signal. And that's the beauty of it. Like, you don't have to use two observable and two signal to move things from back and forth, but you just say, I want to have a movie, and I want to get it from this observable, and I want it to depend on this signal, but without any conversion. That's all taken care of. The issue is signal need to be synchronous, and observables can be asynchronous. They don't always have an initial value. In order to solve that, you can just put an empty movie there, or undefined, or null, or anything you like. And that will be the initial value of our signal. Or you can use start with on the get movie observable, of course, as an operator, and that should be the same thing that initial value does. But as we said, we have switch map that does, let's say, conversion, let's say the migrating from the previous observable to the new one, but you can also change that thing. And you can change that by setting it as a string, like the behavior. You can either use concat, switch, merge, or exhaust. Like the exhaust under the hood will use exhaust all, concat, concat all, merge, merge all, and switch will use the switch all operator. But as I said, the default one is the switch. Then there is the derived from utility. The derived from is like combine latest, but with signal support. Basically, you can have a signal and observable, and then if you want to combine both, you can just use derived from, put them in an array, and if you console log the combined value, which of course is a signal, you'll get both values of signals and observables, same way as combine latest does. And of course, you can also provide them as object, like you can provide A and B, and the result, of course, will be an object. But it also supports operators, though. Like you can have derived from, and then this derived from as the, let's say, sources can accept this.page, which is a signal, this.user ID, which is also a signal input, but it's a signal under the hood, and of course, observables. Now, we can also use pipe, which is an RxJS operator, as the second argument. And then inside the pipe, we can put something like switch map. And on the switch map, we get access to page, so the same sources here, like page, user ID, and filters. And here we can return an observable just like we did before that depends on these three values. And as I said before, signals need always an initial value, so we can use start with to change that initial value to just an empty array, for example, or empty object, or null, or undefined. Or we can just use the third argument and pass an object with an initial value there. And it should just work the same as start with. We also have the connect method. The connect method, I think, is the best tool to connect outside state to local state. For example, imagine we have a data service that has some page number as observable, and then we have a page number locally that has, it's a signal. But if we want to listen to that page number and update our signal locally every time it changes, I think connect is the best tool to connect them. And how it works is like we say connect the page number, so the local signal, to the page number that comes from data service. And what connect will do is it will subscribe to the service, and every time that, it will subscribe to the page number in the service, and every time it changes, it will update our signal. But you can also have signal state that is global. And you can also connect signal state to a signal. So if we have a data service that has some state signal, and that state signal also includes the page number, in order to update our local signal, we can just return an arrow function and just call that signal there. And every time that signal changes, so our state changes, it will also update our page number here. So you can connect signal to observable and signal to signal. One other last thing that I think is really cool is you can also use a reducer. So imagine we have state with some signal that has an object. And we have child trump here because this is coming from docs. So we have a user with first name and last name. And let's say we also have a last name that is also a subject that's coming from somewhere else, some state management library or some subject you created. Let's say we want to connect the state that we have locally, and every time that last name changes, we want to update only the last name. And what we can do is we know that we can get the previous value, so our previous state, and we can also have the last name as the second parameter of that callback function. And we can return the new state by just updating the last name. So this way you can, so with connect, you can connect everything and also partially update our local state if we have objects. And then if, of course, when we just next the last name, the connect will be listening to it, and the moment that it changes, it will update the state. Pretty cool. I have to say that connect is heavily inspired by Rx state connect method. And this method comes from Rx Angular, and Rx Angular exposes Rx state, and Rx state has the connect method, which works similarly to what we have on ngxtension. Then we have explicit effects. And if you have worked with Angular and signals since they were released, you know that in order to run some side effect, like read the signals, you would read the signals first, then in order to run some side effect that can update some other signal, you'd have to use untracked in order to not get the error that, hey, you cannot update signals in side effects. So you had to do something like this. What we did is we created this explicit effect function, which accepts an array of signals. And then you can, as the second argument, you can pass the side effect. And as the parameters, you can have your count and your state. And inside that callback function, you can do whatever you want because it will be untracked. So the console log will run every time count or state changes. And then we also have computed previews. Let's say we have a signal and we want to know what was the previous value of that signal. And we can get it by registering another one. Like I just call it A and B. And the computed previews now will, let's say, will depend on the A signal. If we console log it by default, it will return null. And then if we just set it and console log B, we will get the previous value, which was 1. If we change A again to 3, and we check the value of B, we will see that its value will be 2, the previous one. So this may be useful when we want to do something like back and forth changes. But you can check the docs for more information on this. Then we have create notifier. Create notifier basically just creates a signal under the hood, but with a nicer API to better showcase its intended usage. For example, let's say we have an effect, and we want to just register a listener inside of it in order to trigger this effect whenever we want. And you only can trigger effects by having signals. So listen basically will just call a signal under the hood. And every time that signal changes, the effect will be triggered. And how you trigger that signal is by calling notify on the refresh notifier. So as you can see, inside the effect, we call listen, that is listening for signal changes that trigger the effect. And then, for example, on the onClick, we notify that we want that effect to run again. Then we have injector utilities that I love so much. Some of them are like inject lazy, inject params, inject query params, route data network, create injection token, navigation and the search injection, document visibility, and more. I won't explain all of them, but let's see some. First, we have inject lazy. Inject lazy basically allows you to lazy load a service or any kind of Angular provider. Now, how you do that is just like normal lazy loading. So what we can do is we can create a constant that says data service import. That is an arrow function that returns that service. This, of course, will create a chunk, but how do you inject it in the component? And you can do that by passing it to inject lazy, and it will return you on an observable of that service instance. And for example, let's say we have some data inside that service or data observable. And in order to get the data from it, what we can do is we can say, for example, this data service that is also an observable. We can pipe it, we can switch map. And then, of course, that S that we have here will be, of course, this data service. And we can just return that service.data observable. And if we, of course, subscribe using the async pipe, the async pipe basically first will go load the service, so lazy load the service, then go and lazy load the data. This is, of course, necessary if you really want to drop the bundle size, and some services are, let's say, becoming part of the main bundle. The second one is inject params, which basically just uses activated route under the hood and checks the params field. And for example, here you can pass some ID for the ID param, and then you basically just get the user ID as a signal. And because it's going to be a signal, you can, for example, use it inside derive from switch map and get that user ID. So you have this only signal, let's say, experience using inject params and derive from. And I also wrote about the ideas behind it in this blog post. Of course, you can read in justangular.com. We also have route data, same as params, but this is for the data field on the route. We also have query params, and same as the, for example, inject params. The query params will use the query param map under the hood. And for example, if we have something like users with search goes in here, we have the search value here. And the search param will be, of course, an array. And by using, for example, derive async, we can say is that user service that get users and pass the search param to filter out the users. Of course, we can pass the initial value, and the filter users here will be probably 1 or 2, or I don't know, 1,000 NA in the world. 5 clones. Does that count? So another one is inject network. And inject network basically just uses, I don't remember the exact API name of that, but it will track the network state of the user. So at any point, you know when the type of the network of the user changes, or downlink, or if it's on save data mode, or online, or offline, or let's say if it's supported or not, things like that. We also have RxJS operators. And the first one is debug. Let's say we have an inobservable that has a dump operator that just, let's say, creates a stream of numbers. Then we have out, and the way we can use debug is just pass it as an operator, let's say before. So it's like doing debugging with tab and console logs. So we can put before, we can put debug after, and then if we see the logs, we will see something like timestamp before, after, before, and after every time it changes. The second one is map array. Let's say we have a source observable, and then we want to transform these numbers inside this array. And in order to transfer them, what we need to do is say source pipe.map, which is the RxJS operator. Then we get the array here, and then we need to map again the array. And with map array, we can just say, okay, I know that I'm getting an array, and I just want to map that array directly. So you just say map array, and you can just use that same function. One other cool operator is pop, and most of the usages I've seen is it's used for calling an API at a fixed interval. course, with an optional initial delay. So if you put poll inside the HTTP GET request, it will poll it every 10 seconds. And of course, after 5 seconds, if you provide a second parameter. One other cool one is when document visible. And here I've showcased it together with poll. Like if you're polling every 10 seconds, but if you change the tab, you don't want to poll anymore. And you can do that using when document visible, which will just filter out changes, or I don't know, want to make any other API calls with if you're not on the same tab. So you're basically filtering out observables, emissions, if you're not on the, let's say, tab or on the document. Then there are some code migrations that ngxtension provides, and the first one is the input migrations. I'll just showcase on video I shared on Twitter because I couldn't, I don't know, embed it here. Basically, if we have inputs and we run ngxtension convert signal inputs, it will convert your signal inputs on the TypeScript class, but also on the template. So then we also have the inject migration. I'm also opening the video again. And what the inject migration does is convert your constructor-based, let's say, dependency injection to inject-based dependency injection. So in this case, we have private namespace or the inject decorator or the optional inject decorator with some string here or self-optional. All these cases are already taken care for you. So if you run the convert di to inject, it will convert that component to inject. So as I said, let's say the migration will migrate all those use cases, as you can see with self-true, optional, or strings, or template refs, and everything. Also inside constructors. So it also updates the constructor, let's say, update the constructor with the changes that are needed. One other one is the output migration. And to be honest, this was the easiest to, let's say, to create because it was just let's say, aesthetic change. So before we had output and we had to create a new event emitter. But after the migration, what we need to do was just change that to just be an output and just grab the type from the event emitter and put it on the output function. And that's it. So with these three migrations, you can basically migrate inputs, injects, and outputs. But there's also the new view queries, or let's say content queries, that we can also migrate using some schematics. And it will basically convert content child to content child function, content children decorator to content children function. And it will do a lot of things. Like, for example, if we have a content child, it will convert that into the function one. And because these are signals, it will also call that signal wherever that content child was used before. And in order to run it, you can just do ngxtension convert queries. And if you're using it and if you see any issues, please open an issue on GitHub because we'd love to fix them. So it's, let's say, it becomes easier for the other developers to not run onto those issues again. The more issues you open, the better. So we make it easy for anyone to migrate to latest Angular and, let's say, enjoy these new features. Then we have other utilities that I'll go quickly, like click outside, resize, and create effect. Click outside can be used, for example, for dropdowns, a simple one that like you can, where you know where you click outside of it or not, so you can open and close it. Create effect is a copy of component store effect function, but it's a standalone one. And to be honest, create effect, connect, and computed async are my three favorite functions on this library that I use every day. Anyway, one other thing is everything is heavily tested. When I say that is, in order to open or add another utility, you have to write tests, like a lot of tests for it. So we make sure that we cover almost everything and that we don't break anyone if we update something or Angular updates or I don't know. And personally, from time to time, I go back to the test to see how I can test specific things like signals or observables. And it feels like a learning playground for testing for me. And I'd also invite you to go and check out the tests, see how testing can be done for signals, scheduling of it, and how observables work or can be tested and things like that. Also, I have to say that all the breaking changes are always migrated using semantics. And for example, last time we needed to, let's say, migrate the computed from to derived from. So we just changed the name, and in order to not break everyone or make everyone go and just update everything by hand, we just created a schematic which, let's say, updates all the places for you, just like Angular does with its ngupdate command. And you use ngupdate for ngxtension too, and it should just work. And this is all possible because of the lovely community in Angular that we have. Thank you to everyone. And also, big thanks to NX for the cloud support that we have. And of course, direct support from Chao, who works at NX, and he is, let's say, one of the creators of the library. And make sure to follow his talk later today. So this was Extending Angular with ngxtension. I'm Anal, and thank you, everyone. Last thing is, if you care about Angular latest signals, updates, PRs, and more, make sure to follow me on Twitter. I'd love to connect. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, man. Awesome stuff. As always, I think when did you guys start the library actually? When did you start? Like when did you?
It was on the slide.
Huh? It was on the slide.
It was on the, yes.
Oh, was this year? This year?
Let me check. It is.
No, even if you started January 1st of this year, how in the hell did you have time to get all of this done?
It's September 9, 2023. And
2023.
Can I present it? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not even like a year old, and you guys have covered so much ground. I mean, it's just like I'm baffled, man. And yeah, so there's so many use cases in there, and then the thing is, you could not even go through all of them. So I think if you have a problem, yeah, I think it's safe to say if you have a problem or something is bugging you, go watch or go check ngxtension first. Probably they have already addressed it somehow, some way. And if not, open an issue or like a request, because these guys are crazy, you know? So it will, I mean, thank you so much, Enea. You know, I mean, from day one, from way before, I've been telling you, like, you know, how much I like your energy and like how your passion shows with what you're doing. I know time is not like of the essence anymore, but you still like find the time to come and like keep sharing with us. I really appreciate you, and I don't want to take you away from Rome any longer. So Marcus, if you have some parting words with him, then like we can move to the next one.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And sitting in the lobby of a hotel in Rome, I appreciate everything you guys doing, you know, both in the open source community and coming and speaking here today and everywhere else. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Who's taller between you and Brandon Roberts? Who's taller?
Of course, Brandon.
Okay, how much taller is he? I mean, that's the thing. No worries. A lot.
A lot.
All right, buddy. I needed to have that like taken care of. Thank you so much again, Enea. I'll let you go back to your activities in Rome and say hi to the entire community there, and then we see you soon, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice conference.
Man, that's a lot of ground to cover, man.
Yeah.
That is just crazy. I'm just like, okay, I've been struggling with this. I have been having problem with this. So I mean, honestly, this is the beauty of the Angular community. These guys are doing it out of their time, which I know that it's not that free because they have full-time jobs, they are like family members, and they have consulting gigs and stuff like that. So when they find the time to solve these problems and just make it like free and available to the community, I just don't know what else to tell them. I can just say thank you and good health and long life to you.
It's just a good idea. I mean, they're so active and being able to kind of like have one place where they can just stack up all the different
exactly
that are scattered around. It's just good. I mean, it's like you get gold from the Twitter conversations. It's not just the rants, but you actually like they take this conversation like this. There should be a way to do this like in a library, and you just put it there. So I mean, it's great. It's
man. It is crazy. It is crazy. So I would say like take advantage of what you saw today. It's a very extensive library, and I think there's almost any kind of use case in there. I mean, one of the other speaker that I really love, like Joshua Moroni, he's been talking about this for a long time. It is just something that I feel like you can just add to your arsenal. So our next speaker is Sony Kapoor, and Sonu has put like he did a pre-recording and he's gonna talk to us about ngOptimize. So I'm gonna get the recording ready and we can get going. So, but in the meantime, let's see. So, okay, it's in this Mac. I'm just searching. I just got it. So where is that file? Sonu, there you go. I thought it was downloaded. So I'm going to have to re-download it. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so...
not to mention Nea's full-time job on PR Feature Reporter.
Somebody what?
No, Chow said not to mention Enea's full-time job on PR Feature Reporter, like accept all the things that he does in the community.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, of course. Let me get to that recording. Yes, we are on schedule. So Enea had to swap last minute, and then Marcus was like nice enough to do that swap. Okay, but we are on schedule. So we basically swapped Enea's to Marcus. So Enea was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and Marcus is going to be going at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So let me just like re-download this. I thought like I had it saved somewhere, and the talk is about 20 minutes. So we're not going to be, okay, I see. So I clicked on the wrong link. There's an MKV file and an MP4 file, and I need the MP4 file. Okay. Give me a quick second, guys. We are live, so that's part of... Okay, so the link for MKV was like for MP4 was going to MKV. Don't worry about it. I'll take that. I'll take care of it real quick. Yeah. Yeah, so Sunny optimized. There we go. In the meantime, keep talking to Shao. He always has like 2 or 3 jokes, so we'll get that ready. Okay, cool. All right. So yes, we are on schedule, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we're going to go to our next talk with Sonu Kapoor, and I'm just going to get his video ready here. Video file, and we're going to do that. Open. There you go. Jason, who's coming to save us.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. So let me pause this video, and I'm going to talk about Sonu real quick. Sonu is a seasoned senior developer architect in Angular, and with a profound expertise of more than 15 years. building web application and a decade dedicated to .NET. His commitment to excellence has been recognized through Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. He's an MVP. And he has like a lot of contribution to ASP.NET. And then he holds the esteemed title of a recognized R MVP and have left his mark on the Angular repository by having personally been invited to Google to serve as an Angular trusted contributor. So Sonu did pre-record his session. He might be in the comments at some point today, but that was one of the things we could do with him today. So let's get started with him. I'm gonna play his session, which is gonna talk about ngOptimizedImage, and we just gonna take a seat back and enjoy.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining my session today. Today we're going to dive into an exciting topic, NgOptimized images in Angular. We'll explore how this powerful feature can significantly enhance the performance and user experience of your Angular applications. Before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Sonu Kapoor. I'm a senior Angular developer consultant. I have worked with various top 100 Forbes companies and help them with their Angular project. I'm also an open source contributor to the Angular framework. I created over 100 pull requests, which got me invited by Google to become a trusted contributor. I also co-host 2 podcasts, one for generic tech topics and another focused on advanced Angular topics. Besides that, I just recently started an online monthly Angular meetup as well. Coming to today's topic, here's what we will cover. We'll start with a brief introduction to ngOptimizedImage, followed by an overview of the problems associated with traditional image handling in web development. Then we will explore the key features of ngOptimizedImage and see how it works. So let's get started. ngOptimizedImage was introduced in Angular 14, in dev preview and fully operable in 15. It's probably one of the most underused features in many Angular projects. The main goal of this feature is to improve performance and enhance the user experience. This aligns well with Angular's broader mission to provide developers with powerful tools that simplify development and improve the efficiency of web applications. So what's the problem with traditional images, you ask? Traditional image handling in web development often leads to several significant issues. Slow load times can frustrate users and negatively impact your site's performance. High bandwidth usage is another problem, especially for users with limited data plans or in regions with slower internet speeds. Additionally, ensuring that images are responsive and look good on all devices can be challenging, requiring manual adjustments and multiple image versions. So let's see how this directive can help us. Unlike the standard image element, the directive can automatically handle image resizing, compression, placeholders, and even format conversions. This ensures that the user always receives the best and most optimized version of an image for the device and network conditions. We'll talk more about this in the upcoming slides. The directive can leverage techniques like lazy loading, which refers to the loading of off-screen images until they're needed. This reduces the initial load time and improves the perceived performance of your application. All you have to do is add the loading attribute and set it to lazy. While this sounds awesome, you should only use this for images that are not in the viewport. If you're using images on the first page load in the first viewport, then you want to eager load those images. This is important as you want to show your images as soon as possible. By default, lazy is set to all images that are not marked as priority, so really be careful with that. When the image is marked with priority, the fetch priority is automatically set to high and loading is set to eager. Angular will also automatically set the fetch priority to high, giving instructions to the browser to download this image as soon as possible. Setting the fetch priority can drastically improve the LCP, the largest contentful paint. LCP is the loading metric used to identify how long the image takes to load, how long the page takes to load. This is done by looking at when the largest bit of content is loaded. In many cases, this is an image element or an H1 element. Now, images take longer to display than text. The browser needs to find the image, download it, and display it. To help the browser, we can set the priority. To understand this, let's first see how this looks without a priority. So consider the following image. By default, the priority of this image is set to low. You can see that in the priority column of your network tab, right here. So normally you should only see high unless you enable the big request rows under settings, which will show you the initial and the final value. This is very useful as we understand the browser is doing additional work to change the priority of the image. This is where the priority attribute comes into play. If we add the fetch priority and set it to high, then we are telling the browser that this is an important image and we want you to download it as quickly as possible. We can see now in the network tab under the priority column that the initial and final priority of the image is set to high, and this is very useful for banners, logos, etc. that should appear as soon as the page is loaded. So under the hood, this is what happens when the priority is set. And this is how you use the priority on the directive. You just set the priority and that's it, you're done. Alright, let's move on to the next feature, placeholders. This attribute helps to manage how a placeholder can be used while the image is loading or being fetched. This on its own provides a much better user experience. If you're using a CDN, like I do, Cloud Binary, that supports image resizing, you should automatically receive a low resolution image for the placeholder, and you don't need to set any value for the placeholder attribute at all. But if you want to use a completely different image, then you can also set the placeholder to an encoded version of the image in base62, base64 format. And here is how this could look if you used a base64 spinner. One thing to keep in mind is that these base64 images should be kept small, otherwise you will get an error. The Angular team takes developer experience very seriously. Here's the error you will see when your base64 is very large. It's giving you the exact instructions on how large the base64 image should be. The Angular team recommends to keep the images smaller than 4 kilobytes. You will also notice that the base64 image I use is quite blurry. This is actually on purpose. It gives a nice user impression that the final image is still being loaded. You can, however, disable this effect if you really want to, by using the placeholder config and setting it to false. And this is how it's going to look. Alright, so this completes the priority and placeholder topic. Let's talk a little bit about responsive images. The directive supports responsive images out of the box. It will automatically set the source set attribute with the necessary information, giving the browser exact instructions to download the best possible image based on the user's device. This can work with or without the size attribute. So if you set up your image without the size attribute, the directive will automatically generate the density-dependent source set. That means the 1x image will be automatically downloaded by the browser on low pixel density and 2x for high density screens. So here we can see this is exactly what the directive will generate for the source set. One for 400 and one for 800. In Chrome Developer Tools, you can actually set the density to test this. Let's do that. So, if you look at our previous example, we can see on the left screenshot that the image downloaded is 400 by 400 when the density is set to 1. And on the right, the downloaded image is 800 by 800 when the density is set to 2. So as you can see, this works out of the box in conjunction with the image provider. Adding the sizes has a similar effect. Here we're resetting the image to be 80% of the viewport. It will automatically generate the source sets for all available breakpoints. Here's a list of all breakpoints, in case you're wondering. And this is what the directive will use to generate the source set. This is very useful, as you don't have to worry about providing the different sizes yourself for each breakpoint. As previously seen, the browser will automatically request the image that fits best for your device, and you don't really have to worry about anything. If you only support a subset of breakpoints, then you can customize the list by providing image config to your provider. This will then generate the source set only for the given breakpoints. You can of course also define your own source set using the ng source set attribute. And last, you can also disable source set generation entirely by adding disable optimized source set. And that's it for today. Thank you. I hope you found this quick presentation useful. Until the next time, have a nice day.
Nice. So that was a very concise but plenty of crazy good information from Sanu, who unfortunately was not able to join us, but took the time to, you see the effort that he put in here. So like he said, I feel like ngOptimize, even myself, when I do like image, I don't think about it at first. I'm glad that he reminded us of it. I don't know what's your take, guys, before we go to the next one. And happy to have you, Jason.
You too.
Yes.
What time is it over there?
What time is it? It's mountain time for Jason.
Sorry, you muted actually.
Yeah, we're having problem hearing you well, Jason, this time.
Yeah, but yeah, great talk. Yeah, I always feel disappointed in myself because I realized I don't use ng image optimized enough. So I just gotta pull myself together and just start using it.
Cool.
So
we have
hello.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We can
Hopefully
hear you,
my
Ibrahim.
internet is not lagging so hard right now.
We can hear you. So we have Ibrahim who's gonna just give us
right now.
No worries. Just go ahead and share your screen and start your presentation.
Oh boy.
That's fine. That's fine, man. Don't worry.
Yeah,
So
always. I
Ibrahim
think there
has
is a
his
little
like,
bit internet connection
yeah,
issues. Yeah.
that's fine. So he might be having connection issues. What we're gonna do in the background, that was kind of a little surprise that like technically we should be breaking right now and then get what's his and Robin like goes next. But we will like we will get back to Ibrahim, and in the meantime, the goat is here, like himself. The Spartan #1 is here. So let's like have him on stage, and before his talk, which is like 10 minutes from now, so you get to have like a lot of time. And before your talk, let's just see like what Robin has been like busy with, beside like building a very cool, stack for Angular.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here and share a little bit of the Spartan love with you guys and everyone watching.
Looking forward to it.
And everybody gonna like say I'm so cheesy, but anytime I see Robin, I just want to say this is Sparta. That's all I want to say. Man. So were you is Angular Germany DE on yet or not? Did it go already this year?
No, it's actually in October.
In October.
I'm actually going to give a talk there about AnalogJS.
Nice.
So
How
I'm going
cold
to
is
give
it
a little
in
bit
October?
of in October. It's pretty cold. Germany gets once you hit September, the weather gets pretty shitty.
We'll watch from here, all right? So the moment you said cold, all right, so I will chicken out. But I see that you have some new contributor on the project too. I think Enea just started contributing. I think Thomas has been contributing. How many Spartan do you have right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we're about, let me count. Around 25, I would say. Maybe a little more even. It's definitely growing, and it's growing fast. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's actually 47. So, yeah, I'm happy to see more people contributing. I'm happy to see, like a very diverse group of contributors. And everybody has really cool ideas. I think Thomas added. Like actually showing the people's GitHub profile pictures instead of that little arrow that we had it, right? So it's really cool to see people starting to try it out, giving feedback, and like I said, getting their hands dirty, dive into the code and make changes, improving documentation, adding their own ideas in terms of like, I think we have a NG Spartan Conf. I like it.
Yes, sir. And make sure if it is in Oktoberfest, I'll come.
Yeah,
no problem. If it's during Oktoberfest, I'll come, man.
All right, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, man. I mean, Spartan, like, you will see in my presentation later on how much it has enabled us to move forward. And this guy in my book is the GOAT, and then everybody who's helping him. But I'll let him go with Spartan, and I'll share how like we gonna be just part of that Spartan family, like moving forward. So yeah. Okay. Xiao is just like, Xiao is being Xiao, and he's saying like NG D is like gonna conflict with monorepo word, That's not going to be a problem with Enea, because Enea has like unofficially three clones, but officially he has 5. He'll be everywhere. So try to find how Enea does it and clone yourself, man, Xiao. That's all you need to do. You are like one of his partners now. So, all right. I don't want to get anybody who's waiting for your talk at 9:30, because we have about 5 minutes to kill, or 6 minutes. So I'm going to get back my bad jokes, or like my dad jokes around like software engineering in the meantime to fill the void. unless you guys have something to talk about, because man, that's what it is. My wife is not going to be happy about the jokes, but yeah, she's not going to see this, so that's fine.
I think I figured out my mic.
Yeah, so.
Oh, okay, good.
There we go. Yes.
I had the wrong mic selected. It was trying to go off my headphones, which I have muted on purpose. So.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
This is one. This question was on Angular Tiny Conf before. So if you were here before and you know the answer, don't answer to it. But let's just have this question right now. And let's Robin give us an answer. Let's put him on the spot. What's a micro front end developer's favorite party game? Well, it depends if that game is in Europe too. I'm not sure. Yeah. Any guess?
No guess. Beer
Come
pong.
on, man. Beer pong? Oh, man. Jenga. They love building complex structures with small independent blocks, just like in their application.
I remember that these
That's
jokes
what they
were very respectful,
They were the early expression of AI. All of these jokes are created by AI. Okay, that was GPT version 3.5 or 3, something like that.
That's actually that's a good explanation of MFEs. Like everybody plays until the whole thing falls over.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. So what about this one? Why do developers obsessed with performance make great dance in structures? Michael Latke, for example.
Because they're Austrian.
Because that's a good one.
Wow.
Because they always know how to optimize their steps and keep their code in sync. Yeah, that would make a great dancer.
I like it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna torture you for another 3 minutes. If you guys don't have any topic, that's what's gonna happen right now. And let's see.
Yeah,
oh man.
I'm trying to think about.
Man. I think Shao likes this one. So easy to fall apart. Yeah. That's a good one, man.
I'm trying to think about
if I have another one.
What?
It was go for it. I'm gonna find the one.
The big topic, I think, that was the whole discussion about Google taking everybody off of the Material Web Components team and moving them all over to Wiz, right?
Yeah.
And people were all concerned about Angular Material and things like that.
Yeah. It's still gonna support Angular Material for the Angular team. So people should just not freak out about that part. So
absolutely. Yeah, I did definitely.
Do they have the engineering power to do so? I think yes.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. So I think we're good there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, go for it, man.
It seems like they're really focusing on merging with Angular, which I would say is actually a positive thing for Angular, right?
Absolutely.
Of course, it's sad to see people get pulled from other popular projects, but in terms of Google's commitment to Angular seems to be getting bigger and not going away, right?
Look at that tweet from Minko. Yeah, when Minko said how many projects do they have that are Angular based in their big repo, I was like, wow, that's crazy. I think it was 4,500 or something like that.
Yeah, it was insane.
Mm-hmm.
It was insane amount of numbers. So I think we can safely say that we are safe, guys. Don't worry about it. There's no need to freak out. Angular is gonna be around for quite a long time, I hope. And everybody here is a great engineer. You'll be fine, man. Let's enjoy today. Tomorrow
we'll let our AI versions worry about that.
I'm telling you. So AI said this about micro frontend, and that would be the last one. And I think this one was a good one. It said micro frontend are like small modular food stalls within a large food court. Each stall, micro frontend, offers a specific cuisine, the functionality, and operates independently from the others. The food court, the web application, assemble these various stalls together, providing customers with a diverse and cohesive dining experience. This approach allows for beta scalability. I like that. I like that. AI did not do bad here. So should we be worried about our jobs? Maybe, maybe not. I think we're fine. All right. So without further ado, it's 9:30. You have been already sharing your screen. We have had some cool and some bad jokes. So let's just make sure that we get out of your way. And one more time, this is Sparta. I had to do it. Sorry, guys. Bye.
Nice.
All right, Robin, you take it from here, man.
All right, let's go. Yeah, like Adi said, I'm going to talk to you guys today about UI the Spartan way, and how my project, which I call Spartan UI, is trying to bring the shadcn and Radix from the React ecosystem, bring something similar to the Angular ecosystem. So I'll go into what these are in a little bit, but I want to start out with something all of us are probably familiar with, and that is a new project, right? A new adventure. We've all been there. We're setting out on a new adventure, completely clean workspace, greenfield project, and we have to make a big decision, right? Right out the gates. What is going to be our weapon of choice, right? What component library are we going with? Or are we even going to just spin our own, right? And the Angular ecosystem has plenty of options. There's Tiger UI, there's PrimeNG, ngZoro, and of course there's Angular Material, right? So we pick one, and I think most of the time it's actually a great choice. It really starts to become a little more complicated when we try to do some really custom things, right? And I think Angular Material is known for this, to be really hard to customize, to give it a feel that is not materially, but actually feels like your own application. And you probably, if you've worked with Angular Material, you've written some of that CSS on the left, right? Trying to get it to sort of behave the way you want it to behave. It is a mess to maintain. You see the ngdeep there, so you have to worry about CSS all right, you know what I mean. You have to worry about selectors and how they cascade, right? You have to sort of like just be very careful and very intentional, which is fine if it's a one-person project, but really breaks down when the project grows and more developers are working with it. Well, and it sort of makes sense that these things are hard to customize, right? Because the issue is that they were created around a specific style system, and their APIs reflect that, right? Like Angular Material was built from scratch to be an implementation of the Material design system. So these issues are sort of to be expected, and you sort of make that trade-off. You get a component library that's very well supported, and you trade off some of that flexibility. But there might be a different path, right? And we might dare to look at the horizon and take some inspiration from our friends of the React world, because they have had something for a while now that's really interesting, is really popular now, and that is headless component libraries. What are headless component libraries, right? They take inspiration. I think the name comes from headless CMS, where content management systems, where you sort of get the API, but you get the content, but you sort of build your own front end. So in component libraries, it means you still build the looks, right? But what it provides you is components that are accessible, right? So they handle many of the difficult implementation details related to accessibility, ARIA and role attributes, focus management, and keyboard navigation. So everybody can use your application, right? And then, like I said, very important, they're unstyled. They ship with zero style. There is no style system that sort of like dictates how your app's going to look or feel, right? You have complete control. They're also open, right? They're designed to be customized to suit your needs. Their architecture sort of provides you granular access to each component's part to really let you take your own ideas and sort of adjust the components to sort of like, yeah, make your own new versions of them. They're also uncontrolled by default, right? Which means that all of the behavior is handled internally, so you can get up and running as smoothly as possible, and you don't have to worry about local state management for your components. There's sort of like this package that takes care of everything for you. But of course, you also have the option to control components through your own state. One famous example is you want to show a toast on a success of an API call, or if the API call fails, you want to show an error message, right? So, and then of course, headless components are sort of built for developers, right? You want a fully typed API, which thankfully enough is almost standard now. And you also want all the components to share a similar API, right? So you have a consistent and predictable experience instead of sort of like having to pick and choose from all over the place and have very different frame of mind for different components, right? And then one thing, ideally, you also are able to incrementally adopt new headless components, which means you can just, instead of committing to one huge library, maybe you just need, I don't know, like your dialogues. You want to make them more accessible instead of spinning up your own solution. You want something, but you don't need the whole big component library, right? The heavy component library. You just want to adopt incrementally, right? So the thing is, when you take all of that, right, you get a headless component library. And I didn't just come up with these things. These are actually taken straight from the Radix website. Those are sort of the guiding principle of what Radix UI is in the React ecosystem. And I want to share with you guys really quickly what that looks like, right? So I have a project here that is Radix, and it has this dialog component. And like you see, it's unstyled. Sort of like has a trigger, an overlay, content, everything you need in dialogue, but it's unstyled. Something that looks kind of weird, right? Because now if I go to Storybook and I check out my component and I click this open button, well, this is what peak performance looks like, right? There's nothing there because it's headless, right? It doesn't have styles. What's interesting though is if I use my keyboard and I'm pressing tab here and then enter a spacebar, you see it's actually focused here, right? So it's taking care of focus management, and sort of like it also brings the focus back to the button that opened the dialogue, because that is what I said, this accessible experience that you get out of the box with Radix. And then it's up to you to add your own styles, right? So over here, that's the styles that are actually defined in the application down here. You see, okay, the overlay is fixed position. It's in the middle, right? It has this background color of like a black background with 0.2 opacity. We can make this higher, and then the background is much darker, right? But that is the flexibility you get with Radix out of the box, right? So this dialogue example, right, that's awfully familiar to the Angular CLI, right? So what about the Angular CLI? Why, right? Isn't Radix the same thing as the Angular CDK? Not CLI, sorry. And if you've used the CDK before, you might notice like they actually have their own implementation of dialogue, right? They give you all the things you need to sort of create your own dialogue. But that is actually just, I would say, almost like like the odd one out, right? There's only 4 really what we consider components, like fully components that you would use in your app that is provided out of the box by the CDK. The other stuff is more about, I mean, the component harness about testing. There's accessibility utilities, there's coercion, there's portals that are very, very low level. And overall, it's just more low level, right? Which is different than Radix UI, which gives you a bunch of components, right? It gives you like everything you could ever need in an app, right? Straight for you to just take and go, right? And you sort of see it that I highlighted the dialog, the menu, and you see the context menu, drop-down menu, menu bar. So there's sort of like part of like Radix, like a subset almost, right, is what the Angular CDK provides. And we sort of are comparing apples and oranges here, because we are comparing a component development kit with a low-level unstyled UI component library, right? So they're not the same thing. The CDK is not solving the same problem as Radix UI, right? It's actually, Radix UI sort of like lives one layer on top. And that is sort of where Spartan comes in, right? Because Spartan sort of like wants to be the Radix UI of Angular. So it's building on top of the CDK, but it sort of like gives you everything you get with Radix in Angular, right? So because Radix is React and doesn't exist for Angular. So I sort of decided I want something like that. I want this unstyled from the ground component library. So I started building it, and we're still missing the form, we're still missing the navigation menu, and we're still missing the slider. Those primitives are still in development, but everything else, Spartan UI provides you right out of the box to get you started, the same way Radix does in the React world, right? And the same sort of principles apply. It's unstyled, it's accessible, and it's built with like this mindset of like, I want you to own this part and extend it, reuse it, and sort of like get all the benefits that Radix provides in React in Angular. But I didn't like the name, right? I don't like headless. It's sort of like defeats the purpose because these components are actually really smart. So I called it Spartan UI Brain, right? And I think it encapsulates the brain, encapsulates it much better. It's all about being intelligently managing your accessibility for you, and sort of you don't have to worry about anything but the styles. So we talked about a Spartan a lot, right? And yeah, I'm using the imagery, but where does the name actually come from? So to just clear up some of the confusion that might exist, let's take a look into the history books and sort of like see where Spartan started. And it's actually just an acronym of a technology that was a weekend project, right? Because I contributing to AnalogJS and sort of like saw what's possible with it, and this notion of like a tightly coupled Angular front end with like a Nitro backend. I was sort of like seeing like, okay, can I go in a weekend with a fully type safe, full stack application that is deployed to the cloud? It's built with Analog and NX and Angular and all the things I want. So I just took the first letters, I cheated a little bit, right? And that was what became Spartan. And it's something that I now call a Spartan stack. And out of that weekend project, I sort of like got it to run. I got the type safety from the database all the way to the template, but it looked kind of ugly. And I was like, I want to make it a cool little project. I want it to look good. And that was the same time this guy got really, really popular on tech Twitter in the React community, and that's shadcn, right? Because he created a new version of like an UI library, right? We're gonna get into that in like a second, but he just went through the roof, right? And you can see here the Spartan stars and the shadcn stars, and right around April when I started, it was really taking off. They hit their first 10K, and I was like, Well, the reason was because these like components were just beautiful and I really wanted to use them, right? So I dug into it and I was like, okay, like what's possible here? And the first thing I noticed is that it wasn't a component library, right? It says it right on the website. And I was like, okay, sort of interesting, but maybe there's something there, because if it's not a component library, I don't have to install a React dependency, right? And that's actually one of the big things that is unique to shadcn UI, is that you copy and paste the code into your own project and the code is yours, right? So it's copy and paste. I like that, right? Because if I can copy and paste it and adjust it, I can maybe translate it from React to Angular. And then the second part that's really interesting and sort of like another puzzle piece is that it's built on top of Tailwind CSS and Radix, right? And I already told you about Radix, that I like that it's built from the ground up to be unstyled. So you can simply add Tailwind classes and style them, right? So I really like this approach. And I had also written an article how you can make reusable buttons with Angular Tailwind and Storybook using directives to apply the classes and sort of like have a button directive that then applies the Tailwind classes for you, right? And sort of like all these pieces came together, and then I just started copying shadcn UI, right? And sort of like made some minor tweaks to get it working with Angular. In React, everything's a component. In Angular, we have directives, so you have to pick and choose what you want. But I copied it and I made it work with like the button component. I built the accordion component. I was up and running, right? And I did this for one project and it was just really, really slow. All right. So I was like, okay, like this, I have to go to the website. I have to copy everything. I have to then, I don't want to do this for every project, right? So I was thinking, how can I work smarter, not harder? And based on what I've contributed to AnalogJS, I was familiar with a good friend and I guess the Spartan stack, right? My tool of choice to just start every workspace. So I was like, why not write the NX Wave, right? So based on what I knew from NX and the plugins I've built for Analog, I was like, I can use NX to sort of like build a CLI and sort of like do that copying for me, that managing of the workspace and the files and everything. Like that is sort of like the skeleton that you need to make Spartan shadcn an enjoyable experience that they have for the React ecosystem work with Angular, right? And I created the Spartan CLI that is built on top of NxDevKit and uses just generators to sort of like copy files over, update CSS files to add the Spartan styles to them, right? And that's how Spartan UI Helm was born, because I was thinking I have the brain, and what is something that uniquely identifies a Spartan, the looks of a Spartan, right? Of course, it's the helmet, but helmet's a little long. It's a weird name. So I shortened it and sort of ended up with Spartan UI Brain and Spartan UI Helm. Spartan UI Brain is what I call the Radix. Spartan UI Helm is the shadcn styles, and then the Spartan CLI built on top of NX is sort of like the shadcn CLI that lets you easily get started with your project without having to manually copy everything over. And all together, they're Spartan UI, right? That's what the project is. That's, I guess, all it is. Gets a lot more complicated once you get to the more sophisticated UI components, but we're still trying to figure that out for you so you can focus on building your own stuff. And that's what I want to do now. I want to show you guys how fast it is to build and get up and running with Spartan UI with the power of NX and the work we've done with the brain, and of course the styles. So you can really make it like build fast, focus on building your application, and then sort of like have a good starting point, but then also be very flexible as your project matures. All right, so I have a demo app here, which is just an Angular 18 workspace, right? I just installed with ngNew, and that's something also because NX supports generators in NX workspaces and has functionality to sort of also let you run it with Angular CLI. We both support NX and also the Angular CLI with Spartan, with the Spartan CLI. So that's really cool. So like I said, I created this with ngNew. And then we can just check this out here. If I close this and I go to the demo, you can see it's just a hello world. There's no styles yet because we're actually going to set everything up ourselves. So we're really starting from scratch here. So I'm going to make this a little bigger. And then I'm going to install the CLI. That's the first thing I'm going to do. So I hope my internet is good enough. It should work pretty quickly. All right. Then I'm going to go install the Angular CDK because we're building on top of that. We have a core package which sort of gives you this some Tailwind utilities and also a very cool Tailwind preset, right? And I said we're building on top of Tailwind, so I'm actually going to install that too. So I'm going to just install Tailwind CSS and run Tailwind CSS init, and then add the Tailwind base directives to my styles.css file, right? And now if I go over to the browser, oh, I think I stopped it, so I have to. If I go ngserve again, refresh this, I see hello world now based on Tailwind styles, right? So Tailwind's working, which is good. There's a couple more things. I have to make Tailwind aware of all the magic that Spartan is doing for us. So in the Tailwind config, I'm just adding this preset over here, and then I'm going to go put my Spartan components in the libsui folder. So I'm going to add this so Tailwind recognize that there's going to be Tailwind classes that I want in my application. All right. Then I'm going to install, now I'm using the Spartan CLI to install a theme. There's a bunch of themes available. I do like the sync theme. And it's smart enough to figure out where my CSS file is and then update it for me, right? It puts a bunch of CSS variables in there. All right, so we're almost done here. So I'm just going to go now install all my Spartan primitives, right? My components. And this is, again, powered by NX. I'm going to put them in the libsui folder. And if I scroll up here, which primitives do I want to copy? I'm just going to go with all of them, right? So it's going to copy them over into this libsui. I can see them here. And it's going to install all the necessary dependencies. Like I said, I want this to be incremental. I want to enable incremental adoption. So every primitive has their own package, their own brain package, right? So you can install them as you need. And then while this is, okay, it's already done. But while this is installing, or now that it's done, I'm just going to go to the Spartan NG page. And I want to show the same dialog example, right? And I can simply copy all the source code and then create a new component. I'm going to call it the Spartan dialog preview component. And just paste that in here. I copy the selector. And then my app component, I paste it in here. And I import it. And now I run ng serve and check it out. All right, so I have the edit profile button. And right here, within 5 minutes, I have a working dialog component right there, right? And again, now I'm using my keyboard. I can tab through it. If I click, if I close it, right, it moves the focus back to the edit profile button. If I hit escape, it closes it. It has all that accessibility built into it for you, right? So yeah, it was literally 5 minutes up and running to get this type of experience in your application. And then of course, as you go, you own the code, right? So if I look back into the source code, into this libs UI dialog Helm, right, library, it's actually right here, and I can make adjustments if I want, I don't know, if I want, for example, a different color of the button, of the close button, right? I could give it a background color here. Let's see. Like anything really, right? If I go like, yeah, now I have a black button with a white X, right? So I can really own this and make it my own, right? So yeah, and that's all I have so far. I mean, there's more. There's a couple more things that we want to do. We want to support all Radix primitives. We have some work to do to support all the shadcn primitives. Updating, since you own the code, is still a pain. Maybe with AI and a good CLI, we can have some migrations, right? I would love to have a Spartan stack initializer. And then, of course, I want more of you guys contributing. We got to get 300 Spartans, and we got to get to version 1. So this is it, right? This is Spartan.
I love it, and I promised to my family that I scared a little bit ago when I yelled. I'm not gonna yell again. So this is Sparta. That's it. That's gonna be it for me. You guys just have no idea how much I appreciate this fellow right here. I mean, just down to earth and doing. They have a lot more. I mean, you just need to bookmark Spartan. I'm going to be talking about Spartan like day and night. So if you don't like to hear about it, don't come like close to me. But like the pain points that you're addressing, because every single time I feel like I was the kid that was left out. I see people like playing with good UI. I go, oh, there's an Astro version for it. There's a Vue version for it. There's a React version. Of course, there's a React. It's always in React. And there's nothing for Angular. And that was just pissing me off. And even like when I got Tailwind UI, I think I was the first one who bought the pro version, but then all of their example was just plain HTML or Angular. So when I saw Spartan, I was like, man, whatever it takes, man. Really, I mean, if you saw the 300 movie when they were like against the Persian, like this little tiny group against this huge army, that's what we are in for, man. And I think, we need Spartan. We need it more than ever. And we need it as a base of everything else we're going to be doing, like in UI and Angular. So please, starting with myself, let's join the ranks. Let's join the ranks. Thank you, Robin. I just wanted to share to the world like how much I appreciate you. You know that I do already. Yeah, I don't have to do it again. Too. So Marcus and Jason, if you have anything else there.
I was just going to ask, if we're going to extend this analogy, is React blotting out the sun with all their libraries?
Love it.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, man.
Throw some fire on the
corner, man. We have our little corner, cozy corner. Will take care of us there, man. And I think this was the missing piece. I honestly think that Spartan and Analog were the missing piece. That's my opinion, but I think that's like now we really don't need anything else. And that's why we need to support and contribute to those projects as much as possible.
Yeah, I just recently built a blog in Analog. I need to do something with Spartan. So Robin, I'm gonna be figuring out what we can do with Spartan and show off what you've got.
Yeah, of
All
course.
right.
Love to help you out.
Cool,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Thank you so much. And then when you leave the studio, just make sure you check on the tab. If it tells StreamYard will tell you it's okay to go. Usually it takes 2 seconds if you have good internet. So yeah, just that. And man, we'll be talking. You know that we'll be talking in private. So like, I talk to you soon, man.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for
This
being
is
here,
awesome.
man.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Guys.
Thank you for working.
All right. Bye-bye.
Right.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, it clears a whole. It fills a huge gap that we had in the community, and you know, something beside like, you know, material that I love, but at the same time, it gives you another option. And my talk today is going to be about that. It's going to be an extension of that because it's very, very important. But now we have our very own like Marcus, who's going to get us into the world of like, you know, server side with the new Firebase thingy. So without further ado, let's add that to the stage. And Marcus, you know what to do. We're just going to get out of your way, man.
Yeah, for sure. Just quick question, Adi. I might share my entire screen later. Could you, when I kind of switch, could you kind of help me to like serve that content? I might do some switching. Is that fine?
It depends how much money you have, man.
Yeah.
I don't do free labor, man. Yeah, of course. Just let me know. If yeah, and we'll help you, man. Go for it.
I'll try to do some minor things in the browser as well. Cool. Yes, this Firebase thingy. All right. Welcome to my talk on how to ship server-side render the Angular apps with ease. So Angular has never been equipped with more awesome features to build great apps. And a crucial part of building great apps is shipping apps. And during Google I/O, the Angular team mentioned their recent collaboration with the Firebase team. And after a year in the making, we finally have the natural choice on how to deploy our server-side rendered Angular apps. So today, we will check out how Firebase app hosting can abstract away all the complexities of DevOps, while at the same time giving you the keys to the kingdom, so to say, if you ever need something. Quickly about me, I'm Marcus. I'm a software engineer. I live in Stockholm, Sweden, and I'm a co-organizer of the Angular Community Meetup. After today, you will know why you would consider Firebase app hosting, and you'll be well equipped to start out using Firebase app hosting yourself. So, why Firebase app hosting? First, we should mention what is Firebase app hosting. And first of all, it's not intended to be a replacer of the old hosting solution. The old but relevant hosting solution, called simply Firebase hosting, takes your static HTML, the JavaScript, CSS files, and deploy them to a storage bucket. That is a database that can handle unstructured data like regular files. And this bucket can then be exposed to the internet on your domain of choice. And this solution works great for your ordinary single-page application and can also work for dynamic apps by combining hosting with other Firebase or Google Cloud services. Firebase app hosting, on the other hand, is a full-stack solution that will take your code and figure out how to run it pretty much, whether it is client-side generated or server-side generated. Firebase app hosting is Git-centric. What that kind of means is when setting it up, all you pretty much need to do in this case to have automatic rollouts is to connect your Firebase project to one of your GitHub repositories. You don't even have to install the Firebase CLI. And all of this functionality is built upon some of the most popular cloud services. Since these services is heavily connected with Firebase app hosting, it's easy to go down a layer into the Google Cloud infrastructure layer if you want to configure or tailor your solution any further later on. So now when we have answered what Firebase app hosting is, why should we consider it? So first of all, Firebase app hosting is very scalable. It can scale to millions of users if you have that problem, as well as down to 0 users, which is more my kind of problems. It's far more fault tolerant as well. Firebase hosting, the old hosting product, is served on a single storage instance with a single CDN. So that means that one outage will prevent all your customers from reaching your site. Firebase app hosting, on the other hand, is designed as a regional service. So while your traffic is still served globally, the infrastructure of app hosting is regionally isolated according to your backend's location. Serverless architecture can be like magic, and as developers, that usually doesn't always mean something good. It can be very frustrating when something is wrong and you kind of lack the insights on why. So another huge benefit that Firebase app hosting brings is that it gives you straight access to inspect the cloud build job and use Log Explorer, which give you insights into what is happening behind the scenes. And as mentioned previously, Firebase app hosting supports Angular right out of the box. So generate an Angular app with the Angular CLI, push it to your connected repository on GitHub, and your app will be out in a matter of minutes. And finally, it's just a simply massive time saver. It integrates well with all the other Firebase products and is very powerful service that can really work as an accelerator for your new startup or side project and whatnot. So let's get started with setting up Firebase app hosting. So go to console.firebase.google.com and create a project. A project will include your choice of Firebase services, your choice of security rules to access these services, and often information about your credit card. Name your project something meaningful and accept the term of use. Google Analytics is cool, but unfortunately, it's out of scope for this demo, so today we will not enable it. And that's how we set up a Firebase project. Now we are ready to set up Firebase app hosting to our project. If you haven't done so, you need to upgrade your project to the Blaze plan. App hosting is not available on a free tier, unfortunately, but it's relatively fairly priced. Anyhow, after setting up your Blaze plan, close the pop-up modal and click on the Get Started button instead. So app hosting is integrated with Developer Connect, which is a service for handling connections to third-party source code management platforms like GitHub. So the first thing you need to do when setting up a Firebase app hosting is connect your app to a GitHub repository. Once connected, select your GitHub account and select the Git repository that contains your Angular application of choice. Our app today will be this Pug app hosting app. It's a very simple app. It's just one app component with some HTML, Tailwind, and a Pug service to get some cute image and some fun facts about pugs. Otherwise, it's just an Angular app with server-side rendering set to true, as you can see in the Angular CLI command as the header. So after that is done, select the root directory as well as what branch you will use for production deploys. My live branch would be main in this case. We will also opt in for automatic rollouts if anyone pushes code to the main branch. Next, and then click Finish and Deploy. It should be mentioned that app hosting is only available in US Central 1 as it is still in preview release. And that's it. You can monitor your deployment by going to the app hosting dashboard. And since we're building our application into a Docker image, it will by nature take a little longer to deploy it compared to what it would take if you deployed using a regular old Firebase hosting solution. But yeah, after a few minutes, it should be done. And if everything was successful, you should see the following green indicators. So just click on the link on the domains to visit your site. In my experience, it took a few additional minutes after the successful rollout. First time I deployed an app before I could access my site. But lo and behold, the site is live, just like that. Server-side rendered and ready for any scale. And all I really had to do was to connect my Firebase project to my GitHub. So some demo time. So let me see if I can stop, or I can stop the screen sharing, and I will actually share my entire screen. See if you can see it in a second. Somebody might have to move it to the main stage, I believe. Nice. There we go. Okay. So we are in Firebase, console. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add an image to storage. Right now, we are just having our photo of the pug inside the actual Git repository. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add an image here by first creating a default bucket and then upload another image. So while this is loading, here we have our repository. And what I'm pretty much just going to do is replace this string right here with the URL that we will get after uploading. Let's see. This image. So I'm uploading the image to cloud storage. And once this is done, and this might not be the optimal approach on how to integrate cloud storage, it's rather just I want to highlight how powerful app hosting can be. So there might be optimal ways to do this. So let's see, our image is available. I'm going to take this link. I'm going to replace it right here. So if I quickly, just going to hide that one. If I build the project quickly, just to verify that it actually works as I expect locally. It was good that I actually checked that before I pushed it to the repository, because it will take a minute or two. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go back to the slides so we don't wait for the Docker image to build. And instead, I'm going to kind of explain kind of how it looks behind the scenes. Very nice. Okay, so the code seemed to work. It wasn't a huge change, but yes. So let's see here. Updated image of pug. I will commit and I will push. So I pushed my code to my GitHub repository, and what will happen is that we will soon see a rollout happening. So if we go back to app hosting, we look at the dashboard, we can see that we have a build job in progress. So in the meantime, I'm actually going to go back to the slides. So I'm sorry for resharing my screen all the time. I will give a big tip after it's done. Let's see. let's see.
You're not sharing right now. Are you trying to share the screen again?
Yeah, sorry. Let's see, PowerPoint. There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Always takes longer than you want, right? Okay, we are back in business. So this was kind of a backup, but yes, this is kind of where we left off. We have a job in progress, and we're gonna wait a little bit for this to complete, and then we will go back. Quickly, I want to talk a little bit about the high-level picture. So what kind of happens? So what happens is we push our code to GitHub. GitHub will send an event to Firebase, where Firebase will follow up by starting a build through Google Cloud Build. It will then take this source code and build a Docker image out of our Angular app, and that's kind of what we're waiting for right now. In our Firebase hosting solution, we usually just ship a set of static assets that came from dist folder, and that was kind of it. But now we're actually building a Docker image, and you can find a link to any build on your app hosting dashboard. So if we click on the top one right here, we should end up in Google Cloud Build, and here we can see the build logs, which is great for debugging, of course, if something went wrong. But as for now, it looks fine. Under the Build Artifacts tab, we can see that the artifact that came out was built. It is a Docker image, and this Docker image will be sent to Google Artifact Registry. Once the build is done, Cloud Run will run the new Docker image that was stored in the Artifact Registry, and you can inspect the Cloud Run revision in greater detail by clicking on the kebab menu button and select View Cloud Run Revision. Revision consists of a specific container image along with other environment settings. So to the left-hand side, we can see my two revisions that correspond to the two different Docker images that was created from pushing code to my repository. The first Docker image corresponds to first commit in my GitHub repository, and the second Docker image corresponds to my second commit in my GitHub repository. And to the left-hand side, we can see relevant information about our Cloud Run configuration. We will autoscale our app from a minimum of 0 instances, which you can kind of see there at the top in the small red square, up to 100 instances. As mentioned previously, Firebase app hosting makes it very easy to go down a layer and configure the underlying service if we want to. So to configure the max number of instances, all we need to do is add a file called apphosting.yaml. Under the run config, which we can see here at the top section in this YAML file, we declare how we want our app to scale. We set max instances to 5 instead of 100, and we can also add environmental variables. In this case, you can see that we have an environmental variable with the name storage bucket in caps lock with an underscore, with the value mybucket.apps.com. We also declare that it should be available in build time as well as runtime. So let's add a console log in our service server.ts file to log out the environmental variable for later. So the code is pushed, and we're gonna quickly revisit the demo. So I hope I should get better, at least a little bit faster this time. Share entire screen. So if let's see. Yes, it is visible. I will refresh the screen, and if we wait a little bit, we hope that we should see I successfully built image, and yes, indeed it is. So what we're first gonna do is we can first check out that it looks correct, and indeed it does. We have updated the image, so that is looking fine. If we now go to this rollout status table and click here on the current text, we are going to end up in Logs Explorer. And Logs Explorer is great for additional insights. So what I'm actually going to look for right now is this logging of the environment variable that we just did. And as you can see, this corresponds well to the server.ts. This corresponds well to these console logs that here. We have the value from the app hosting YAML file right here. And looking as we expect. So that is nice. So again, very easy to configure Firebase app hosting if you need to. And if we go back to our app hosting dashboard and we check our Cloud Run revision, we now see that the max instances has been set to 5 instead of 100, because that was also something that we general 5. So if we just wait 1 second, and there we go, max instances 5. It's looking good, and it's as simple as that, really. Very convenient, and yeah, works like a charm. It's a very nice developer experience, and it's very tightly integrated with how we usually develop applications. It's really nice. Okay, last time, gonna reshare my screen. Let's see. Okay, so that was kind of the takeaways from this talk. First of all, deploying server-side rendered Angular apps was a very different experience a year ago. Firebase app hosting is Git-centric and understands your Angular project out of the box. This is what the experience of deploying a server-side rendered Angular app, what it actually should be like and can be like. With app hosting, we have the Firebase simplicity with the Google Cloud power. It abstracts away a lot of the complexities, but still allows you to get your hands dirty when you need to. And finally, the integration with other Firebase products and the ease of setup can significantly accelerate your development process, which is crucial for startups and side projects and whatnot. For further reading, I would highly suggest digging into the Firebase docs on the subject. They are really, really nice. And check out the video Planet Scale Reach for Next and Angular apps with Firebase app hosting from Google I/O featuring Mark Thompson. Feel free to connect with me if you like to discuss Firebase or Angular any further. As always, special thanks to Adi for hosting these amazing conferences year after year, and to all of you who are joining us today. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Very awesome. And for the first time in this conference, I made some money because you're going to owe me some.
I will pay you.
But I cannot pay. I cannot play that game because, man, you have been like here. I mean, 12 hours straight, like, you know, for every single conference. If you were to start to charge me for the hour, man, I will go bankrupt. So yeah, so we are even now. We are even. Don't worry about it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, good stuff, man. I mean, deployment is always like a sensible topic, and it's a natural like progression. When you are going to be a front end developer, you cannot just stay within just the front end. You have to deploy your app, you know. So I think having this sensible like, you know, tool added to your toolbox is great. And then you went through it. You went through a lot of steps, actually, and I think you did an amazing job. Thank you for sharing, man.
Yeah, no, totally. And I do agree. In this market, it becomes usually more and more critical to do that additional stuff, such as shipping your apps and actually being able to take them from your repository somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this is a really, really nice solution to get a lot of the benefits. It's a really nice trade-off of simplicity, yet the nice scale. So I'm very excited about Firebase app hosting and looking forward to how it's gonna develop in the future. And we have Dale now who's gonna continue on the Firebase story. So yeah, looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Yeah.
You're showing like some of the newest stuff with Firebase too. That's awesome. I loved it.
I saw it at Google I/O and it looked very, very nice, and was eager to kind of try it out and figured that this would be a good excuse to sit and dig into this new stuff. So it's good fun. But yeah, it's exciting to see where it's gonna head, and
man.
Sort of center on the story in general. Yeah.
And hailing from Toronto, we have Dell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
you're on mute, man.
Oh,
I think you're on mute still.
You're muted.
I have to unmute it. Okay, there you go. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, yay.
If you said like Adi is the greatest, I could hear you, but nothing else. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. Yeah,
man. No, I'm just playing, man. So very good to have you, man. And your talk is gonna be. I tried to kind of group some talks together, and I think this one kind of worked out pretty well, because we're gonna go into handling some long processing tasks in Angular and GCP. I think they fit pretty well together. And Dell, it's a pleasure to see you, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Good. Yeah, so if you want to get your screen ready, so we're gonna start like in 2 minutes with you. Oh boy, I have 2 minutes now. What am I gonna do with it? I have 2 minutes. That's dangerous, man. Yeah, a whole 2 minutes, man.
It is very dangerous, Eddie.
I'm telling you, man. So there was one thing that I think Shao was making fun of you somehow. Yeah, you put it in the start one. So why is Shao telling you that you're showing off your old age, man? What happened? I missed that part.
So this goes back to when I originally started streaming. And Chow was a huge part of the early days of my channel. And he would come in and he would help all the time. And he started calling me old man. And so I just kind of leaned into it. And the running joke is like the only thing I have on Chow is my age, because he'll never catch me. So that's why.
Good one.
That's why.
I start to use that one, and he has a baby face too, though, so it doesn't.
He does.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a good one. Oh no, so now we have the backstory. I don't have time now to do one of my bad jokes anymore.
Yeah.
So okay, we got the mystery out of the way, so that's very good. Let's see, what did we have? Did we have some other comments or anything else? No, I still have a minute, guys, so you know what's gonna happen. Let's see.
There's a bunch of inside jokes, but I don't want to spoil one of them until Chow is actually on, because he started one yesterday on Twitter. So
okay, let's wait. So we have more coming up.
Yeah.
I'll do the RxJS and Signal joke. I don't know if this one aged pretty well, but let's go for it. An RxJS observable and a Signal walk into a bar. The RxJS observable orders a fancy customized cocktail, while the Signal sticks to a simple beer. The bartender says, "I see you both know how to handle your streams, but one of you is clearly more sophisticated." Okay, whatever that means. Whatever that means. Okay.
So
last one. I have a minute. Sorry, go for it.
I was curious, which one is more sophisticated? Because there are some very sophisticated, right? Right.
So I
There's some
don't
very
know.
sophisticated beer drinkers that I know.
Well, I have no idea. So, and last but not least, hopefully, a developer walks into a bar and orders a drink called the NgRx Special. The bartender asks what's in it. The developer replies, "It's a mix of observable operators and a dash of async magic. It's perfect for when you need a complex and refreshing data stream." The bartender laughs and says, "Well, that sure beats a plain old smoke signal."
Oh wow, that's dad
We're
joke
gonna show.
territory, man. That is dad joke territory.
We're gonna show our age because some kids don't even know what a smoke signal is. So don't worry about it. All right, Del. Sorry, like you got to the excruciating pain of our jokes. We're just gonna put like your slide, and then we let you start with your presentation. So let me put your screen on the stage.
Okay.
And the stage is yours, sir. So let's just remove ourselves and our bad jokes too.
Sorry. Can you see my slide? I share my entire screen.
Yes, handling long processing tasks in. You don't have it in presenter mode yet, but I can see your slide.
Okay, slideshow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Perfect.
Yeah. So just a heads up, my presentation mostly demoing. Not gonna have like lots of too many slides in this one. So the talk gonna be about handling long processing tasks in Angular and in GCP. It will be related to Cloudon that Marcus just mentioned in his previous talk, and Angular. So mostly about Angular, okay, because this is Angular conference. And about a little bit about me. I'm a senior front-end engineer at Noibu. It's a error monitoring platform for e-commerce, and I also create some Angular content. You can find me by looking up the social handlers. Just if you want to chat, just feel free to send me a message or connect. And so for the agenda, so first I will show you the basic thing that how to send requests in HTTP request in Angular, and then demo some polling and server send event approach in Angular, and then the last one is showing a demo on how to tackling long processing tasks with Google Cloud platform, and just go straight to the demo mode. Cool. So okay, so for hopefully that you can see my screen clearly. I can increase my font size a little bit. Cool. I cannot hear you, but hopefully it's fine. Cool. So for sending the HTTP request in Angular, so first we need to provide a HTTP client in the app config. I'm using
Sorry,
Angular.
can you increase the screen for the font size? If the code is going to be part of the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
cool,
you.
cool. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So just go back to the demo that in order to send HTTP request in Angular application, you need to provide HTTP client in your app config. And I'm using Angular 18 as the demo application today. So for the a normal request, for sending the HTTP request, so what you need to do is just inject the HTTP client, and then trigger the get function to your server, and what you get is what's showing on the screen. Have an observable of the users, and then you're gonna see the message hello world. Sorry for the bad naming. Yeah. Yep. So how we're gonna send a normal request in Angular, and there are gonna be cases where you send the request, but the data is not ready, and you want to have some updated data over time, like you have stock prices, and you want to have your data updated as frequent as possible. So one way to do it is just user can just refresh their browsers, and then they're gonna get the data that will be updated later. But there's gonna be another method that can have to improve the user experience, such as polling. So this is an example where I mimic the file not ready yet. So even though user want to get the data, they can request few times, and then finally the data is ready, but it will require user to manually do the request on the client side, and it's not really convenient. So next to the next approach, which is polling, I think that it's the approach that everyone might know about it. So basically, it's just instead of users refresh the browsers to see updated data, the code application do it for us by retry or do the interval request. So let's see an example here. Yeah, polling. Sorry. Yeah. So let's look at the demo first. Yeah, you can see that in the network, you can see that even though the user not request by refreshing the browser themselves, the code send the request intervally. So here is the code. So first we use the timer operator from NGXTS, and then it will run until the timer stop. And one of the indicator is if I return the status success after a few times. This is just an example, a demo on how to do polling. So maybe ignore the data model. Yeah. And I use switch map because it will return the observable. So it will return the data, and I check the status if it's set, and then the timer will stop. So this polling will stop up if I get the status to set, and then you see that after it polling 5 times, it stop, and we can have an extra check if the component being destroyed. Then we also stop the polling, and I can show you an example, like a real example on why we need it. Okay, so for an e-commerce situation, if you use Stripe, then after user go to the website, add the product to the cart, and then start the checkout, there gonna be a situation where the payment section, the payment page, is outside of your control, your website. It belongs to Stripe, and after the payment success or fail, Stripe will send a webhook to your API, and your API update the database. And within that time, you have no idea of the status of the payment. So you need to send requests multiple times to your server to check the database if Stripe webhook sent the success or failed payment to your database, and then you can show that respond to your customers, and then see if they need to retry it, or if the payment success. You can just show the status of the payment, that the payment success, and then allow them to download a file, for example. That is one situation. That's why we need to have this kind of polling strategy, where you need to check your server multiple times to see if the data is ready or updated. Yeah. And what happen if there is some error in the polling request? You can also try to have a retry operator that it can retry after the server return an error, for example. This is just a bonus. Okay, I'm gonna just save it. Yeah, you can see that even though there is an error in the polling request, it still keep the request live until we have actual the data. So this is just a bonus if you want to try that approach after the retry to the your pipe, and then it will retry the request. Yeah, so it works, and the downside is we have to request to the server multiple times, and you need to read the data every time you send a request. So there is another approach named server send event. It would mean that you establish a connection to the server, and that connection keep open. And whenever the server has data that you need, it will send to the browsers. Okay, here is the demo. Yeah. So first, I just established the FTP protocol to the server, and you see that I don't need to send anything extra request. The server send it back to us. Let's have a look at the code. Okay, so we have so on the client side, all you need to do is just have a event source to the endpoint of your server, and then listen to that the message from the server. So this is pretty straightforward and simple to have a server send event on the client side, and remember that to close it when your component get destroyed. And then let's have a look at the server. Yeah, just like Andy mentioned, that being front-end developer doesn't mean that you don't need to. I mean, you might need to know a little bit about the backend side. So here is the code is example for the server send event. So it basically just set an interval as a demo, and then push the event stream, put data to your client, and it only takes strings, so you cannot send binary or anything else. Yeah, so that's one of the downside of this one, to get string from server to the client. Yeah, and when we like cloud by going to another page, for example, you can see that the on the log, Sorry. Yeah. So you can see that it's closed to not keep the connection between the backend and then the front end. So this is just a demo, and this is where, if you want to do it real, this is where you're gonna send the data to your client without having too many reads to the database. Okay, yeah. So that's the approach of having the data ready and then send it back to you either by polling or using the server send event approach from the server. So this is how we do it without the help of Google Cloud. Okay. Now this is a real example that I did an open source. So let's have a look at this one. Yeah. So this is a service where we have let me open the website. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a open source PDF service. You can check out on my GitHub. So the flow is when user go to the website and then they want to resize their PDF file, they have to upload the file to either Firestore to have the metadata, and then the file also being saved to cloud storage. And this is where the long processing happen. So after you save the metadata to Firestore, then the Firestore will send a trigger event to Cloud service at the backend that will retrieve the file from cloud storage, and then start process the file. And in this situation, it the resize service. It will start resize the PDF and then upload it back to cloud storage, and then after that, it will save the result to Firestore. And the website, it needs to listen to the update data of the document, and then if the resizing process success, it will show the file. Otherwise, it will show an error. And it might happen for a few minutes if the PDF file is heavy. And this is an example where we need to listen to the file, the database, either by polling or the server send event. And because we are using Firestore, so all we need to do is to let me increase the font size again. Yeah, all we need to do is to use the doc data function from Angular file package. So this is the package from Angular that have to integrate with Firebase. Yeah, and after you have the PDF using the doc data function, so it will return a stream of documents, an observable. So every time something that update from the document, it will send back to the client without you having doing the heavy lifting, such as having your own server or API or anything. Just create this PDF link, and then it will show you the result. Let's do a demo. Okay, I'm gonna upload my PDF file and then just upload it. So now the file is uploaded to cloud storage, and the processing happened pretty quick because only like 130 kilobyte, and then because the data updated, we have the link from the new link from the file store, and then we can download it. Yeah, so this is the resize PDF file. It's pretty straightforward, and from that, it on up the. I think it conclude my presentation on how to handling the long processing task using Angular and Google Cloud Platform. Yeah, I'm not sure if you have any question.
Wow, that was really cool. I enjoyed the PDF resizing. Well done.
Cool, thank you. Let me stop
Yeah.
screen.
Nice project in there. I mean, very nice project. So yeah, I mean, like these are some of the things that, like I said again, like we were saying, that becomes like the extra skills that sooner or later you're gonna have to acquire. And I really love like the ecosystem of like, you know, what Angular offers, but on top of it, what the Angular engineers and then people who love the community, I mean, who are like working with this tool, how they find like solution to these day-to-day problems and are like coming and sharing that with us. So Dale, like, thank you so much for sharing with us. That's like,
Yes.
that's a lot of good stuff. We're gonna have the recording. I'm sure I'm gonna have to go back and watch a couple of things here and there. You know, you made it look so like smooth and easy, but we know that it's not an easy task to do. So thank you, and then please do not be shy about sharing your social media and where people can find you. I put you on the spot on Twitter too, so follow him. He has a lot of good stuff. So yeah, and
Very
thank you
much
for
so.
being part of Angular Tiny Conf.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
yeah.
I loved that
Go
you
ahead.
started with Stripe. Like every modern website has Stripe. So he's like,
Yep.
yeah, I'm gonna hit what everybody's doing, right? That was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the best use case, man.
Yeah.
One of the very best use case. Thank you so much. Feel free to hang out a little more with us. If you leave the studio, just remember to make sure that StreamYard says it's okay, because we're having like high quality recording being done locally. So just don't close your tab until you get like the signal from. You can leave the studio, but don't close your tab until it tells you it's okay to.
I will. Cool, thank you.
All
Then
right.
I'm happy
Thank you
to
so
see you
much.
guys. Okay,
All right.
bye.
Have a good one, man. Take
Bye.
care. Hello, Ryan.
Ryan.
Hi guys. Thanks for having me
How
here.
are you, man? Of course. Do you go by just Ryan or Ryan Nino?
Ryan, just Ryan.
Just Ryan? Okay, cool.
I
Cool,
don't know
man.
why I have two second names, so but yeah. Ryan, let's go.
Wow. So you are so sarcastic they have to put a warning label on you, huh? I'm looking at his t-shirt.
That's a cool one, man.
I love it. I need that one.
Yeah, when we're finally gonna have some gears for like Angular Tiny Conf, man, we're gonna see where to go get that, man. That's cool, man. I like it.
My wife just gifted this
Cool.
t-shirt to me, so
Oh,
Nice.
she decided you needed the warning label.
yeah, I think so. You got it, man. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, they usually know better than we do, right?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man. Where are you based, Ryan, again?
I'm currently living here in Germany, but I came from the Philippines. I am Asian. So yeah, I
Nice.
just moved here last 5 years ago. Or, 4 years ago. Oh, yeah, 5 years ago. Sorry. Yeah, but I still can't
Okay,
speak
what's your
German.
favorite part about Germany then?
Well, the mountains here and some of the castles, of course.
Oh, I love the outdoors, man. One of the things that Europe has, man, and that I wish like we had more of in the US is you just go to these historic places and you can just walk all day. I was just in Paris and I was walking literally 20 to 25,000 steps a day. because there was so much to see, so much, and it's better when you can walk if the city is safe, of course. Same thing in Istanbul, man. Yeah, so I cannot wait to come to Germany. And we were talking about Oktoberfest, and maybe you and Marcus, where you and Robin should like hook up and get like some conference. Make sure that it just happened around Oktoberfest, because you're gonna have a lot of people who will come. Yeah.
We were, you know, we have to have history, right, for us to be able to.
Yeah, we have to have. Well, I mean, we have a young one, that's for sure, but that's nothing like, you know, cities that have been there for 2,000 or sometimes more years, you know. So yeah, no, we're not gonna even try to compete there, you know. If we had the money, we would be Dubai, because Dubai just finds anything that is attractive and then just build a mini version of it, you know. So but you know, the US has some other cool, some very cool stuff. But that fact that you can just be in a city and just like walk for 45 minutes, 2 hours straight, you know, and just running into those monuments, you know. Yeah, that's how about the German like food though? I mean, like I think people are saying between the bread, French bread and German bread, which one is better?
Well, I think it's German bread, because
of course that's the safest thing to say.
Yeah. But I'm not really fan of, you know, I'm not really fan of breads, because I love rice, as I mentioned. So, but I'm not really fan of German foods, but maybe
So have you made like any sort of like German type fusions with you know, with the food that you grew up with? Like, is there something that you find difficult to find in Germany, so you've had to?
Oh, well, lots of fruits.
Yeah,
fruits are very rare here and expensive as well. And and some of the salty foods from my home country is really not. You cannot really get it here. So as well as the rice. I mean, there's a different rice in Asia, specifically in my country, but I'm not really sure how they have here. But
yeah.
Cool, man. So we have about 3 minutes to be on the dot. I mean, that's the very first time we ever have a little more time than like usually we are fighting with time. But I think like I barked on so many people and saying, no, we have to be like right on the dot. Like everybody's being conscious of it. So, but I'm gonna stop on the dad jokes right now, because like some people are telling me, man, we're just gonna go through the screen and just like, you know, beat you up. I'm like, okay, don't beat me up. I'm gonna stop.
So I'm editing slides as we speak, Adi. So I'm planning on going over, just so you have that experience.
Okay, so by how much? So people are gonna kill you, man. I mean, I'm just gonna have a scapegoat now.
No, I can't go over. I can't go over. No, I really appreciate that everybody's been on time and just like everybody's showing up on time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just good etiquette right there. And like that's pretty cool. And that's just showing the audience that like, you know, we value their time too. I mean, it's crazy the numbers I'm seeing. I think we have 1.2 K people right now on my Twitter stream, 424 on the Angular Tiny Conf, and over 1,600 like on and off on YouTube. So all combined, I think like we are nearing about like 3,000 to 4,000 people coming in and out. So, I mean, this is cool. And we're going to have the live recording. Everybody's going to have their timestamp, so you can share like almost right away. And people who are asking me in the comments and DMs, is it recorded? Yeah, it's recorded. Everything is recorded. And then like, since it's live, it's going to be available right away. And if you miss something, just go back or just enjoy the rest of the conference and then just rewind back like when it's time. And we will have the individual videos posted like sometime next month, because I'm not going to touch anything computer related or conference related.
I don't blame you.
Bit, man.
I was just thinking, I wonder if we could apply like some sort of AI to get transcripts.
Oh yeah. That's why I got the pro version, because they do have now that AI capability in StreamYard. and they get all the transcript, and they can even do like little clips and everything. So yeah, I think we're gonna have some fun with the editing in the
That sounds
editing room.
awesome.
Yeah. So we are right at the top of the hour, about 1 minute. So if Ryan, you have your slides ready, just share so I can add you to the. I can add it to the stage.
It's already shared now.
Okay, there you go. So now I'm gonna add it to the stage, and we're gonna get out of your way.
Okay.
All right. See you in a bit.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so hi everyone. Yeah, my topic today is a little bit different from, it's more of Azure Functions serverless thing, but I will also share some of the Angular implementations.
Remove the high thing. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So how
Yeah,
can
I hit that little thing. I was saying that too. Yeah. There you go. Sorry. Bye bye.
Okay, sure. Okay, so oh, okay, so what to expect for this session of mine? So of course we will have this what they call standard presentation where where we just discuss what, why, and how serverless, about Azure Function, about Angular implementation with with Microsoft Identity Platform, or yeah, this MSAI library. I'm going to show you that later also. And after that, I will do the demo. I will just run the test project that I have created weeks ago, because I use that for my different sessions as well. I will show you the code implementations of that project, that test project, and I will show you some of the Azure services that I have used for the project that I have created. And if we still have time, of course, we will have this Q&A session. A little information about me. Okay, I am Ryan Nino again. Ryan Nino Dizon. I have two names, and yeah, I came from the Philippines. I am proud father of two amazing kids. I am currently living here in Germany, working as a software architect, software development lead in a company called ASD Phoenix. It's a consulting company. Yeah, so I have these different pages where you can check out some of my contents. I also write something sometimes if I have time, but I'm not active as of the moment. I have YouTube channel. If you want to see my future and current contents, you can subscribe to my channel. Yeah, just check those pages or social media account that I have. Uh, Okay, so before I go deeper about Azure Functions, so of course we need to talk about what is serverless. So serverless, it doesn't mean there's no server at all, just for the sake of others who don't know yet. So it's just mean it you don't need to handle different underlying infrastructure. You just need to you can just focus more on your business logic and just write your code and then upload it somewhere. If it is Azure in my situation, I am always using Azure services, so I'm using Azure Functions. And it is when you say serverless is it is dynamics. The scalability of this is a automatic, so it depends on the loads of your applications or request that your application needs. It will automatically scale that up and scale that down depending on the needs of your service or application. Faster time to market, of course, you don't need to think of other things rather than doing your coding stuff. Just upload or just finish your coding task and deploy it. And the last white box here is the more of the cost efficient of using serverless. So because especially if you have this consumption plan, if you are using consumption plan where it will just cost you it will cost you, and it will cost you something based on the usage of your application or service. It's much cheaper. And to give you more high level about my what they call this, the one that I have mentioned about the cost. So we have here the comparison between serverless computing and the traditional computing. So on my left, uh, which I in this example I am using, let's say for example I'm using Azure Functions, which just returning a simple JSON object. And on my right side, or on the right side of the screen, I'm not sure if it's where's left or right, but let me just uh, let put it on the right. So traditional computing, let's say for example, we have this app service which just hosting some backend API. And in this function service, so as it you will be cost you will be charged based on how long this process has been executed. So in this example, it just run 100 milliseconds. On the other hand, in the traditional computing, let's say you have this app service which is running up to 72 hours. And since this is a fixed, it's like disregard if your API is not being executed, or your application is not being triggered or being used, you are still need to pay for this 72 hours uptime compared to the serverless computing, which in this scenario or example, you don't need to pay. You just need to pay for this runtime milliseconds. And yeah, so maybe you can imagine how cheap this serverless computing or serverless computing to use. So it depends on your requirements, or yeah. So basically Azure Function App. So this is a serverless solutions that you can just write like what I had mentioned. You can just write a single small piece of code, then upload it, and then just run it. So, and the simple flow for this one is basically you have this event. So let's say here it's a HTTP request, or even at a timer or messaging queues, and your Azure function will be just triggered and produce an output. So that output can be converted or can be handled as well by different requirements that you have. Let's say, for example, the data that you need to trigger or to handle needs to be saved to your Cosmos DB, or needs to be sent via Logic App or a service bus. So that is also possible. A common scenario that you need to use Azure Function, that you may want to use Azure Function App, of course, web and mobile apps backends. You can create your APIs like what I have like what I will show you later. So you can create a simple API that you can use for your applications. You can also have this scheduled task automation. So like if you want to have some kind of cron jobs, you can also take advantages of this one. You can also work with different workflows and orchestrations. So usually there's this durable functions or advanced workflow of or advanced features of Azure Functions. You can also do that. You also have a options to work with that. And yeah, and some of the other stuff here. So there are lots of scenarios that you can use Azure Functions, but these are the common ones. You can search about this. So yeah, function as a service is a center of a serverless. So it's a, single responsibility, like what I have mentioned. If you have this small piece of code, you can just put that in Azure Function App, and that will be triggered. And that is also a short-lived process. So once the job is done, it will just stop the processes. So which will give you more which will be more cheaper, because it will just stop running. It is also stateless, but you can also have this stateful functions based on what you need. So but it depends on your requirements, but usually you will have this stateless function. Sorry. And the last one is, oh well, of course, it is a event driven. and scalable function. It is also scalable. So like what I have mentioned, this will automatically be scaled down and scaled up based on the demands. This is the durable functions. I will make this slide presentation quick because we only have short time for this one. So this is the, like what I've said, you can have this different workflows working with different what do you call this, different Azure Function App. So there's this sequencing process flow. You can trigger multiple function apps at the same time. You can also have this external events and process monitoring. You can also do that, but that's just that's the what do you call this, advanced features of Azure Functions. You can work with that. You can research about durable functions. I highly recommend using this, especially if you have some advanced requirements. Hosting plan, of course, yeah. This you can check the different plans of Azure Functions apps, but most of the time I use consumption plan because, like what I said, this will be much cheaper because you will only be charged based on the service or application, or which based uh, on the execution time of your application. If it's not running, you will not get charged any amount. And the other plans here are self-explanatory. So this is more if you need more advanced features, if you have advanced requirements, you can also check of these different plans. And I think there's new hosting plan for Azure Function App. I think it's a flex consumption plan. I think that is in preview version now, but yeah, you can check that also. Okay, so how can you start working with Azure Function App? Of course, you need to install these Azure SDK tools. You can get that from Visual Studio installer, or you can install that manually by just downloading these tools. Okay, so enough slides. So I will just show you the code, like what I have, like what I really like. So yeah, okay. But yeah, I have a sample project, but I just want to show you this this extensions, which is the Azure extensions in Visual Studio Code, where you can connect to your Azure subscription. So it will list all the subscriptions here. If you have multiple subscriptions, it will be listed here. So to create Azure Function App, you can just since I have installed the plugins or extension here, I have an options to just create a function. You can create your function here. Okay, so let's test. Okay, let's just use this. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna use this .NET. Simple. Okay, then okay. Okay. I just want to show you how to create this Azure Functions app locally. Okay. Give me a sec. Okay. 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 Well, we are waiting for that. So I just want to ask you guys if you already installed this Postman. I think this is very helpful inside Visual Studio Code, where you can test different APIs without having to install the desktop version of Postman. Okay, so it's finished. So let's just run this real quick before I show the actual. Okay, run function. Okay, start. Okay. Okay, so nothing special for this one because it will just print this. It will just print this message, which is already done. So let's. Okay, I'm confused now. So. Okay, so this is the first API that we have. So let's just try this. Since I have installed this Postman extension, I can just run this. Okay, so that's it. That's the quick example or quick demo creating this function app. And the next question is, how do you deploy that? You can also do that by just clicking this icon here, and you will have this deploy to Azure. So which I will not do it because I already have deployed something. Okay, so let's just close this and go to my real project. So I have created this project templates. Weeks ago, I used this for my different sessions. I have two projects here, Angular standalone project. I just followed the what they call this, the tutorial in Angular.dev, which which I have produced this kind of project. But the special feature or special implementation here the um, is the integration of Microsoft Identity Platform, where I'm using for authenticating the user. So let me just run this real quick before I show that implementation. So yeah, front. Okay, and you serve, and I'm gonna run my Azure function app also, so that I will have this backend. Backend. Okay, function app start is okay. Let me just run this. Is it running? Let me just wait. Okay, so it's running. So let me just log into my account. Like what I have said, I have incorporated or integrated the Microsoft Identity Platform for this project. So I will just use my account. Where's my phone? Okay. Hey, faster. Hmm. What's happening? Okay. Oh, I. Good timing. Let me just try it again. Okay, 66. Okay. Okay, some kind of demo problem. It happens every time. Okay, so what I have here is the list of list of entries that I have added earlier. So it's a static image. I have a simple form here where I can just add, let's say here, tiny Angular. Which will generate a random image as well. And I can also delete that. Okay, so nothing fancy there because it's just a sample, but maybe I need to show you some of the implementation there. First is the integration of Microsoft Identity Platform. So I am using the MSAL library, and I am connecting to my tenant, which I have this configuration. It will get all the informations about my tenant. So this is live. So, and I also have the interceptor here, where I need to get the tokens from the uh, from from um, from Entra ID, or from Entra, or from EAD. So I'm just using the token to send to to the API gateway. I will show you that later as much as I can, but I will hide something. This is a temporary implementation, but I suggest you work with MSAL different methods that you can use, but this will work. I'm just getting the session information there, and I also have this service here. I just I'm just triggering the Azure Function app backend. I'm getting the CRUD functionality, and yeah. So for my Azure Functions, I only have this function call or function method here, which has a different which has different operations based on the request, or based on the based on the request from the client. So I'm handling get, post, put, and delete here, and I have this class here where I am communicating to the Cosmos DB. And okay, so too much for that one. So I think just to give you the cost that you will be paying when you have this kind of setup is something like this. I did a computation, quick computation using this calculator from Azure. So as you can see here, function has different hash has this free tier where you can execute 1 million requests, which is pretty handy. If you don't have this kind of application where it cannot reach 1 million requests, you can do this. You can use this, and this API management. So this is for securing your endpoint. So I will show you this later. Also, you also have consumption plan here, which has a free calls per month as well. So imagine it's like you are not really paying something when you work with this kind of setup. And to give you overview about the Azure services that I have created. So I have Cosmos DB here, which is also a consumption plan. So this will be you will only be charged for this service once there's a high load or request. But as you can see, there's this free request per month where you can take advantage. I also have I also have this function app, which I just deployed or upload from my from Azure from Visual Studio Code, which gave me this service, which is also a consumption plan. And yeah, I will have this methods here. Okay, I only have 5 minutes. I will just go back to the other one. The last service that I need is this APIM for securing my function app. So here, you can because you cannot expose the your backend API, so you have to secure that. And how can you secure your endpoint? So of course you need to, one of the options, or one of the what do you call one of the yeah one of the solutions that you can is using API gateway or API management. So in Azure, we have this APIM or API management, which is also which also has consumption plan, which is which very cheaper. So yeah, you can secure your function app by just selecting that function app. Then let me just do this real quick. Okay, I only have 4 minutes, but yeah. Okay, once you imported all your API here, as you can see, it automatically detects different methods that I have declared in my Azure Function app. Yeah, so there's lots of policy here inside Azure, inside API management, where you can take advantage of it. Yeah, but most of the time I'm working with this validate JVT token, like what I have showed you. I am passing this passing this token to the API, but the final implementation for that one is this will be interpreted inside this. You can just add that. And yeah, I guess that's it. Maybe you can visit my GitHub repository. The final version of this project is there. Let me just show you that real quick. So I have this project. It's a project template. You can just follow the instruction here. I also have different recordings here, where you can just follow how did I registered my applications to Microsoft Identity Platform. I also have this video where I showed how I created the project backend service. So you can just you can just double check, or you can just visit this. And yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, thank you for having me here. And as I have mentioned, I have this different pages. You can connect with me if you want to. Yeah, if you want to exchange ideas and learnings together with me. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely connect with Ryan. I mean,
Awesome.
serverless is huge, man.
Yeah.
Serverless is huge, and that's one of the things that you have to support your app. And I think like he really quickly showed something that is really not that easy to show. So like I have to give you your props for that. Live coding is never fun. So
there are
thank you
lots
for
of
taking
things
it
that
on,
I
man.
want to say. There are lots of things that I
man.
really want to say, but but yeah, you can just follow my YouTube channel and some of my GitHub repository.
Exactly, man.
You did awesome.
Yeah,
That was
you did
amazing.
awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. And when you leave the studio, just like keep your tab open for a little bit to make sure that your local recording is done. That will have like a high quality. But thank you so much. Please follow Ryan, exchange with him, and thank you for being a part of Angular Tiny Conf. Hopefully that was your first one, and hopefully not your last. So we'll be seeing you again soon.
Sure.
All right, buddy.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Ryan. Really awesome.
Bye.
Bye. How can I leave? Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll just get you off the studio.
Ciao.
There you go. Ciao. So Davide, is that David or Davide? I asked you that last time. Let me know. David.
Yeah, it's Davide, but you can pronounce it you prefer. I mean.
There you go. There you go. Weren't you just hosting NG-ROM?
Yeah, yesterday I'm one of the organizers of an Angular ROM community, and I also help the organizers of the conference. Yeah, yesterday there was the conference. I was hosting the first panel. I was so afraid of that, but it was a nice experience.
Yeah, it looked like a huge success. Yeah. So congratulations.
Yeah. Maybe next time you can join if you want.
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't have to convince me to go to Rome. So I was talking about like European cities with like a lot of history. I don't think like there's nothing compared to Rome. Sorry, Greece, but there's
Absolutely.
nothing compared to Rome, man. Oh man, I'm looking forward to that, man. So you can tell us all about the conference. Let's start on right on the dot with your conversation, and depending on like how much time we have at the end. So, but you have the luxury of being here right before lunch. So I think that's a lucky spot right there. But we are really happy to have you on. And yeah.
Wow.
It's what? It's
For
before 9?
Wow.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, it's right before lunch. Yeah. You are what, 6 hours, 7 hours ahead?
Yeah, for me it's like the end of the day. So I
Oh
was
my
waiting
God,
for this all day.
Yeah, man, my day is just getting started, man, and I'm loving it.
Wow.
Yeah. So go ahead and share your screen. We'll put that on the stage and we'll get out of your way. So I did not have time for like my bad jokes today. That's fine.
Yep.
Let's go for it.
Okay. So I'm already sharing. Yeah.
Okay. So I just need to add it right there. Good. All right. Nice.
Tell me when I can see, because I don't see the screen.
You don't see the screen?
No, I mean I'm just with one laptop, so I just see the screen of the presentation. So
okay, no, we are going to be here. We see everything right now, and I think you'll find the sound is good. The slide is ready. Yeah. Okay. So I'm getting out of your way.
Okay. So let's start with this presentation. Get ready to go Zoneless. So one of the fundamental ability of Angular is to detect whenever we have a change in our data model. So the idea is that we create our data model and we link it to the template. So for example, we have a value here that is a number of 1, and we want to show elements based on this number. So for example, we show an emoji or again an element. And whenever we change this value, for example, to 5, we want to show more elements. This mechanism of Angular that understand and detect when there is a change is called change detection, and it is powered by Zone.js. Zone.js is a library within the Angular ecosystem that is able to monkey patch some of the web APIs, such as the micro task, so set timeout, create timeout, and everything around the timeouts, but there are also other APIs. The micro tasks that are mainly the promise, and event tasks. So everything that goes around events like click, input, scroll, we know the events, and there are also some more. If you're interested in this, you can check the list on the official Angular documentation. But I mean, this talk is not about so much about Zone.js, but more about how to go without Zone.js. So the idea is that Zone.js is able to detect whenever there is one of these events and inform Angular about it. So let's see, this is an example of a tree of components. So we have the app component on the top and some child components. And whenever there is an event, for example, in one of the child component, Zone.js will inform Angular about this event, but Zone.js is not able to detect where there was this event, and not even if there is really a change to apply. So Angular will just render everything again. We can improve this mechanism using the on-push strategy for our components. The idea of on-push strategy is that the components will be removed from this mechanism, or will be handled differently. And we will need to say manually, programmatically, when to update the components. So for example, the same example that we saw before, if an event happened in a child component, the tree of components that has the on-push strategy will be skipped by this mechanism. But there are still some scenarios, for example, this one. An event that is happening in a child component of an on-push strategy branch, where this doesn't improve in reality. So this is not really ideal. And again, you need to imagine that Angular doesn't know where to apply the change doesn't even know if there is a real change. So the best that Angular can do is to render again and render again whenever there are some events. There are also other downsides of Zone.js that are important to know. So the first one is that the presence of Zone.js will increase our bundle and the bundle that we need to load when the application starts. So it will affect our core web vitals. For example, the largest contentful paint. And so this will decrease our performance. Also, Zone.js sometimes appears in our stack trace in case of errors, and this affects our life, so the developer experience. And in general, Zone.js makes Angular not compatible with some tools and libraries. So if you need to integrate some libraries within Angular, you need to apply some strategies like running some scripts outside of the zone, or manually say to Angular whenever it need to update the UI. So yeah, the compatibility it's really important, and it's affected by Zone.js. For this reason, the Angular team worked during the past month to introduce new features like the signals, for example. And recently, they introduced a new zoneless change detection provider as an experimental feature. So this talk is around my experience with that. So I tried to play with it, and this is what I found. So, and what you need to do in order to be prepared for the future. So the first thing that you can do if you want to play with it, you can already activate it. You can go in your Bootstrap application module, and you can provide the experimental zoneless change detection in the providers list. If you are still using the old ng modules, you need also to provide this ngzone noob configuration. And after that, you can remove Zone.js from the dependencies and also from the configuration of your Angular JSON, so from the polyfills. And after that, you will be free from Zone. But your application might not work properly. So it might not work. It means that something will probably work and something not. Let's see what you need to do in order to replace Zone, because the idea is that now we don't have Zone. So Angular will not know about some of the cases where that Angular were re-rendering again. So we need to find a way to cover this hole, so to recover this gap. The first thing that you can do, and this is probably already working in your application, so it will continue to work, is to use host and template listeners callback. So if you are using host listeners, and for example, you are using also the template listeners like from native events or outputs, this will continue to work. So the idea is that Angular is with some code and directives and so on is calling these functions. So Angular knows that these events are taking place, and thus Angular will continue to apply the strategy of if there is an event, probably there is also a change to render. Actually, Angular will mark your components as DRT in its list. So it means that we'll check for this component, for the change of this component, and we'll render them again. So after that, another strategy that you can apply is to use the change detection ref mark for checked method. This is the strategy that you will use when you use the on push strategy. So the idea is that you are again manually or programmatically saying to Angular, hey, there is a change. I would like you to notice it and to render the component again. This is actually good from a performance point of view, but it offers to you sometimes a bad developer experience, because you really need to tell Angular whenever you want a change. So sometimes it's not good, it's stressful, like you may miss something, or you may encounter some issues with some stuff that are not updated. So again, this is good again, but it might not be ideal for your life as a developer. You can use also the async pipe, so you can bind your observables with the async pipe in your template and render the data. This works because under the hood, the async pipe is actually using the change detection ref mark4 check. So it's like the same, but it's just that the async pipe is using it for you. But again, the async pipe, it's also great because it will handle the subscription to your observables and also the unsubscription whenever the component is destroyed. So of course you should continue to use it. And this is something that if you're already using will let your application continue to work. Finally, signals. Signals were introduced to this. So the idea of signals was to introduce this kind of feature, so the zoneless change detection, and in general to improve the performance of the rendering process. That is a process that is expensive from a performance point of view. So the idea is that you have this container, there are the signals, and you can set update a value, and the signals in some context will inform some functions or other signals about the change, and this change will propagate. So imagine that you can use in your template this function that is actually, it's a good, usually in Angular it's not good to use functions in the template. So you will inform the component about the change of the value through the signal. So you need to imagine that the value, the component template is wrapped around an effect, and this means that this effect will notice this change and will trigger the change detection. You can apply also the computed, because they at the end the computed signals are still signals, and again they are meant to be used for that, so feel free to use them. And these are more or less all the strategies that you should apply in order to let your application work. One thing that I would like to say also is that you can also make some changes to your data model and use these strategies to apply those changes. So the idea is that these strategies will mark as dirty your component, and Angular will check the component again. So if you apply some other changes without using these strategies, they will be rendered and updated again in the UI as soon as one of these strategies will take place. And more or less, that's it for the strategies, but I want to show you a demo. So I prepared a small application. This is a Pokemon and application that I made just for this conference. I can show you that this is currently using Zone. So I can go into the console and search for the Zone object, and we found it. So it means that this is using Zone.js. So the application is quite simple. When you access it, there is a loader that is loading a list of Pokemon. It's just the first generation, if you are fans of Pokemon. Then you have a search bar. You can search for a query, and you will find only the result of this query. That's it. It's really simple. But it still offers to us some challenging when updating it. So let me show you. This is the code. We have the component that we saw. It's mainly just this component. So on the init, we are loading from an observable the list of the Pokemons. Then it's rendered inside the template thanks to the control flow. We have the search bar, and whenever we are searching something, we are triggering the filter list that is calling another API of the same service to get the list of the filtered Pokemon based on the query. So it's simple. Let's destroy it. So let's try to migrate it. So if you generate a new project today with Angular 18, you will have this provide zone change detection. We can remove it because we are going to use the zoneless one. So let's remove it. And I'm activating this one. So now that we have done this, we can go in our package JSON and remove this dependency. And also we can go in the Angular JSON file and remove the Zone.js from the polyfills. So let me go here. I have also this configuration. If you have more than one configuration, of course, you will have to remove more. And once you have done this, you need to restart your application, at least if you already have the application running. So that's it. Now we have the same application. Of course, it's not working because of some of the APIs are not, Zone.js is not informing Angular about the updates. I can show you that Zone is not present anymore. So if we try to search for Zone, we will not find it. And also, I can show you something that is really interesting. If now I try to search something, again, we see that the application is just loading, but it's not true. So we will have the full list, but we are actually searching for the query. So what's happening here? What's happening is that basically this is still working because this is a template callback. So this is working. So whenever we search for it, the first thing that happens is that when you access the application, this observable will update the list asynchronously. When we search for a query, the template callback will mark as dirty the view, and so the template will be rendered again, and we will see the list. And after like maybe some milliseconds, we will have the list updated by the other observable, but this is actually not rendered. So what we need to do is like to maybe search something again. And this is the result of the second query, but again, we are like one step late. So what we can do? Let's apply one of the strategies that we saw. So first of all, we can like, for example, manually, again, not manually, but programmatically, but I like to say manually. We can say to, using the change detection ref to Angular, like to mark this view as dirty. And this will let the application work. Voila. Okay, this is working again. The other strategy that we can apply is to use the async pipe. So this is convenient. I prepared this before. So I can go this off this one and put the async pipe. And as we can see, this will still work. But yeah, again, this will work just for the first query because I didn't prepare it to be more complex for the actual query of the search part. But the idea is that, yeah, the async pipe will work for this. What else you can do? We can also test the latest example, that is the signals. That is actually the one that will probably work the most for you in the future. So you can use this signal API from Angular. Of course, this now says to us that we cannot update a signal like this, but we should like do a set. And we can do a set also here. Set. Oh. And of course, I need also to update the template. So we need to read the value from the signal. And now it will work. Okay, the loader is broken. Let me see if... Okay, we have the loader that is broken. Why is that? Yeah, because we need also to update the signal of the if statement for the loader. Dot length, of course. Let me do like this. Oops. Voila, this should work. And voila, so we can see like I can search for another one. And this is working again. Again, because the component is wrapped ideally around an effect, and the effect will trigger the change detection. So for the demo, the demo is finished. It was pretty simple. But let's recap what we saw. So now that you saw this, I hope that you are ready to go zoneless. Let's recap. So you need to call the change detection ref and mark for check method to mark the component as dirty with the zoneless change detection, or using the async pipe that, again, is using this method under the hood. You need to update the signals used in the template, or you can bound to host and template instance. Finally, you can also, again, make some changes and wait for one of these three strategies that we see above this one to mark the component as dirty. My name is Davide Passafaro. I'm a senior front-end engineer at Edwork and also the community manager of Angular Rome. And if you like this presentation, or even if you didn't like the presentation, please contact me. These are my social media, so LinkedIn. I write also some articles on Medium, and you can find the slides and the demo of this presentation on GitHub. Again, if you want to contact me and share your experience, or give me some feedbacks about how to improve this presentation, or in general, feel free. I'm quite happy to meet you. I'm recently, I started to write some articles on Medium, and if you would like to follow me, please. I will also write some articles about the zoneless change detection in the next days. So if you want to know more also about how to test with zoneless change detection, I really suggest you to follow to not miss my article. And that's it. Thank you.
You heard it from the man himself. Do not miss his articles, man.
Yeah.
How should not?
No, you really shouldn't. I love I love that you're
Mm-hmm.
creating content, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I started recently, and it's quite challenging for me to create content.
Oh, welcome to the club.
Yeah, it's like a new step, but it's really amazing. Like when you see that people appreciate your content and they give you feedback, because usually people want you to succeed when you share stuff with them. So I usually am like so afraid. I was shaking before starting this, but people usually give you feedback because they want you to improve, and this is why I'm doing this. And thank you also to let me do it.
It was a pleasure having you. Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, what we have next is lunch, so you can hang out. You have 10 minutes left on your talk. We're not gonna let you go away like that. That would be too easy. So
Your live.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say your live coding session was perfect. Like,
really?
Part of the thing I love about live coding is that it allows people to see that even senior developers make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
In your mind, you're hyper aware of these errors that are going on, right? But these are the things we do every day. But now everybody's watching, and you handled it perfect. I loved it. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, originally I planned to make it more complex, but accidentally I was triggering the change detection too many times, so it was not breaking actually. And I was like, no, I need to break it because you need to see what happens if you don't use these strategies. So yeah, but it was super fun. And this is actually, I will share also the repository, and this is actually somewhere thanks to Vercel. So if people want to play with it, they are free to do.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. Is it something that as you start playing with it, I guess the adoption is going to be progressive, would you recommend somebody who has existing app to try to go that route, or just do this with new apps?
No, I suggest people to start to use Signals for sure, because they are really optimized. I didn't want to focus too much on Signals, but maybe I could have added something more on that. But actually, Signals are really improving a lot. Not just the performance, but also the reliability of the application. Because, for example, using AnalogJS, we have some glitches sometimes. I did a presentation last year about this. And using Signals, you have not, because Signals wait for the next tick before applying the change on the template. So if you update too many times the signal, you will still just see one update. So they are really meant to be used for that. And I suggest everyone to update their application right now, not just for new projects. But and also, if I wanted to mention it, but maybe I forgot. If you are using something like NGRx Signals or one of these state management, and that already provides some integration with Signals, your application might already work with this. So it's better if you test it and you play with it a little bit. What you can do is just to remove the changes and continue with that. So just spend some time to test and to play with this. Yeah. This is the conference of live coding, yeah.
I have some live coding a little later, but man, I'm getting nervous now because yeah, I'm sure everything that should go wrong will go wrong. So, but we'll see.
No.
Yeah, Annalisa is giving you some props. So yeah, very good, very amazing presentation. And then she has like, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Charizard, of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Fire type.
My brother liked the Blastoise, and since we were rival when we were child, so I.
Fire versus water. Wow.
Yeah, of course.
Wow. How did your mom keep you guys in the same house?
Yeah, it was really
That's awesome.
Okay. What I like about like online conferences is like I'm in the safety of my home because I can say something like this. I have no idea about Pokemon and I have no idea about Game of Thrones. And I can still be alive because I'm in the safety of my house right now.
Can we lost some attendees after this? Can we check if we lost some attendees after you said that?
Oh, maybe. No, I'm not going to lose any because we have like Jason, who's like the Pokemon, master here. So I'm going to rely on Jason, man.
I'm not a Pokemon master. My youngest daughter really likes Pokemon. And so I played a couple of the games with her and things like that. So I know a little bit.
Yeah, I was like deciding what to do. And I was like, I never developed a Pokemon app. So yeah, let's try it.
And that Pokemon API is really good.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm going to tap into it and see. That would be good to do a Pokemon app with a zoneless use case and see what's going to go. Yeah, that could be fine. Yeah, some cool APIs to share. Yeah, the Pokemon app, the Star Wars app. Yeah,
Rick and Morty.
Very cool. Yeah, yep.
There's a Rick and Morty API that So there's a lot of really good ones out there. So.
No, that's very cool. Yeah, I think we should just start sharing those and people can just build some use case around it. So that's cool. Yeah. And like talking about that, I mean, honestly, the Postman API VS Code thingy, I'm a Thunder client user. I've been kind of hardcore on that, but there are just a few things in there that Postman does a little better. And I think you still can use both, and I will highly recommend it. But it's slick. The way that they have it is slick. And somebody was talking about using HTTPS, doing token. I mean, they have everything. Everything is in there, really, honestly. And if your application has collections already that they share and everything, if you go all out, you have all of that. And I'm not endorsing anybody. This is a sponsor-free show. We'll keep it that way as long as possible. So yeah, but it's just a good tool at the end of the day. Yeah. So how do I get into NG Rome or NG? I mean, I'm gonna start with I'm gonna talk to you in private.
Exactly.
I gotta see about this Rome thing,
Yeah, you need.
Yeah, but a beautiful conference, man. I mean, I think it's just becoming a staple in the community. So yeah, good job to you and to the entire team. From the Angular Tiny Conf, we aspire to be anything like you, man, and that would be a great thing for us. So yeah, giving you flowers.
You guys had Brandon Roberts and Marco kick it off.
Yeah.
And then you closed it out with
Manfred.
Angular. Yeah, Manfred. Angular architects, right?
Yeah,
so I was
amazing.
I was looking at everybody who's there. I was like, whoa! It's it was a big conference. Congratulations!
Yeah, congrats.
What was the highlight for you?
I mean, for me, personally, it was when I went on stage to ask them about the question from the attendees. So I was I'm asking question to them. Wow! I was like,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
I liked the first session because it was my session, so I was following the speakers. They were my squad. But I also liked a lot the last session with Manfred, with Brandon, with also some other speakers. So it was really amazing. I'm not sure about it, but someone told me that it was really we were lucky to have Brandon, because it was the first time it was outside Europe. So I was like, oh wow, amazing.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, me
That's
neither.
cool,
I'm not
man.
sure if it's true. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's true, but if it's true, it's really amazing. I mean, wow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's pretty cool,
Brandon
man.
is an amazing
they
person.
also had some workshops the day before, and I attended the one of NGRx, and it's really a powerful tool. Yeah, I mean it's incredible. So
I mean, Rome is easy to convince anybody, man. So yeah, get to Rome and you say, no, I don't think, but let me think. No, I don't think. You're like, yeah, let me get on the next plane. So yeah, man, that's cool. Yeah, I saw some cool. And then Rainer Handkamp, who was there, is going to speak here a little later about SignalStore. Yeah, so which is perfect, So yeah. Oh yeah. I love this one, man. Of course, man. Of course.
Mexico.
Of course, man. Looking forward to it, man.
We love it.
We don't love breaks at Angular Tiny Conf, but we unfortunately have to take them because our bodies are still human, even though like our minds might sometimes not look like that. But we need to take a break. So we will have, I think, what is going to be maybe the only break for 30 minutes. I promise I'm not going to sneak in a talk or anything like that. You are safe. But we start back at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Be here at 12:25 because we're going to start at 12:30 on the dot. I haven't had coffee. I haven't had breakfast. I'm just going to go and get some fuel right now. So, and I highly suggest you do the same. And of course, get some water. We have about 7 hours left, man. We're just getting started right here. Thank you so much, Davide, for joining us among all the other stuff you were doing. So, congratulations on your content creation and move. I hope that it goes as far as you want to take it. And we'll be talking soon, man, because I gotta get to Rome, man. You have to find me a way to get there. No worries, man.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Any parting words for Davide?
Sorry?
Any parting words for him, guys?
Amazing.
Thank you so much for coming.
There you go. Amazing.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Cool, guys. Take care. And then Angular Tiny Conf crew will be back in about 20 minutes. And we'll go back live at 25. And then the next speaker at 30. All right? Cool. See you soon. Bye.
Ciao.
See you soon.
So just like people don't see a black stage, I'm going to put the background and some music. Hold on a second. I got you guys. Don't worry about it. This is not our first rodeo. Let's go to the helping slide. There you go. I'm going to remove
We just have to vibe to the music, I guess.
Yeah, we get chill lo-fi music in the background.
man. Lo-fi saves my life, man. I love it. Sorry if let me get rid of it.
No, this is awesome.
I mean, that's the only thing that I can code with right now. I just have a few
Yeah.
Wi-Fi stations that I like connect to, and then when it's in the background, it's just the right white noise for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's really chill. Just sounds really good. It's awesome to have a member of the Angular architects with us.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
I wonder what the architects like listen to when they coding or when they like thinking about all this stuff, man. Come on, Rainer. Give us the secret of the gods.
Different styles. I'm currently listening a lot to ABBA.
Oh,
So,
nice.
yes,
Really?
Yes.
Nice.
Old ABBA?
Yeah.
The very old.
Very
oh
nice.
my.
Yeah, the very old ABBA, exactly.
Oh my God!
Isn't-
wow.
Isn't
Marcus was
ABBA
not born
Swedish?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Swedish,
they are.
yes.
Yeah. So of course I
then.
gotta
Marcus,
approve.
were you
I mean,
born when ABBA was around? I remember being a kid.
Yeah. No, they were disco's era. They were disco era, right? So I was tiny when ABBA was
I
around.
mean, I think the oldest one that I remember when it comes to disco band was Boney M.
Okay, that's also old, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was 2 years old, and I'm old now, so I was 3. I mean, when I remember them, I was like dancing to them. I was 3-4 years old, so yeah.
I see.
Well, ABBA is kind of always around here.
Yeah,
somewhere
man,
or another.
it's great. I mean, I haven't heard like the name ABBA in forever.
Really?
I mean, the funny thing is Senegal is just one of these places where we listen to like all of the music around the world. I mean, every single type of music. And then you'll go to this like radio stations, and the DJ every single hour they will play a different music from a different country, you know. And even at the parties, you know, from the parties will start at around 11 or midnight until 6 in the morning, and every single hour had a different music section. It was just not a hip hop party or a reggae party. It was a mix, you know.
That's awesome.
So yeah, that was that thing was crazy. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Nice. So, Rainer, you were just at the did Enea give you the clone secret? Because you were just at NG Rome, and like in the closing arguments, what happened? How did you get here?
Yeah, I took the plane, but I was together with Enea at the dinner last night till 2 a.m.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's good, man. That's
Thanks
good.
for being here with us.
Yeah.
Oh
Definitely
man.
appreciate it. Yeah.
You know,
So let's see.
We get
we
hit
should
with the
be-
hard questions here, right?
Yeah.
Adi,
Uh-huh.
Rainer's being asked if he still watches Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, I've also now started to watch there is a new series, Dragon Ball GT, or I don't know how it is called.
Oh my
I
God.
now moved on to that one, but it's still Son Goku, Vegeta, they're all there, and yeah.
For the love and of Angular Tiny Conf, let's not start with Dragon Ball Z. That's my favorite show of all time.
Nice.
If we start, I'm gonna go on 500 tangents. Okay, I'm gonna have some Dragon Ball Z jokes ready. Oh my lord, I love that show. Let's talk about it. So we are at your time, Rainer. We're gonna let you go with your presentation. And then we'll take it from there, you know.
Okay.
So share your screen and I'll add it to the stage.
Yes. Okay. I think 5 minutes Q&A is all right at the end.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All good.
Yeah.
So let me quickly slideshow and share my screen.
Kamehameha.
Is he here?
Somebody just said Kamehameha on it, man. But you have to say it. You have to do it. You have to really like gun for it, you know.
Yeah.
Go with your presentation. Forget about me. Let me add this. That's you?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, NgRx.
Okay. Marcus and I are gonna get out of your way. Go at it, buddy.
Okay. So thank you, and yeah, also welcome to everyone who's watching. In the next 20 minutes, I want to give you an introduction into the NGRx SignalStore. So if you're not using it already, then I hope that I'm going to change your mind. So a quick introduction, but not that much. So I'm Rainer. I'm from Angular Architects. Also live in Austria, but I now spent the last 3 days in Rome at NG Rome, and now I'm back here and at the Tiny Conf. Good. So what I usually do is that I have here my application is already prepared. So I thought it might make a little bit sense if I include a little bit of a context or a connection to the Tiny Conf. So I wasn't really sure what Shemu means, but I found out that this is an Egyptian name. So I kind of added here a little bit of a quiz about Egypt. So basic things that you might want to have to know when you're a tourist there. And yeah, so the first question is already, what are the ancient Egyptian names for the 3 seasons? So you can say here Shemu, which is harvesting. And this is the kind of quiz that we will then use in order to apply the SignalStore. So I will now, I'm not going to use any slides, but I will just show you how it looks like only by showing code. So as you see, you can click here on different answers. And depending if you have the right or the wrong one, the status here changes itself. And you also have here a countdown. So you only have a few minutes left to answer this quiz. And yeah, so this is how it works. So like a normal quiz, actually. The way how it is implemented is that at the moment, the complete quiz is done in one component only, which, of course, as we see, this is then a very large, a very big component. And I want to quickly go over it, what we're doing here. So the component is already fully based on signals. There is also here inline templating, so it's not that important. The more important part is here the code that we have. So I have here a quiz, which I would say this is a signal which contains all the data that my quiz requires. So we have here a title, we have the questions, and also the time in seconds. And what I'm going to do then is that I say, well, I don't need to deal with the signal, with the total value of the signal all the time. I want to have some kind of partial signals, and that's why I have here 3 times it computed. So I'm going to my questions, title, and time in seconds. So I have to do this manually. It's not that hard, but I still have to do it. Then I have here some other stuff for my countdown. And then I have here a status. So this is a derived signal. I'm using here the computed. I'm calculating the amount of correct and incorrect answers. And then I have here my constructor. Now, the constructor comes with a little bit of logic. So we have here an effect running. I have my ID property. The ID property is also a signal. It's an input signal in this case. So it comes from the router. And what I'm doing here, I say whenever this ID changes, in my case, it only changes, so it's only activated once, I am going to fetch the quiz. And as you see here, I'm not using here an observable. I just go here with promise-based, very simple things, because I don't have here a race condition or something else, so I don't see the need for RxJS in this case. And then I have here my untracked, where I say I'm going to set the value of the quiz into my signal. Then we have here the interval for my timer. So far, so good. We will talk about that later. And then we have here what I would call a typical logic thing. So we have here this answer method. It's not important what it is doing. It's more important that there is some logic which operates on top of my signals, on top of my quiz. And what we usually do, I mean, I think this shouldn't come as a surprise. If you see here, the component contains quite a lot, that we are going to extract some functionality into a service. A service only made for the quiz component, but we want to have a clear separation. And the SignalStore is now there to help you. So the SignalStore from NgRx, it's a state management library, but you can also see it as a library where they know already the common tasks that we have to deal with if we're using signals. Always there are some common tasks there, and it tries to help you with this as much as possible. To make it short, the SignalStore gives you the opportunity to easily read, but also write to a larger signal. And it also gives you some kind of a guide. So there are some locations, some places that the SignalStore enforces where you have to put the logic and also the derived values. And that's it in short. So you can actually also see this in extensions to signals, especially for those signals that contain larger values, nested properties, or just quite a lot of properties. Good. And now I'm going to extract it. And by doing that, I hope that you get an understanding how the SignalStore works. So I have here an empty file. And the way how it works is that I say SignalStore. And I can already tell you, you will not see any class with the SignalStore. It's only based on functions. And well, we usually have to start with a state, with some kind of values that my SignalStore needs to manage. And I can take the existing state already. So as I said before, there is this quest signal and it contains everything that I require. So I'm going to copy here the object literal. And I say here with state. And I put it in there. So I just say, yeah, this is this with state. I provide here some kind of initial value. The questions, I have to make sure that they are also typed. So I use it here like this. So I say new array questions. And then I need to use the SignalStore somehow. The way how we do it is that we say, okay, I give it here a name. So I const quiz store, that's the name of it. And I'm also going to export it. And as you see, I'm using here capital case. So this is not, and the reason why I'm doing it is that the quiz store is not an instance of something, but the quiz store now is a class. So the SignalStore is a function that creates me another class. Something we don't see that often in Angular, but it does exist. And I also need to provide it. So as I said before, the quiz store is something that I want to use only for that particular component. So that's why I do here component providing. And then I'm going to use it. So I'm going to say here quiz store, inject quiz store. There it is. Now we can already take a look at it, what the quiz store now provides. I mean, I have just here with state and nothing else. And if I would say here const value, this quiz store, then you see that it contains the title, the questions, and also the time in seconds. So what the SignalStore is already doing, it knows as we have here a bigger signal, a bigger value, so we need some kind of partial signals, or how they call it, slices. So if I, for example, say here title, then the value is a signal of a string. If I say questions, then this is then that the value is then a signal of a question array. So all these things that we always have to do is something that the SignalStore is already doing for us. So I don't need to come up here with these three computeds. They are already there. So I can remove them. And we will now get some issues in the template. So let's go there first. We need to make here some changes. So when it comes to the title, I'm going to access the quiz store directly like this. So I say here quiz store title. For the questions, I also use it. And you see the type is the same. It's just that I have to add quiz store, but that's it. And this is what we have now seen, this kind of slices. This is what I said before. It improves the possibilities to read parts of the signal. And the other thing is that it also improves the way how we can write to a signal. So especially if we have a larger signal, what we always have kind of issues is that we have to kind of always clone them, and then we might only want to update a certain part of it, but not everything. And this is again where the SignalStore provides us with a function which is called patch state. And with patch state, we have here some issues as well, which was expected. So this quiz store needs to get this. Let me quickly do here the updates as well. So this quiz store in the also here, although this is going to change then. Quiz store time in seconds, and here again. So I am looking for the error message for the quiz for the error message. Let me maybe also remove the original signal, because otherwise it doesn't work. Yeah, now we are talking. So we have here this update and the quiz store. So I want to set here the state of the complete quiz store. So the way how I can do it is that the quiz store doesn't give me now the set or the update method, which we have from the normal signal, but instead it says, well, there is a patch state. So in this case, I will provide my quiz store as it is, And then I can say, okay, I have already my quiz available. That's the complete state in this case. So I just say here quiz. In the end, that's the simple set state just now with patch state. It becomes more interesting though if I go down here, because here, as you see, this is this kind of maybe unnecessary part where I have to use an update, and I say, well, everything that I want to do there is that I only want to update the questions, but not the title and whatever might be there. It's only about the questions. So I'm forced in a way to always clone my existing value and then provide only the things that I want to change. And this is now which the patch state, where the patch state can help me quite a bit. So I say here, patch state. I say, yes, so we have here our quiz store, and I don't care about everything else except the questions. I only want to update the questions. That's what I'm interested here. And that's why I'm going to just take this part. See here, okay, we still have here our quiz store, of course. I'm going to access the questions, and I only provide the questions and don't care about the rest, which means I can now remove this part. And then, of course, it also becomes now easier. Yeah. So patch state and those slices make it easier, as I said already before, reading and writing to a signal. Let's quickly check if the application is still running. Yep, that's an incorrect answer. Wonderful. Countdown is also working. Good. And then what you always have with a larger signal, that you always have some kind of logic and derived values around it. And of course, if you write your own service, you can kind of come up with your own ways. But this is the problem. Everything is a little bit individual. And here the SignalStore says, no, we have a clear way on how we do it. We have a clear way, a standardized way on how you add logic and on how you add derived values. And it follows the convention, which it has already started with state, because it says when you want to add derived values, and this is with computed. So with computed is that place where all the computeds are located. So this is, again, standardized and also then easier to read for somebody who doesn't know the code yet. What does with computed do? It gives me the existing state, and it expects from me that I'm going to return an object literal where I am providing those things that my quiz store should expose. And well, I can now quickly go back to my component, because here we had the status, and the status is exactly that. So the status is a derived value. So I can again say I want to use here the computed. I go into my with computed and I say, well, you know what? There is now the status available, the status property. Here you have the logic on how it is calculated. Quiz store, this quiz store is not available within the SignalStore, but we have here the state. This is what we require. So I just say here state. And if I'm not missing anything, then we are done. Yeah? So now I have here my status coming from the SignalStore, which means I can remove that part. I don't need it in the component anymore. And then I have to check out where the error comes in the template, because as it was before, the quiz store or the status now also has to be fetched by the quiz store like this. So I'm going to kind of update it here as well. Yeah, so Angular is rebuilding. I don't think that this is an error. This is something where my IntelliJ is a little bit confused at the moment. But if I go back and if I reload it, and I click here again on the right answer, then we see the status is updated correctly. Yeah, so that's the computed part. And then we have the logic. So we also have here this logic, this answer function, if you remember. So where I'm, again, find out if this thing is correct or not. And there's also a place for the logic in the SignalStore. And since we have with state, with computed, it doesn't come as a surprise, I guess, if this is another with method. It's not just another with method, it's also the with methods. That's the one where we can put the logic. And the with methods works exactly in the same way as the computed. It gets not the state, it gets the store. So it is also able now to access the computed values. But still, the expectation, the SignalStore expects from us then we are going now to return another object literal where I say this should be those methods that my quiz store in the end should have. And as I said before, there is only the answer which I have at the moment. So I'm going to copy here the answer. I put it in here. And again, need to make my obvious changes. So I say, yeah, this quiz store needs to be changed by store 1 time, 2 time, 3 times. And I am good to go. Let's go back, which means I can then also remove the answer in my component. It's not necessary anymore. And of course, as I have done it before, somewhere somebody is calling the answer method, which does not exist anymore in the component, but it does exist in the quiz store. So that's it. Good. It's the way how it looks like. So if I then click here again, yeah, it's still working. Wonderful. And then the last thing that I want to show you, because we're already close at the end, is maybe this thing with the timeout or with the countdown that we have here. So what I want to do, and this is always something which we are dealing when we're using signals. There's always this question, where are the places, when should we use RxJS instead of signals? How can we kind of find the right balance? Are there some places where I can only use RxJS? And the SignalStore also has an answer for that. So what I want to do is that I say, I want to now update, or I want to now provide this time left and what we have here in our component for the countdown, also from my SignalStore, obviously. So let me quickly scroll down. I'm talking here about time started and time left. So I'm going to move these two properties also to my SignalStore now. So it's now also managed here. The time started obviously is a new date, and time left, yeah, let's say with 108 or 180. And let's keep it like this so far. And what I want to do now is that I say I give the consumer, in this case the component, I give the consumer the option to give me some kind of a trigger. So I say you can give me an observable in this case, and I, inside of my SignalStore, I will update my time left whenever the observable emits. So it could also be used, an observable can also be used for other things, but in this case, I say, yeah, the consumer should give me an interval or something else. And whenever this observable is then emitted, I'm going to update here my time left. The way how I would usually do it is that I say, well, we have here update time left. It's another function that I'm going to provide, another method. And I say here already updater. So that's going to be an observable of, let's say, unknown. I'm not interested in the value. I just want to have something like a trigger. And then I say, okay, I have here updater. I use my pipe. And what I do there is that I say, well, there is this map operator. And I say, I'm not really interested what kind of arguments I'm getting. What I'm more interested is that I'm updating my time left. Yeah, and we have here already also the code available. So it's already here. So I say, so where do we have it? I think this is what I have to copy. So I put this here. This will then be my new time left, where I say store. Also store time started. And I'm going to use the patch state here. So I say patch state, we have our store, and I want to update the time left like this. Need to make sure that I'm closing the bracket, right? Yeah, looks good. And of course, we also need to then subscribe. But before we subscribe, we should maybe think about unsubscriptions. So I say here, take until destroyed, like this. And then I just say here, subscribe. So I have here a subscription, but somebody needs to, of course, now needs to provide me the update time left. That looks a little bit complicated, but you will see the reason why I'm doing it like this. Because I can now say, I can skip the whole thing here again from my component. This is all about making my component more readable, again, extracting code. And I can say, look, my dear quiz store, I am going to provide you now with a trigger. And in this case, update time left gets from me the interval for 1000. So for 1 second, I'm now in charge from the components perspective. I can now say, I can define the time when the countdown is updated. So I save it. We will get another bunch of error messages. We know already how that works. So I say here, yep, this is the time left is now also coming from my quiz store. And then we will see. So I'm going back to my application. We see here the countdown is running. So that's good. And now the SignalStore provides me with a utility function for what I have just done. Because the SignalStore says, look, you can give me any observable, any reactive type, actually. It could also be a signal if you want to. And I will make sure that I'm doing the automatic subscription. I will also do the unsubscription. You don't have to care about it. So I will make your life as easy as possible. The automatic unsubscription happens when the service is destroyed. In our case, it's when the component is destroyed. So what I have to do there is that I say, okay, let me quickly rename that one, that we see the difference. So I say here, update time left. And there is now this Rx method function where I say, I'm now expecting that you are creating me the same thing that that I have done here manually, but now the Rx method should do it. I say, again, you give me a method where I'm not really caring what type it is. So I say here, unknown. And in this Rx method, every kind of function call or every observable which I'm getting here, I cannot treat just by using the pipe here. So I can say, I only need this part here. I'm going to copy that one, put it in here. Then I have here my map. I don't need the take until destroyed. That's already taken care of. And I also don't need to subscribe. That's also what my SignalStore is already doing. So again, much easier. And to the outside, as you see here in the compilation, nothing has changed. So if I go to my component store, the component store is not aware of the Rx method. It doesn't know what it is. But to the component store, update time left is just another method where I can now provide any type I want, or in this case, I'm providing a reactive type, and then my SignalStore will do everything else what is necessary. So if I now go back, you see the countdown is still working, and we still have a working and a running application. And if you compare now the amount of code which we had in the beginning in the quiz component, and how small, how easy it is to readable, and they also, of course, I mean, the code didn't vanish, it's still there, but it now found a better place because now the code is much more structured. And we also have the option to add here also some utility methods, which can help us, like the Rx method or some other things. For example, what I could also provide now are some hooks. So I could say some things should start at the very beginning. And what is also available, and this is something which I cannot show because of the time, there are also extensions methods. So I could, for example, say, I'm now creating a generic function where time started, time left is already in a state. And I also provide in the generic function maybe the update time left method. And then I can reuse this generic function in multiple different signal stores and have, so in that case, a very easy way to extend or to provide extensions to it. Yeah, but this talk was an introduction into the SignalStore, so that's why I'm not going into the advanced part. Documentation is, of course, available. There, everything is very well described. And my plan was that I finish on time. So that was it from my side. And well, I'm looking forward for any questions that you might have.
Rainer's streaming, man.
I'm telling you, man. Oh, man. Look at what Mark is saying. Like, you're right out of this word.
Oh,
I was like,
I'm not doing it the first time. So
okay.
So he calls it basic, but I just learned a whole bunch in this half hour. And I've been using SignalStore for a while.
Thank you. Thank
you.
Yeah,
definitely, man. I have on my talk, I'm gonna I have a store. I'm not going to show the code of the store. I'll just show like the result of it. And then when I refactor it, then I'll show it. Because right now I'm like, I saw a couple things that I need to refactor before going any further. So man, thank you so much. Like, you know, and like Eduardo's jumping in stuff. Okay, give me 20 minutes.
Come on.
Hold
You know
my
it's
coffee.
fake. It's not real, yeah.
Thank you
But
so
thank
much.
you,
Not
thank you.
only like you were traveling, you had like 500 other things going on, but you still took the time to come and share your
Sure.
passion, your expertise with us. You know, thank you so much.
Sure.
And that's
Thank
going to
you.
be funny when you're going to do Angular news. Now you're going to have to talk about yourself too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right,
thank
man.
you.
We'll let you go, man. Thank you so
Yeah,
much. Have
thank
a good
you.
one, sir.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Alfredo,
Take care.
all the best for the next talk. Bye.
Thank you.
Alfredo.
There you
Hey.
go, Alfredo.
Man.
Man, you made my Angular Tiny. You were the first difficult thing in my Angular Tiny Conf. I've kept on looking for Alfredo Perez on Twitter, and it was Alfredo Perez. I'm like, man, come on, man. Why did he
Yeah.
do that? Then I went to Session Night, and I'm like, maybe you should have looked here first. But I was like, yeah, that should be straightforward, man.
Well,
But
it's
yeah,
a
man,
really
thank you.
common name, so when I created
Yeah,
Twitter,
yeah,
it was too
yeah,
late.
Alfredo
yeah.
Perez is a really good name.
It is an
Yeah.
amazing name.
Yeah, man.
He's the one of the organizers for the Angular community meetup Spanish.
Yeah, I saw them like coming to support him, and yeah, thank you for like doing that. I think the Spanish one started what, last year or more?
Been longer than that.
It's a
I think
little
it's
bit
up
more
to
than
2 years now. I've been off
almost.
that long? No, man, come on now.
pretty close.
I remember when it started. I mean, maybe yeah, it's going 2 years now.
I haven't been doing meetups with the Angular community meetup for a little over a year, and I remember talking with Alfredo, getting the
Okay, so
Spanish
yeah.
meetup set up.
So Eduardo is giving us the fact, October 2022. Yeah. So
Eduardo's
it's gonna get to like 2 years. Okay, got it. Yeah. But I remember I remember the first like announcement. So good to have you. And without further ado, let us it's 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're doing very good on time this time. So go right ahead, share your screen, and I'll add it to the stage, and we'll get out of your way.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for the intro.
So I'm gonna add this to stage, and you can go presenter mode and hide the hide button.
All right.
There you go. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do
Okay.
it.
Cool. All right. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm going to be talking about Angular query. I bet some of you recognize this game. It's Mario Kart. I'm really bad at it. But I heard that if you want to get good at it, you need to use your shortcuts. Like you need to know the shortcuts of every race, or even use the power-ups so you can get advantage against your enemies. Yeah. So my name is Alfredo Perez. I am part of the Angular community meetup. Also, I write articles at the NGConf, and I work at Limbo. If you want to follow along or you want to see the code and also the slides, feel free to go to this link, and then you can see the code and everything there. All right, so let's start by how we're going to be using Angular query. So this assumes that you already set it up. Angular query is a library that helps you to manage your asynchronous or server state. So like, for example, here we have an application that is really small. And what it's doing is that based on the user inputs, is going to make another request. So in order to use Angular query, what we're going to do is create a user's query. And we're injecting, and here is the first important thing about Angular query. We have the query key. This is what defines where it's going to be saved, the data that we get from the asynchronous. In this case, it's an API. Then we have the query function, and this is what is telling whenever we want to request for this query, we're going to use this asynchronous method. So in our template, what we get thanks to Angular query is that now we have atomic state for every request that we are using. So like, for example, for this one, we can use the is pending that is already provided by the Angular query, that it knows exactly if the current request is happening. And we can show loading indicator to the users. But if something went wrong, then we can use the is error and show the error message if we have something that was failing. And finally, once we have the data, we can use the query.data, where everything the synchronous or the server is returning. In this case, we're returning an array of items. So the way that this works is that basically we have a cache, and whenever a request happens, so like in this example, user for page 1, everything is going to be stored in the cache. Then if we happen to have another one that is for page 2, then all this data is also going to be stored in the cache. But the next time that we go back to the user's page, the first one is going to reuse that data that is in the cache, and if it is stale or is data that is not useful, it's going to make another request. What this gives us is that give us a really smooth UI, because now we don't have to, it's going to show the data, and we don't have to handle this state by ourselves. If we needed to do this by ourselves, we need to create a lot of tools or use another state management tools, but it's something that Angular query is providing by itself. So let's go to a demo really quick. So in this case, so let me show you this application. This is a really small application that we have here. And the only thing is that we have the current page, and whenever it changes, we're creating a computed signal based on that is creating the request options. Then all these request options are going to be sent to the user's query. So in this case, I move the user's queries to another method so they can be reused in other components. So like, for example, here, let me show you how is this built. So the first thing that we have is the query keys. And here is where I'm putting the way that the keys are going to be created. We can have different kind of requests or different types of requests. Like, for example, we can have a request that gets all the entities, or we can have some of them that are getting a page or just a single element. So in this case, to get the query keys, we're using the request option, so we can have the entity name, then the list, and then what are the request options. Then the query key, this is similar to what I showed you before. We are just building the query keys using this method, and then we are utilizing the user's API to get the data back. So how does it look? So in the right side, you can see the application that is running. And in the bottom left, we have the icon for the developer tools for TenStack. So I'm going to open up. And here, you can see that as soon as I refresh one of the pages, it's going to give us what page is loaded. And it's going to tell us some state about this data. The first thing that I want to show you is, like, if we go to another page, you can see that the page query is changing, and then we have a 1 and 0 here. So what this means is the number of observers for this query. So imagine that every component that is linked to that query is an observer. So whenever we get new data, all the observers are going to get updated automatically. The other thing that I want to show you is that you can troubleshoot and debug what you are getting here. Like, for example, you can go and open up and see what are the query details of what was sent to the server. And also, you can see exactly what data was returned by your API. So this is really useful. And also, you can have other kind of actions that you can trigger, like refetching or resetting and so on. But I want to show you one thing. So what happens if we increase the time that it takes to get the request? In this case, I have a small delay of 1 millisecond. So I'm going to increase this so it's more visible. And this is just to show you how it's using the data from the cache, and we don't have to worry about it. So for example, if we click into the second page, you see the loading indicator. If I go to the third page, we see the loading indicator. But if I start going back, the data is now there. Still, there is something about this, right? Like thanks to timestamp query, and just by using the inject query, we were able to handle the state and this small improvement. But we're going to continue keep growing this application, and we're going to see more features and how it can help us more. So let's go back. So one of the things that I show you is that we can actually do automatic refetch. And what I mean by this is that, if I remember, we talk about the observers, right? Like how many components are attached to a specific query. Well, Angular query provides a way that is going to be automatically refetching the data in certain events. So what are these events? The first one is if it detects that a focus event on the window. So that means that, like, for example, the user goes to another tab, and then suddenly they come back to work on the page that your application is located. Angular query is going to detect that there is a focus event, and it's going to get the data again, and it's going to hydrate all your components or all the observers that are active, only the ones that are active. If you have, like, for example, the grid that I show you with multiple pages, it's not going to try to do all the requests for all the pages. It's just going to look for which ones have active observers and get the data. This also happens if you get online. So, like, for example, a user that is visiting your website in the mobile, then suddenly lose connection and then gets connection again. Angular query will make sure to also refetch data in that scenario. If we get a new observer, so the benefit of using Angular query is if they match the query by the query key, they will reuse the data, right? They are using, and we saw that whenever we went to the page 1, because it was the same query key. So that's why it was refetching the data. But if you happen to create a new component that uses, let's say, the selectable options for user roles, so that will reuse, is a new observer, it will make sure to refetch the data. And if something is new, it will update the observer, all the observers. Finally, if you do any updates on the query key, so this is when we are trying to do a new query key. So let me explain you how this works in this application that I show you. So we have these 3 parts. We have an event when the user changes the page, and then this is using the current page signal. And this current signal is used in the user request options. So the user request options is a computed signal that is using the current page. Then finally, the user's query that we are using is it has a link to the user request options. So that's how we are triggering the effects, right? Like, and updating the query keys at the same time. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is how, if this is gonna replace other state management. And in particular, I get one, if it is gonna work well with SignalStore. So let me show you one example, and where we can see how we can work with these 2 things. I think it's really good to emphasize that NGRx provides a lot of toolings, and in particular the SignalStore. I think it can work really well with Angular query. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, in this page, we have all the options and the current page and all these things that are coming from that I'm creating in every component. So if we want to make this like a state that is in a store, like let's say the data viewer store, then we can move it to the store, and then we're not going to need this anymore. let me show you, before we go further, the data viewer store. It's not a big store like the one that we saw previously, but it's just to see the example of how it will work. So this is really simple. We have a state where we have the search query and the pagination, and then we have a computed that is creating the request option. So that's why I was capable of just removing the request options from the component. And then we have some methods to actually set the search query and so on. And you can update this further, right? Like you can have more computed method, more features, and anything that you want to add to this SignalStore. But the way that I'm going to use it here is that we don't have any more this current page, right? But let's inject the store. So this is going to be the data viewer store. And then we just need to make some changes here. So like, for example, for the current page, we're going to use, instead of this, we have the page here. 1 second. And in here, just making sure that we have some valid data. And then finally, I think we need to make sure that the request options are coming from the store, because those are computed there. And then for handling the changes to the store, we have a specific method. So we have the set page that is really straightforward. And then we have another method that is for the query change, that is the set search query. And I think that's it. So if we see here, this is still working the same way. Like we are generating the query keys in the same way. Like it's working perfectly, right? Like I feel that Angular Query has a really good synergy with other state management tools, and in particular with NGRx SignalStore, because NGRx SignalStore can help us to take control of the component state. We can create signal stores that are just keeping track of a state between multiple components, where we can use Angular Query to actually take care of the server or any asynchronous state. Here I mention asynchronous because it's not only for requests that you do into the API. Angular Query can also take any kind of asynchronous state. Like let's say you're reading data like an IndexedDB or something like is completely asynchronous, but it's not in server. It can also work like that, because the only thing that you need to do is create a query key, and then in the query function, go get the asynchronous data. But I want to show you one more feature. I mentioned that we can make some improvements to the application, because I didn't like that it's actually that we have the loading indicators and that is providing a bad UI. So now let's start using some of the power-ups from Angular Query. So the one thing that I want to do is to add placeholder data. So Angular Query has two features. One is called, that are kind of similar. They are the placeholder data and the initial data. In this case, I'm going to use the placeholder data because I want that whenever we do the transition, I want to show to not go to the loading, but instead just to have a different opacity in the grid and show the old data. So to do that, I'm going to go to my page query, and here I'm going to do placeholder data, and Angular Query provides this tool already that is called keep previous data. So let's see how this works. So if we load our application, the first time we saw the loading indicator still, remember that we have a 1 second delay between requests. But now if I go to the second one, we are only seeing that the opacity is changing. And this is when we go to a new query. Like for example, here we have the query keys for 2 and 1. So if I go to the page 4, is where we see the opacity changing because we don't have a previous data for this. But if we go to the page 2, it will use the data that it has in the cache and then go request new data. But let me show you how did I change the opacity. So from the user's query, that is basically what is getting returned from the page query here, from the inject query. There is a property that we can read that is called the isPlaceholder data. And then in our grid, I'm just changing the opacity to be 0.5 whenever we know that we're showing placeholder data. And this attribute can be used also for other properties or other components where the user can have interactions. Like let's say the pagination, if you wanna disable buttons or paginations or the search input, you can also use a placeholder data as a way to disable those. So that's really cool. And I think I'm getting really satisfied with this UI. It's looking better. We already have a smooth transitions, but there is another thing that we can do. And this is something that I really like. And it depends on how you are doing your API or your server or asynchronous state, but we can do prefetching. And this is really exciting. Let me show you what I mean by that. So basically what we're going to be adding now is that instead of showing the placeholder data, what I want to do is that as soon as we get to the page 1, that we start requesting the next page, because more likely they're going to go to the next page. And they can go to the next page. So we are doing like this optimization so the user don't see the loading screens or the opacity. It's really hard to know where they are going to go, but I think this is a fair assumption. So I'm going to create the I'm going to add the capability to do this. The way that we're going to do it is that we're going to do a query, but it needs to be executed. It needs to be implemented in the constructor. So let's see how we do it. So first I'm going to create here, and we already have this defined in our user's query. So it should be part of this. And it's a method that is called prefetch next page. And what I'm going to pass is the same thing from the Angular, the SignalStore, the request options. What this method is going to do, you can have different kind of methods. I'm going to give you some examples for more different kind of prefetch. But what this method is going to do is just going to get the current request options, add one to the page if we have more pages, and then it's going to try to prefetch this. We have from query client. This is a different method from the inject query that I showed you before. This is a prefetch query. So then what we need to do is that we need to declare this into the constructor, and this is going to be an effect. So the only thing that we need to verify here is if we have any if we are working with placeholder data. So if we're not working with placeholder data, and also I created some return data that we have into the response of the server, that it will let me know if it has more pages. So we don't have to be calculating this per component or per whatever we put it. Then once we are here, we know that we need to activate the prefetch. And in this case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call this and then do the prefetch. Let me rename let's leave it like that. Then what it needs to happen is that it should be prefetching the next page. So I'm not sure what is going on. I think I am missing something here. Let me see. But basically what it does is that after this, it's going to run the prefetch, and at the same time that we get the first page, it's going to load the second page. And that makes it really efficient, because now we don't have to wait for the next page to be loaded. It will automatically load the page. So let's go back to here. So now we saw another superpower of the Angular query, right? Like we have the placeholder data, we have the prefetching. We know that it has really good synergy with other state management libraries. And as well, we saw how the automatic refetch works, right? Like even if you go from page to page, or if you leave the window, that is going to automatically refetch the data. So yeah, make sure to use Angular query, because it's the way to have shortcuts into your state management, and it has a lot of superpowers. Here is the link again to the code if you want to give it a try. Yeah, thank you.
Bien hecho, mano. Well done. Very, very impressive. Thank you. Handstack query is definitely something I need to be looking into, and Angular query really extends that. I learned a lot here. So thank you.
Yeah, I think it's really beneficial or really useful to have these kind of tools, right? Like one other direction that you can take is, like, for example, you can do SignalStore and then use entities with it. And that is a way that you can manage the server state using SignalStore, right? But Handstack has a lot of benefits, right? Like the placeholder data and prefetch. And this is just scratching the surface of all the things that it can do.
So the real hard-hitting question, which Mario Kart character do you play?
Well, as I said before, I'm really bad at Mario Kart, and so I usually try to go with Donkey Kong or something like that. But
nice.
So like when you hit them, they like spin out. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
My youngest one is now able to watch a full movie. I mean, he's turning 2 in August, but now he can watch a full movie. But now we're watching the Mario Bros movie almost every day now. Every day. I mean, it's just like, and I'm like, okay, I'll enjoy it, and I get into it. So yeah, so maybe I should get a Mario Kart in the house. What we'll see.
Oh, so my youngest, she loves the Switch, and we have a couple of games, but Mario Kart's one of her favorites. She's to the point now where she can regularly beat me, and that's a little demoralizing. So
that's not fun anymore. No, that's good. Awesome. More power to her, man. That's so
absolutely.
Cool. Yeah. So the one thing that I got from this though is it's not an either or question here when you talk about Handstack. And I hate the word versus in technology usually, but it's not like you use Handstack or you use SignalStore. Actually, you can use them in combination if you wanted to. And then maybe there's even use case where it is advised to do so. So is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I feel like. It's not something that you can have. You have to go just with NgRx SignalStore and you have to stay with it. Like, I think this can work together really well. It's just that you're separating the things that you handle with one and the other, right? Like with SignalStore, you focus on the state between components, multiple components. With Handstack Query, you can handle all the requests that you do to your server. And that is a good way to split it up.
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Any other questions, comments? And we are welcoming at the same time Igor and Wade from Bitovi.
Welcome.
Nice to have you guys.
Yeah,
so very, very, very good presentation, all throughout delivery, everything was perfect, man. So, and like Jason said, we learned a lot, and that opens up. I think we just have so much powers into our hands. It's up to us to see how to use it and to use it properly. And this type of talks make it like very motivating to do so. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, yeah, I mean, I've been using it, like I said, a little bit. And the query object is so nice. I did not know about this placeholder data, but I mean, it's just one of many reasons why Angular query can be really nice, because it's just, there are so many like convenient like properties and methods, and it just handles a lot for you. And like you said, Alfredo, I have not like digged into it, but I do feel like there are definitely a world where they can live together, you know, just because, I mean, it excels in server state, but there is a lot more, of course, to it, and I think that we have tons of good stuff from the other state management libraries, and they handle a lot of things really well as well. So I think that they can live together. But yeah. Great stuff. Yeah, loved your talk. Really, really good. Really, really nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's
awesome stuff, man. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you so much. So stay around for the conference, you know, stay with your community, and share as much as you can, and we'll do the same. We'll let you go now. Just make sure that when you leave, don't close your tab right away. Just make sure that it tells you that it's okay, because the high quality recording would be done that way. But thank you again, and then we talk to you soon, man.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
All righty. Take care now.
Thank
you.
Bye.
The having Bituvi here, we're up to 2,500 live viewers.
Yeah, man.
So
they know their timing,
they brought
man.
the group, man. They brought the group. Well done, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So Igor, I know you are. Where's your location again?
My location is Serbia, Belgrade.
Belgrade in Serbia. And Wade, you are?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay.
Nice.
All right then. Yeah. All right. Cool. I mean, the power of remote and then like technology. This is one of the things that we take for granted. Awesome. So we're going to get out of your way. Please share your screen, and I'll put it on the stage, and we will just let you go.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Have a good one. We see you soon.
Thanks.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for coming, and welcome to our talk, Breaking Boundaries, Unleashing the Potential of Micro Frontend with Angular and iframes. Today, Wade and I will be presenting together. But before we begin, let me introduce ourselves. My name is Igor Ciric, and I'm coming to you from Serbia. I have experience in building various types of applications, from smaller applications for marketing agencies to the large platform-based ones. I have been using Angular since version 1, when it was called AngularJS. Today, I'm working as an Angular consultant at a JavaScript consulting company called Bitovi. Wade, I'm passing to you.
Yeah, my name is Wade Harkins. My hair used to be longer, as you can see from this picture, but I'm also a developer consultant at Bitovi. I've been using Angular since around version 11, I think. So not quite back to version 1, but still a good number of versions. And like Igor said, we work at Bitovi, where we collaborate with companies to create amazing web apps the right way. And Bitovi specializes in consulting, corporate training, and developing open source tooling.
Cool. Now let's explore what actually is the micro frontend. So if we have a large application that we are looking to split into a smaller one, that can actually be built with the latest version of Angular, and the other part of the application can be built in the older version of Angular, we can do that with the micro frontend. So our large application can be maintained and developed with different independent squads. Going with that, also the other part of the applications can be also be developed with the other technologies like the React or Vue.js and so on. And it's very actually powerful way to start building larger application from where also your code base can be reused as many times. So basically you code once and you reuse that code across the different applications when you have to.
Yeah, so just kind of taking off that, micro frontends are pretty much the front end land version of microservices for the back end, and do give you a way to combine or break an application down into small feature specific portions that can be maintained by independent teams, potentially using different tech stacks, and having each team kind of responsible for the end-to-end existence of their portion of the application.
Cool. Now let's see by this example why the micro frontend is a game changer and why the iframes are not too bad at all. So imagine that we have the application where user can be logged in only at one place at a time, for example, e-banking application. That actually means that our user, or actually our application, can connect and request the API calls only from one place. And then it means that we will make the all requests, we will authorize the user, get the user information, we'll retrieve the list of the products and everything that is necessary to make our application to work. Then we are looking to load the micro application. In this case, that will display the list of the products. And since we are not able to make the request to the API, we are looking to pass the data, in this case the products, to our micro app from the host application. To do that, we are looking to do something similar as we did before with the components. We are looking to make something similar as an input, and then we are passing the array of the products to our micro app. In the same way, from the micro app, we are looking every event clicking on the product or clicking or changing the page to emit that event to our host application and to go from there, which means that now our iframe will emit the events similar as a component using something that is pretty much more or less similar as an output that we had with the components. Now our host application will again make the API request, retrieve the new list of the products, and pass the new list of the data to our micro app. So with this approach, as we can see, we can build the micro app only once, and then we can reuse across the different applications as well, since the data that we are sending to our micro app can be changed. If we take a look, we can see that now our host application and micro application have more or less container presenter pattern, in a way that host application will handle all logic that is necessary, in a way that will have the all communication with external services like the API and so on. And then our micro app will act as a dummy component. It will only display the, in this case, list of the products. And then on user action, we will emit the event, and the whole logic again will be handled by the host application. Under the hood, we are relying on the native window post message method, and it can be used by the other technologies like the React, Vue.js, and so on. So with this powerful way, we've been able to split one large application into a smaller one, and also, like we can see, the micro app can be built with a different team that actually doesn't have necessary to know anything about how they should call the API and handle the logic with external services.
Now, the idea of using iframes might seem a little scary just because of security concerns, and typically cores will keep you from communicating across different instances and different iframes, which is why post message exists. It's a way of communicating between multiple window contexts without running into cores issues. For security purposes, you can specify the target domain when emitting an event, and that way you can assure that like a malicious user doesn't change the location that a window is pointed to after it's been created to something nefarious, and you're not sending your information to somewhere you don't want it to be. And similarly, on the receiving end, you can also filter incoming messages by origin and source to make sure that they're coming from your own application, just to close up security holes.
Yes, so using the set origin is not a silver bullet, but definitely something that we're looking to use to improve the security using the iframes for the micro frontend. Now, wouldn't be great actually if there were a way to have a directive that can do all the magic for us, that will transform the iframe into the component? Well, we have a way, the bubble box, the custom Angular directive that we wrote and is publicly available, so feel free to commit or fork the repo. Now let's see actually how it will work using the Angular and the iframes. In this case, at the host application, in the first place, we are setting the iframe, and then for the source, we are passing the URL to the other application, in this case, our child application. Then we have a bubble box that will represent our directive. Now we have the message. The message actually will represent a stream of data and the way how we will pass the data to our iframe. So something similar as we had with the components, and that will represent the input. And then we have the iframe event that's represent the data that will come from the child application. So everything that we pass from the child application to the host application will come from the iframe event. Now, at the child application that can present the presenter, at the top-down element, it can also be like ng container. We are adding in the first place bubble box, and then the message will represent now the output, which will reverse than we had the host application. Going forward, we have the iframe event that will be the input, which means that everything that we passed as a message on the host application now is coming as an iframe event to our child application. Before we move forward, I want to pause here and just explain clearly how this works. So everything that we are sending here as an input from the host application as a message will become as an iframe event in our child application. And also reversed, everything that we are passing as a message from the child application will come as an iframe event on our host application. And that's the way how we will handle the communication between multiple applications that can be loaded through the iframes.
Yeah, and this really demonstrates kind of the power that you have with Angular directives. In this case, we've got a single directive that's got an input and an output, and based off of the element that it's being mounted on, in this case, either an iframe or some other element that represents the presenter, it's able to use that context to know whether it is it's the container end, the presenter end, and make sure that the any of those inputs that come through are able to be shared with the other end to facilitate two-way communication without having to do anything special to tell it that it's fulfilling one of those two roles.
Yes, and also like our bubble box actually directive that we will use along with the iframe can do even more. So we'll add a metadata. At the beginning, we are supporting the observables, which means that we can pass as an observable message, as an observable to be our input. And then all the data that we are passing between the applications will be part of the payload. With that, we are able also to know the type of the data that we are passing. It could be event type, it could be a warning, error, and so on. So now let's take a look and see actually how it works in a practice. We have a demo. So here what we have is the host application from where user can choose a moon phase. Depending on the moon phase, we are passing to our child application that is loaded on this URL. We are displaying that we are displaying that data in the first place, and then we will have opportunity to fill out the form and to emit again the data from the form to our host application. On the right side, we will be able to see how the actual communication between those two apps actually works. So let's choose one of the moon phases. And as we can see on the right, from the host application to the child application, we passed the ID, title, description, icon, picture, and so on. So all those data, like as we can see, the title is displayed here, description, and so on. So we successfully send the data from one application to the other. Now let's fill out the form quickly. After we submit the data, we will pass the data from child application to the host one. We will start showing the spinner. And then once the data are saved, we will emit the event from the host application to the child that will actually hide the loader. So let's see how it works. We send the data with the date name and the message. Now, once the data are saved, we are passing the data from the host application to the child that loading is false. Again, if we change the moon phase, we will now send the other information to our child application. We will change the content inside. On this example, we can see how actually we can build some application only once and reuse across the different projects. For instance, we can pass the different title, description, the picture, and actually use this not only for the moon phases, it can display the list of the projects and so on. With that, the possibilities are endless. We can do a registration form, login form, and so on. And that can save us a lot of time. So let's give a short summary about all of this. So at the first place, the micro frontend tend to be the future for the big applications because it gives us the ability to split a large application into a smaller one. We can reuse the code, and the code can be developed and maintained by the different teams. Also, it's good to point out that actually there is nothing wrong still in 2024 with using the iframes. Actually, they are really powerful and cool to use. So with using the iframes, you can start doing the micro frontend from today. There is nothing new that you have to learn. So I strongly encourage you to start using the micro frontend with the iframes.
Yeah, and just more on the using iframes versus something like module federation. Both have their own benefits, but some of the benefits of iframes are just you don't need to have the domain knowledge of how module federation works. You can kind of just build your apps as you would normally, relying on post message to do the communication, and you also don't have to, go through the effort of setting up different build steps and whatnot. You can just build your applications independently, and you don't have to synchronize, framework versions and all that kind of stuff. So while there are trade-offs, there's, like Igor said, there's nothing wrong with using iframes, and it's a low barrier to entry to start working on breaking your application up into smaller portions.
So hey, that brings us to the end. Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming again. I'm Igor Chiric from Bitovi. If you want to keep in touch, hit me up on LinkedIn, shoot me a message saying you were here. Tell me how awesome our talk was.
I'm not going to hit you up on LinkedIn. I'm going to tell you right now, your talk was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Like I'm working a lot with iframes in a project I'm working on right now, and this directive, you guys definitely changed the way I'm thinking about what we're doing. Thank you very much.
That's great to hear.
Thanks. Yeah, it's really kind of a game changer, like when you start thinking like about the iframes and how actually they are powerful, and in the way that you can simply and easily start building multiple applications that can have a communication between. So that's really, really cool. And more or less, if you think that you can convert the iframe into the component, that is kind of really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And your demo really showed that well, just the communication piece and, showing the reactive, like, you had a border in there because you're obviously showing your pieces, but that doesn't even need to be there. That was just really well done. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you guys just revived the iframe, at least like in my vocabulary, because to me it was like just like synonymous with like absolute no security and all that kind of stuff, or even sometimes cheating. Sometimes like when you want it to show something else, I mean, it sounds so old school, but this is, I think, a perfect demonstration of like using the right tool for the right job, so it makes sense. The web has like a lot of elements, and what I like about the web, the elements that are like native to the web have been already like vetted by like 500 committees. So I don't see why we should not have the iframe in our vocabulary. And thank you for like reintroducing it in a way that makes a lot of sense to many people who are going to be watching this.
Yep, cool. Definitely. The post message API definitely gives you kind of a way of working with cross-origin communication in a way that can feel safer and doesn't run into cores like so many other things tend to do, which I think is part of the iframes were introduced very early on before I had ever heard of cores, and I think that's where a lot of the stigma comes from around don't do that. People steal your context and inject stuff into it. So it's nice to recognize that some of these things do have evolved a bit, and maybe they're not so unusable anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Eric is giving you some props. Thanks, Wade and Igor. Nice approach of making an iframe master components with data binding. And what are the typical use case where I'm sure you just did not think of an iframe like when you just started. What are the problems? Because you guys have about 10 minutes left, and I'm gonna get Thomas who's coming pretty soon. He's here, and he's gonna enter the stage pretty soon. But what are the common use case that allowed you to look at it and say, hey, maybe we can look at this a different way and use it to our advantage?
So yeah, I would say on the first place, if you have a code that actually have been maintained with the multiple squads, with the independent teams, micro frontend, and this is the way of the micro frontend that you can start kind of the faster, and there is nothing that you have additionally to learn to start working on it, and it's very kind of seamless integration. And I would say on the other place, if you will have an application like we have seen on presentation from where user basically can make or application can make the API request only from one place at a time, or if you make from the multiple places, user will be logged out from the first place or the first application, then it makes sense like to build up the micro frontend. And also if you're building a lot of applications, like building the micro frontend can save you a lot of time in a way that you don't have to build a login and registration form for every project, like from the scratch, or do a bunch of kind of copy paste, or this is the kind of easiest way to reuse actually the whole project, and then to have a data binding between apps, and then you can modify your app basically based on the data that you're passing to the child application and reversed.
Yeah, and specifically on the iframe portion, as in consulting, telling a client that convincing them that breaking down their application to divide up amongst teams is a good move is not going to be that hard of a sell. But also saying, by the way, you need to take every one of those applications, make sure they're on the same version of Angular, and also introduce this library and these build steps to it, and have somebody on each squad that understands that can be a bit harder of a sell. So going with iframes, which is something kind of native to the web, is an easier way to kind of ease into that.
All right.
You guys got a chef's kiss out of this. So
yeah. And do you think that his question was answered when I think that it kind of was when he was asking why not module federation? I think one of you, Wade, I think like talked about it a little bit. Why not module federation? What is the win here? What is the big win?
I think it really goes back to that just ease of entry. Module federation is powerful and has a lot of great features, but there are caveats to it, like making sure that there can be difficulties when you've got different versions of Angular running concurrently, as well as like change detection concerns and just the process of getting each one of your applications set up with the build steps to be able to package it appropriately for model federation to be possible.
I mean, like, and we're gonna bounce right on the next one. Eric is on fire right now. So he was asking here, Bubblebox can handle multiple iframes inside of a host app. Is that?
Yes. Yeah.
It can. Okay.
It can handle like, and this is kind of initially the concept. So from there you can modify basically the directive to your purpose. The idea is like just to present actually how the Angular and directive in Angular are very powerful in that way. So we can basically transform and play around with the DOM and use the benefits of that on a kind of a different way.
Yeah, I think like when you mentioned Angular JS, there was a case where back in the days I had a project where we had people using Power BI and they had a lot of charts. And one of the things that we thought about was like all of those charts, we would just use a single iframe for them, where there would be just the URL of that chart. When we had 3 or 4, it was okay, but when we started having more, like this, it started like really going down the, but that was Angular JS at the time. There was a lot of things that we did not do right. So
dollar scope everywhere.
Yeah,
man.
I'm telling you, man. So
dollar apply.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. There was a lot of things that, like, I think if somebody was to show me that today, I would just run away from it. But yeah. So this is good to know. And yeah, so I think that's just another tool in our arsenal. So thank you. And so he says, like, I think Eric is very interested on this. He will have to modify to allow multiple to be used, and then he will look into it. So
yeah, I mean, just to point out, like, you can start using like multiple iframes already. And basically in each event there will be added metadata, so you will know which application actually emit and fire the event. So we handle that already.
That's awesome. Very awesome.
That is very cool.
The name is catchy.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. It's very catchy. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, yes.
Who came up with the name?
Naming is harder than anything, man. Naming is harder than anything. I think if you win at the name, you won 90% of it. Then the 10% can bring you to hell, but cool, guys. Like, more power to you. And then we love the people at Bitovi, being like one of, my personal favorite for a long time. And Jennifer, you are one of the real ones. So
she's OG too.
Yeah,
I'm
telling you, man. And and Han and everything that is going on. So that's our Angular family. Thank you guys so much. This is your first time at Angular Tiny Conf. Hopefully not the last one. Definitely not the last one. And we will be seeing you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Thomas. Should I say Thomas or Thomas? How do I always mess it up, man? Sorry.
Actually, it could be even Tomek.
Tomek. Okay.
Oh, Tomek.
Tomek. Nice.
Yeah.
I think we should. I think we should like make a habit of asking people how to correctly pronounce their name. So Tomek. Nice.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
actually, to be precise, yeah, actually, my name is Tomasz. But that is, let's say, official ones. But in Poland, you can also call me, and friends can only call me Tomek, because it is like in English it would be John and Johnny, so Tomasz and Tomek. But since you are all my friends, so you can easily call me Tomek.
Well, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. That's awesome.
That's a good like cult. I mean, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. I think like saying the name right is very important. I think like
Mhm.
there is, to me, I think there's no bigger or like more important etiquette or to show respect to somebody by saying their name right. You know, so
Totally.
yeah.
Yep.
And American have like the habit of butchering anybody's name and not caring about it.
Oh yeah, yep. We do that quite often, huh? But
I mean, I don't mind the butchering, but like the not caring part, that's the part that, like, yeah.
yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Adi. It's a small courtesy that you can give
Yeah.
people, and it shows a lot of respect. So
And we still friend because you call me a D. But if you said Andy, I will kill you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andy.
Oh, sorry, Andy.
I'm like, you did not even try. There's no end in there. Where are you getting coming from with the Andy, man? Come on, man. So
Yep.
Tomasz or Tomak?
Tomek.
Tomak. Got it, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice, man. Cool. All right. So we're getting ready for your talk right on time. So I'm gonna put your slide up and we're gonna get out of your way.
Oh, that's cool. Okie dokie. So, hello. We are just about the time. So let's just start. And the topic that I'm actually bringing to you is about one of the libraries that are part of a material. But in this scenario, I won't use the material as it is. So the topic is the forgotten gem Angular CDK 3-time saver examples. So yeah, let's just begin. Yeah. So in short, I will of course describe the CDK in general, what is this, and I prepared three tiny, let's say, applications, three tiny examples about that usage of the CDK. So yeah, one of those will be the attendance list, which will be using the selection. Second one, my games with the drag and drop feature, and the third one, the last one, the surprise image, which is using the portal and the overlay. Those two features from the CDK. So straight to the topic. Maybe at the beginning I will introduce myself. So yeah, my name is Tomasz. Of course, you can call me Tomek because we are all friends. Right now I'm working in the Danish company called 7N, and my role at that company is a senior front-end developer. I have over 10 years of experience in IT industry. But other than that, I'm also a speaker, a mentor, and also a teacher. And you can find me on the internet under the Tom Walker nickname. The history behind that nickname, in short, is that I'm a huge fan of Star Wars. I don't know if you can recall, but behind me there is a Mandalorian poster, which I totally recommend. But the history about the nickname, in short, is that my name is Tomasz, in short, Tom. And since we have Luke Skywalker, I combined it with Tom, but not Skywalker, but I'm working on web, so Webwalker. Ta-da. Yeah, regarding also to me, other thing that I, of course, forget to put on the slide, and which is also very, very important, and it is especially important in this week. Yeah, I'm also a part of a GDG Warsaw, which stands for Google Developers Group. So on those photos on the left, you can see, on the right actually, you can see that, yeah, I'm also speaking about the Angular on the conferences that we as a GDG are organizing. And the cool thing, interesting thing is that I just came home 1 hour ago because I was on Google I/O Connect in Berlin, and yeah, I was invited by the Google because I'm part of the GDG program. So I totally recommend find just one of those and just start doing everything and talk about that. Oh yeah, that is the thing that guys are showing. And yeah, about me. Oh yeah, here we back. Yeah, you can also find me on the LinkedIn via my just name, Tomasz Ruiz. And yeah, there are parts of me about me. I am, which is the most important one. So I suppose I should put that on the top. I am father of 2 and husband of 1. That is the thing that is just taking a lot of time. But yeah, I just appreciate that. Yeah, but that's just the boring part about me. Let's jump into the topic. So Angular CDK, and actually, what is it? I don't know if you recall what is that the shortcut for. So I'm just wait for 3, 2, 1, and jump. Angular CDK, which stands for Component Dev Kit, is a library offered by Angular Material. It provides a collection of reusable building blocks for creating web UI components. Yeah, that sentence is actually, I don't recall correctly, from ChatGPT or from the documentation from the Angular. But yeah, that is totally the 100% true about that. But I don't like one thing, maybe it bothers me a little bit that it is the CDK is combined with the material. I mean, the documentation about the CDK, I hope at the end of that presentation, I will show you the documentation as well, is combined with the material. So it is under the same domain, the same host. So it is material.angular.io. And then you can find the tab about the CDK. But the thing that is bothering me a little bit about that is that we can easily use Angular CDK but without the material, because the short story about that is that material is heavily using the Angular CDK. I'm talking of course about the material Angular, but we can also use the CDK by it is without the need of use the material components. So yeah, we can totally play with the material, with the CDK, but without the material. And as a proof, let me just what I did. I did create 3 component-based applications. They are just simple ones, totally something pretty straightforward without anything related to the backend side, just the static, let's say, components in the client. I also use the Tailwind because currently at my company, I started using it this year. I knew something about the Tailwind, but yeah, I just give it a shot. And actually, I pretty like it. I mean, it's usable. Of course, there are people that are against it. I totally, of course, understand them as well. But from my perspective, I recommend to at least try it because it contains some nice features about working with the CSS in general. Yeah, and no other external libraries, even no material, and the special that knows the word, because like I said, I didn't use the material. It is not installed in my project. I just installed the Angular CDK via npm, but the Angular material is just ignored. I didn't install, so it's not contained in my application. Okay. About the links, of course, at the end or my socials, I will send a link to that presentation so you can easily copy it. But the other things about that, yeah, I post that in the GitHub. I also made that live by using the Firebase, so it is also a nice opportunity to try it, the Firebase deployment and the documentation. Like I said, material angular.io and then /cdk and just the feature name. But okay, about my applications, this is the first one. It is an attendance list. So yeah, it is pretty straightforward. I can select something. I can see how many people do we have. So for example, I selected 3 of them. Okay, let me select everything. And I can also clear the selection. So as you can see, I just did that. And behind the scenes, a little bit of code. So at the top, I just posted the TypeScript part, and at the bottom, I just posted the HTML part of it. So maybe let's just start from it. I ignored the imports, but all of them are just from the material from the CDK. So yeah, everything which I just highlighted is taken from the CDK. And yeah, the selection model is just for the selecting purposes. We are just defining that at the top, for example, of our component, and it is generic, so we can of course type the type for it. In this scenario, I just made it simple, so it is just a string. And the configuration, the first parameter is just defined if it is single selection or multiple selection, because we can also use that for the single selection purposes. And also the other thing on the TypeScript side, let's say, we can easily see what is selected. So because that selection also exposes to us the observable, so we can that observable property is called changed, and we can of course subscribe to it and do whatever we want. For example, in the data object, we will also have what was just selected, what was deselected, and so on, so on. So pretty nice time saver for the selection. And from the HTML side, as you can see, we have the selection selected length property. So that was about that selection, that count at the top. Other things, the selection is selected. So to select something or deselect something, we can check if it is selected. We are just using the method called isSelected, and then we are providing the unique ID, for example. So in this scenario, the attendee ID, and that means that will say us if something is on that list or not, if it is selected or not selected. Other thing, the selection toggle. So we can just, because it is checkbox in this scenario, we can just toggle the selection for each particular element. So that is also a nice feature, tiny feature about that. So you can easily toggle the existence. And the last thing, the clear method. So you saw that the button on the bottom that was about the clear of the list. So yeah, it is just that it emptied the list and that's it. And of course, from the TypeScript approach, this guy, of course, it will be also informed that okay, the list is clear. So pretty nice feature. Okay, next tiny application. I should call it tiny because we are having the tiny conference, so I made a tiny applications, tiny projects. Okay, so that is the my games ranking. Pretty simple list. Let's say Kanban, so I can just, I'm having 3 columns, and I can do something with that. And what I can do, I can just drag and drop the games. So for example, right now in progress, Grand Theft Auto. That is, to be honest, not true, but the truth is that I'm playing Witcher, and the games that I totally love, but I don't recently have much time to play it, is the Sims, and that is let's say the game in progress. Okay, let's suppose that I finished the Grand Theft Auto, so I'm just moving that over here. And also the Witcher, maybe that is not finished, but let's just for the demo purposes, I can show it something. And the Sims, for example, and also Minecraft. Let's move that, for example, and then I can also move that. And right now, let's decide the ranking. To be honest, I don't understand the Minecraft. I know what the type of game it is, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, I don't recall what is it about exactly. Just know the game. But let's say the Witcher, that I totally recommend for the RPG fans. That is totally that. But that was just about how the application behaves, that tiny project. And now from the code perspective. So like the previous, at the top, I have the TypeScript implementation, and it is just that. Sorry. From the HTML, I'm calling the drop method and the move item and transfer array item. If we are playing in the same component, I'm in the same column, then I'm just using move item in array. If it is different list, then I'm transferring array item. And it is just straightforward because both of those methods are imported from the TypeScript. So it is pretty simple. Just and the properties, the data, so the list that we are the item that we are moving, the previous index and the current index. All of that is of course provided by the CDK. and the types transfer array item similar, but also we need to pass the item, the list that we are moving from one to another. So the target list, it is just for that, but everything about that is from the CDK. Maybe it looks strange at the first shot, but believe me, it's pretty straightforward. And from the HTML, the directive CDK drop list group, that is just that. We are just combining three, let's say, lists, and yeah, each individual list, CDK drop list, CDK drop is data, so it is just about which list I'm interested in, let's say in the particular column, and that method, like on the, you can see on the TypeScript level, and yeah, it is just that, and CDK drag. I'm informing that my application, the code, which elements I can move. So that is just, yeah, moving that each particular row from the column list, let's say. And behind the scenes, you can see I also use that new contour flow. So it plays very, very, very nice in this scenario. And the last tiny application is surprise image. That huge guy over here is a button. So at what I will do, what is actually that application doing? Okay, I just a little bit lie at the beginning, no backend. This one is using backend, but it's just one of those open backends. So I just use the API for random images. And then you can see I'm just clicking. And the lighthouse, for example, some guys walking in the forest, I suppose, and other medusas, I suppose. So yeah, but the thing is that I'm just clicking and it randomly displays some things, different images. And about the code, over here I just divided that into two separate TypeScript approaches, let's say. So yeah, I just defined at the top the overlay, which is just the place that we will post the display that pop-up, that the tiny part with the image. And for that, what we are doing, of course, display preview handler method. It is called from that button click. I didn't implement the HTML. I didn't put the HTML over here because it is just button with the click method assigned. So that's just that. Of course, whenever we already have that overlay, we are disposing that. So it means that we are clearing that. And yeah, we are defining, of course, the overlay once again because it was cleared. And yeah, the cool part about that is that flexible connected to. That is the method assigned to the strategy, which we are defining for the overlay. And that strategy is pretty configurable. And flexible connected to method in that strategy is taking the target, the HTML element, and it will be attached to that. And cool thing about that, in short, is we can also utilize the with positions method, which accepts just the directions, let's say, how it is related one element to the another. So that pop-up, how it is related to the button that it is calling it. So as you can see, we have four properties: origin X, origin Y, overlay X, and over Y. So it is you can imagine that we have button and we have that overlay and how it is positioned on the screen. So for example, end center and start center, as you can see, I had a button, and next to it on the center, let's say, and on the right, we had that button, we had that overlay positioned. And yeah, just to display it, of course, I use the portal, which is a second feature. That overlay was the first one about that. Second one is portal. What portal gives us? I can just take any of the component and put that, display that in each particular places. I mean, to attach it to that particular overlay. So yeah, it was just about using that the component, taking it as a one property of that component portal, and then attaching it to the overlay which I just defined. And then, of course, whenever I click somewhere outside of that overlay, then it is just gone. So that's it. Maybe I have yeah, about the presentation is more or less it. So in short, I will also use a time to show you the documentation. As you can see, I'm just typed the material Angular IO. And yeah, the thing that from my perspective at least, it could be separated from the material, because we could think that it is combined and we have to use it both at the same time, but no, we can easily use the CDK as it is. And as you can see, we have plenty of opportunities. And for example, what I used is a portal. So it is just that over here with some nice described APIs. And I just use that, for example, component portal. Other cool feature, drag and drop. As you can see, it is just that. And I use just kind of a same approach. And behind the scenes, it is just pretty straightforward. You can play with that just here. And yeah, and the last thing, maybe the overlay. So yeah, maybe it's just much more smaller, not that defined, but yeah, as I can see, just that. And I just, to be honest, I did the same way. So yeah, it is just about displaying the overlay, even though in here it is defined by the directives. But in short, yeah, about that topic, yeah, pretty much that's it. And last thing, the reason that I'm mentioning that is that we have signals. Cool. We have control flow. Cool. We have other nice big features around the Angular, that hydration, server-side rendering, and so on, so on. But I thought I encourage you to also check that, because yeah, it is just, let's say, hidden, but we can easily define and forget about reinventing the wheel once again, because what we have the CDK. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
That was awesome. I love the CDK. Very, very well done.
Yeah, and I really like the way that you emphasize that it is not, I mean, for me, the CDK never really existed because it was always buried under Angular material. You know, it was never as a standalone. There's so many cool APIs that are there. I think there's an intersection observer that they have introduced there. There's so many other stuff. I wrote a store that was giving me those. I mean, there's so many cool APIs where now, just like what Robin was saying earlier in his talk about getting a baseline and then putting any layer that you want on top of it, that's what the CDK does. And actually, the way that I feel like it should have been like advertised is Angular material is like a use case of how you can use the CDK to build your own libraries, you know. And I think it was, if it was presented that way from the get-go, you will see more and more libraries coming up, because, you know, I honestly have been in love with Angular for a long time, and that was until I was debugging something very in depth that I was aware that the CDK was standalone. So yeah, so thank you for making that like bubbling up, you know. So what was the moment for you? When did you realize that it was, you know?
Actually, it was a few years ago. I was just especially playing with that. Let me just go over there. The drag and drop feature, because I was struggling with that sorting mechanism, just taking everything that it should be posted in the same place, just organized and so on, so on. And even though we can easily utilize the CSS classes that is dedicated, and whenever we are dragging something, then yeah, we can easily style that how it should behave, how it should be displayed, and so on, so on. So yeah, definitely that is one of the most used examples by me. And then I was just using that, and so on, so on, so on. So yeah, CDK is just totally nice way to save the time and out of time, to be honest.
Yeah, totally. I agree. I got spoiled early on with the Angular CDK, and then, you know, whenever I had to, like you said, implement like drag and drop or something by myself, I was like, I might as well just drag in the CDK. It does everything so great. So yeah, but yeah, it's very nice that you can kind of divide it up, so you can bring in the CDK, get all that like powerful behavior, and then, you know, throw in your own like UI library, or if you want to go with just Tailwind or whatever, it's your cup of tea. So yeah, super nice. Yeah, great talk. So really nice.
Yeah, great talk. Yeah, and that's definitely a gem, because I'm saying always, don't reinvent the wheel. If you're gonna do something like that, you think about drag and drop. Look in the CDK first, and a lot of other stuff. And then I hope that by next year we will have that like kind of intuitiveness. Okay, maybe Spartan is already solving that problem. Oh, I need something 3D. Oh, there's a guy named Shao who's doing 3JS,
Oh, yeah.
So,
Who's
so
Shao?
the thing, shout out to Shao. I mean, man, that was a mouthful to say that. Shout out to Shao. Okay, cool. Yeah, so but yeah, he can take it. He can take that hit. But that's the thing though, when you see those kind of things, I'm like, okay, either go and use what has already been vetted by like your peers. If you can, try to improve it, and then and then try to build on top of it. I think we need way more libraries out there that are being solved already, like with the Angular way of doing things. So yeah, thank you for reminding us. There's too many good stuff. It's a jewelry box. Actually, it's just not a gem. It's a jewelry box of things that are in the
Oh, yeah.
CDK.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. Cool. And so I think like, man, you guys are just like on top of it this year, man. Everybody is like coming on time, getting their stuff out, spitting like some truths here and there. Shao is back with like, his jokes and
Lars just rejoined us with his tiny dogs.
Yeah, Lars is back, so I mean like Lars is like, okay, he said what? I got it here. He says like he's back. He got the conference on his TV now, and he's watching it now with like his tiny dog. So I don't know if he did tiny as a pun.
He could have
skipped,
skipped like the next half hour, Adi.
No, man, but this is cool, man. I think we've been doing this 4 years now? I think 3 years. 4 years. 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, because I always say 4 because the very first one we did was in French. So yeah, we did one that was 4 speakers, and I was one of them. There was like this cool speaker from like from Morocco.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then there was another speaker from Senegal, and then another one like the guy who really got me into like he explained module federation, and like I'm tempted to do a French one like soon again, if I can gather enough speakers, and that just means 7 to 10 maybe. I'm not doing a 12-hour again this year.
Yeah,
I'm not doing Tiny Conf. I'm gonna go back to the roots of Tiny Conf.
It's a marathon.
I'm telling
and
you,
I didn't even get here for the beginning. So
yeah, man. So yeah, Marcus and I have been here like, and I think like we're not gonna take a break. So yeah, Eric, thank you so much. You have been here. You've been supportive. He has to go, but yeah, like Eric says, this is like recording live. I think like we have 12 hours of recording that are gonna be available on YouTube right away. We're gonna communicate with the speakers, and each of them is gonna have their own timestamp, so they can start sharing that. But at the same time, there's a local recording that is going to be done, and that has the highest quality audio and video. And once we get all of that, we will do the individual recordings. So thank you for every community that has been supporting us, everybody that has been giving shout out. I mean, some people have been here with us. I remember Lars today just because he had other stuff, but Lars usually is here from like beginning to end, So there's been like a lot of people like that. And then in the closing remarks, of course, I'll make sure that like we recognize like these community builders around us.
Yeah.
So now we have one of our very own Mr. Jason, who's gonna come and talk to us about like modern Angular. And I want to say like thank you to Tomac. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Tomek, and I just want to say that you are just guys doing very good job, and thank you for the opportunity, and I'm just looking forward to do that once again next year. Woo.
All right,
awesome.
Man.
We look forward to it. We look forward to that CFP.
All right, thank you so much. You take care, man. See you.
Thanks. Bye.
Right.
All right.
So let me see. I'm gonna remove this, and I'll just put yours on stage for now. I think we have about 2 to 3 minutes to kill, and we
Okay.
have Lars is back, man.
Yeah. So yeah, like this is a little bit nerve-wracking, I'll admit. This is a large group of people watching, which is amazing. So
That's good, man. You got this, man. You've been come
yeah,
on now.
absolutely.
You how many recordings you have now on Twitch?
Oh, I don't even know.
Man,
Like
you have
when
been
I
doing
hit,
this for 2 years now, I think.
yeah, I'm over 600 hours streaming. So yeah, but I will tell you guys right now that before every stream, I have to take 15 minutes and just meditate to get into the right headspace. So I've been doing it for 2 years, 600 hours, and there's still just something mentally I've got to get in the right place. So
man,
it's exciting, but you know the nerves never go away.
No,
I mean, you guys,
I think it's
yeah,
always
go
like
ahead,
that.
go ahead. Yeah, it's always like that.
And that just means that you're like, you're pumped. You're ready for a good performance. You know.
Yep.
And you want to do good. And you want to do
Absolutely.
good. You care.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing. You want to do
Absolutely.
care. You want to do good because you care. I mean,
Yep.
to me, I'm always. I mean, people look at me and say, "Man, you don't get." I'm like, "Man, you don't even know me in real life." I'm
Exactly.
very shy. I'm very shy about things
Yep.
that don't interest me, like for example, or like I'm not. But when it comes to this, and then this is no jokes at the end of the day. Like people who are gonna watch this, there are gonna be people who are at different levels, and then they're gonna use this as like maybe their reference or not, and we have the responsibility to like bring like the best that like the best information that we know and how we know it, and then at the same time have the humility of like putting yourself out there. It's not an easy thing,
Absolutely.
but
Totally agree.
for me, since you guys talked about Dragon Ball Z, I go to my Goku mode. I have my persona.
Nice.
And once I go in my head Super Saiyan, I don't care, man, who you put in front of me. I'll say my piece, and then after that, man, like that's fine, man. I have to have that persona,
Yep.
So
Totally agree.
yeah. All right, buddy.
Totally
So I
agree.
think we're right on time. You're just about a minute. So you know the drill. Marcus and I are gonna disappear. You take over, man.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Adi. And thank you so much, Adi, for putting on this conference. It really is a great place for people to get into speaking, but also share the stage with just some of the most amazing speakers in the Angular community. And we've seen some of them today, and some more coming up after me. So if you guys want to go take a snack, I won't be offended. But no, we're going to be talking about modern modular applications built with Angular. I'm Jason Warner. I am a senior staff engineer at Bill. I did talk to our recruiters and got permission to tell you guys that we are hiring. If you go to the bill.com webpage and go to our careers, there's a lot of careers there. Go take a look and join us. We're doing a lot of cool stuff right now. If you see anything on that page that says it's for the embedded team, that's going to be the team that I work with. So let's get started. And the first question I have is like, what does it really mean to be modular, right? We use terms in computer science a lot, and what do those terms mean? When I think of a modular, anything that's modular, one of the things that I first think of are like these little building blocks, right? And it's important to recognize that, we can replace these blocks at any point in time with, something else. But there are rules in the way that they fit together, right? You can't, the blocks have certain sides where they fit together, and they have to fit together in a certain way. I mean, there are ways to force things to happen, but they're never easy. And this is very similar to when we talk about modularity in software. When we want to make something modular in software, we create blocks, but those blocks have rules on how they can fit together, and then we try to make them as interchangeable as possible. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. First thing, we all know how to make modular components, right? People are going to say that. And I do want to call out that all of the images that you guys are going to see today, generated on a local stable diffusion using Comfy UI is the And it's using Juggernaut XL as the model that I used to generate these. So AI prompts, and if you guys are curious about AI prompts and that kind of stuff, we can talk about it later. But I got distracted, right? Fair enough. We can call components a solved thing, right? And this is the AI generating a Mythbuster sign, and AIs do really, really bad at text right now in images. So let's talk about modular state then, right? Because building a modular state is much more interesting and a much more difficult problem to solve. But then I have to tell you guys a story. When my daughter was about 2 years old, she took one of my belts and she had it around her waist, and we have a video of this. I asked to share it, but she was too embarrassed. So I asked if I could share the story. She said, fine. So a cute little 2-year-old girl, she's running around the house. I have a wiener, I have a wiener. And then she all of a sudden just stops and goes, wait, what's a wiener, right? A little bit, you know, it's a funny story. We share this video with everybody who knows our daughter, because it's just a hilarious story, right? That she's going around talking about something and she doesn't know what she's talking about. So let's define what we mean by state. And state is just everything that makes up your application at any given moment in time, right? The pixels on the screen right now are the state of this talk, right? Where I am in the talk is the state of the talk, the slide that I'm displaying, right? We need to recognize that there are different kinds of state in our Angular applications, right? There's the HTML, the skeleton of our page is a form of state. The CSS and the classes that we apply to that HTML is another form of state. The data that our HTML and CSS react to is another form of state. And this is typically what we're meaning when we discuss state in an application, right? We're typically talking about the data that everything else in our application reacts to. And that's what I'm going to be talking about when we're talking about modular state. So, you know, as engineers, it's always good to be a little bit pedantic. You know, I enjoy being pedantic every once in a while. So we've got this cute little guy here telling us, you know, you really mean an abstraction of state, right? And yes, we're talking about how we abstract state from our application, and we aren't talking about the actual state. So then we get the grumpy people, right? The old people like me who are grumpy, get off my grass. And, you know, abstraction is just a fancy word for more complicated code. And we're right to a certain extent, right? Every abstraction complicates our mental model. And, you know, the more complicated the abstraction, the more that mental model costs us as developers to think about, right? And, you know, we've got some examples of that. So an abstraction of how, or an example of how abstractions can become more difficult, right? So the easiest thing we could do is just a simple REST endpoint that gets us a list of customers, right? Very, very easy to work with in our application, very, very easy to write. There's not a whole lot that we really need to worry about. You know, there's still some stuff that we don't, you know, that we could concern ourselves with, but the abstraction hides some of that, right? So what is more difficult than that? Well, if we want to make things a little bit more difficult, we add filters to that list, right? Now we can filter maybe by part of the customer name, or maybe we filter by, you know, the marketing segment, or who knows what, right? But that adds a little bit more difficulty to our abstraction, and there's now more to think about, right? Now the server has to worry about, did we send in a filter? And, you know, now the client has to determine, do we need to put together a filter? And then we have to be like, well, do we send an undefined filter if we don't want a filter, right? So we've added some more complication. Let's go a little bit more difficult, right? Now let's add sorting and paging to that list. And now our abstraction has become more difficult. But there are benefits to this abstraction, right? And finally, probably the most difficult abstraction is a GraphQL endpoint to query, page, filter, and sort data, right? Now we have to process queries and we have to understand all of the stuff with GraphQL. And maybe we have to bring in a GraphQL library so that we can work with the GraphQL. And maybe that library adds other things to our application, right? So our abstraction went from really, really simple to more difficult, right? And, why would we ever choose the most difficult abstraction? And it's about the trade-offs, right? The abstractions are not inherently good or bad. Abstractions do, they do good things for us, right? Angular components are an abstraction over the DOM. We don't have to worry about adding and removing things, right? So there are trade-offs to using things like that. And we need to know what the trade-offs are so that we can make a decision about the abstraction we want to pick. Let's talk about Angular state management with a focus on making our state modular. And I chose to follow, well, I'm being corrected again, right? And I love how much AI messes up text. But yeah, we're really talking about the state abstraction, right? So let's talk about the easiest form of state management in Angular. And this is often called our display component, our DOM component, right? Our basic Angular components. We have inputs, we have outputs, and we all know how to put these together in an Angular application. Everybody learns this stuff in the Tour of Heroes. This is the way we're taught to do Angular. So what are the trade-offs here? And we're looking specifically in terms of modularity. So what do we get? This is the easiest to learn and teach, and this is why Tour of Heroes starts here. It's easy to show. It also gives a big wow factor, right? Everyone understands it. It's basically HTML markup. We get it, and it's there's not too much for us to keep in, mentally when we work with this Angular abstraction. And everything is in the HTML and components. We don't have to worry about where things live. What are the cons? One of the big cons are prop drilling and event bubbling. And I tried to show that here. So notice that the event handling, we're handling the event that bubbles up. Here, our outer component is only passing this event up, and the event is actually raised in our inner component, right? Same thing with the property. We're drilling, so this is the event bubbling up. With the property, we're drilling it down. So we've got this property from the application. We want to pass it through the outer component, so we're drilling through it by adding a property to it that it can receive right here. And then on the outer component, in the container into the outer component, we pass something into the inner component. And so this property has been drilled through various components. And this, this can be frustrating because we're adding code to components that don't even really care about what they're doing. State is not modular. And what do we mean by this? Well, I can't take the state from inner component and share it someplace else, right? I can't take and compose a state from what we've got here, because to get the state of inner component, I have to ask inner component for its state, typically through events. But sometimes we will see code where, we're passing around components and accessing public properties, right? And another big problem is that our components will contain business logic, and that makes them difficult to test. Often we don't write tests, or often we don't test properly. So these become big cons to doing something like this. So we go to the medium level difficulty. This is shared services for state, where we create our own library or we use other libraries, right? There's NGXS, there's SignalStore, which Rainer teed me up perfectly today with his talk earlier. If you guys didn't see it, you should go check it out. There's component store, there's state adapt, there's all sorts of state management libraries out there. These are the next level of difficulty. Why? What do we get? Well, in almost every case with libraries written, that serve up our state, and especially because of signals, we get reactivity almost by default. So you can see here that I intentionally chose to use signals. Signals are a great way to introduce reactivity into our templates. The business logic no longer lives in our components, which means that now we can write unit tests against our services and test the logic in our application outside of our components. And by extension, our components become smaller and easier to understand too. And state can be scoped to component trees, which also means it can be garbage collected and all sorts of fun things like that. And Rainer demonstrated that very well today with the SignalStore when he provided the SignalStore in the component where he was using it. Very powerful things that we can do. What does it cost us? Handling of forms becomes more difficult, and we'll take a look at what I mean by that. But when all of the state is in an HTML form, the forms are easier, right? When you start moving state out of the forms, then form validation and form updates and things like that can become more difficult. Components bring state with them. What do I mean by that? And this refers specifically to modularity. And I'm referring to the banana jungle problem. And what is that problem? It's often used to describe like object-oriented design, where I asked for a banana, I got the gorilla holding the banana and the entire jungle that came along with the banana, right? It's the same way with using services and injecting services at a specific level. They aren't really composable. And when I want to use this component someplace else, I also have to bring the service along with it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but in the realm of composable state, it doesn't solve that problem. Finally, it's very common to see different patterns per company and team when you do this, right? Some companies and teams may write their own services. Others may have patterns that they follow in certain libraries. NgRx, was much maligned because companies were all doing it differently, and often they didn't need it. But it made it, it adds that next level of complexity to the code where we've got to worry about where is the state and things like that. The most difficult, and this is the one that I want to talk about, is a custom state management. And I don't have anything here because we'll be taking a look at this a little bit later. What do we get from the most difficult? It's composable, it's scalable, and it's flexible. What are the costs? The patterns will probably only exist with your company and your team. It's often seen as way more difficult, even if it's not necessarily true, because people are having to work with things in a way that they're not used to. And there is some necessity to be vigilant in maintenance. So there are definite costs here. But obviously, only smart devs will pick my way. And what I want to say is, up until this point, everything I've said so far is my opinion. I've spent time researching state and thinking about state, and you'll know if you talk to me that I live and breathe state. It's what I think about quite a bit. So my next slide, and I love this image. I asked Juggernaut to give me a scary scene with a big giant scary sign that was a warning, and so it wrote scary warning, right, and scary warning, and there were a bunch of other pictures like this. This one I liked the most because of the witch hat and like the weird gas mask maybe thing. But from this point forward, here be monsters, doubly so for everything hereafter, right? It's not a pattern I recommend for everyone. Modularity brings costs with it, and I want to be very upfront with that. When you start dealing with modularity, you start dealing with a whole bunch of new problems. So there is nothing wrong with any of the patterns that we mentioned before. And if you're doing those patterns, you know, there are costs associated with them, and you know, some people may tell you that that's the reason why they're wrong. But really, if the benefits of what you're doing outweigh the cost, then you're doing what's right for you. You know, and at the point that the costs outweigh the benefits, then it's time to look at a new pattern. Modular patterns help when the benefits start to be outweighed by the costs. In a modular pattern, it's easier to replace the modular stuff. So let's take a look at the tools we're going to be using. We're going to be using SignalStore heavily, and we're going to be using custom store features. We're going to be using injection tokens, and this is how we're going to decouple the state from our components. And we're going to be using custom service providers, and you'll see why. So let's take a look at a demo of the application. And this is the application that I've been building on Stream. I will give a link to this repo, but what we're looking at is kind of a simple recreation of applications that I used to build when I worked for an auto auction. We're going to look at this first page. You know, we've got another piece that I put together, but this first page shows we've got one component here in blue and another component here in green. They each have their own state. This is derived state based on my application. So I can come in here and I can say, hey, you know what? This is a 2019 Ford Focus, right? And as I change, we can see, right, that the application is updating up here. This is in the global scope. We can also see down here that, you know, our global scope is updating, but we can also see that this application is updating too. And, you know, as we check and remove stuff here, we can see updates happening here, but we can also see them happening at the global state. And how did we achieve this with modular state? So let's go take a look at our components. And I'm looking at time. I've got about 10 minutes. So that's good. So we're looking at the blue component right here. This is our vehicle info component. One of the first things I want to point out is that right away we see we're handling the store differently. So we aren't using the typical banana in a box to get data to our form. You'll also notice, how am I getting data out of the form, right? And that happens down here in this, we're grabbing the value changes from the form. So we're using a view child query. It's a required query to grab the form that we're using up here. So we've got our form, and we've called it form, and we're passing in the ng form. From the ng form, we can get to the reactive form underneath, which means we can use value changes. Rainer teed us up really, really well for this when he showed off the timer. This is using the exact same thing that the timer he put together sets up. So, you know, our form changes a bit. There's, you know, we've got to handle things a bit differently. We're injecting a token, which is another form of abstraction. And the reason we're injecting the token is, let's go take a look at how the info is actually provided. We created a function that we called with vehicle info. With vehicle info is a SignalStore feature. SignalStore features are composable blocks that can be put together in a SignalStore. This is where we get our modularity. SignalStore is a game changer as far as I'm concerned, and it is entirely because of how composable and how functional SignalStore is. SignalStore is really a drop-in replacement, and if you go to my stream, you can watch how I converted from using just a normal SignalStore to a feature, and really all I did was put together a little bit of, I added the function, added the SignalStore, and then I pasted everything else in. So we're providing the state. To provide the state, we're using an injection token. And this is the default state and things like that. I don't have this tied to a backend yet. That's coming in the future. But so this is our with state default that we saw in the SignalStore. We're also computing some stuff, right? So the VIN last 6 is an important thing in the auction where I worked. So we're computing that based off of the VIN. And then we're adding an update method. And this update method uses the Rx method. One of the things that I learned from Rainer is I don't need to do this whole function here. I can just throw the pipe in and we're good to go. But we can also see that I'm using the patch state that he said. There's some benefits to this too. We can build in deltas and all sorts of other cool stuff that is part of modern, modern update handling and things like that. So that's one of the things that I also want to take a look at in the future. Vehicle info component, very, very similar. It's almost the exact same thing. There's one small piece that that we need to talk about. The vehicle detail component relies on VIN. But if we provide the VIN in the vehicle detail component, then we have problems when we go to compose our state, because it's kind of first in, first out. So whoever writes to the composed state last will win. So if we added a VIN to here, that VIN would be the one from this feature and not the one from the other feature. And, they may be different implementations. There are ways around that, but it's outside of the scope of what we're doing here. We will definitely be exploring that on stream, showing how that happens, because loading state is one place where that really becomes important. So we can say that, hey, our SignalStore feature relies on another store that has to have a shape where it has to provide a VIN property. And the reason we're relying on that is we aren't doing anything here with the VIN, but in the template, if we go take a look at the template here, where do I use the VIN? This is the info. We want the details component. So in the details component, we're just logging the VIN, right? So that we can get access to the VIN from inside of the component. And that's a pretty common thing to do. So how do we accomplish this, right? We need to go look at our injection token. So we're using these tokens to decouple the state, right? Because we can't use the features directly inside of our state. So what we do is we create an interface, and there are better ways to do this. I put this code together this week to show, but we can derive a lot of this, but I didn't have the time to do that. But we need to tell the application what the shape of the store will be, right? So our injection token relies on this shape, and when it's injected in the component, we can see that this token has a certain shape, it's the shape of the vehicle info store. And this store has a certain shape. And if we look at it, it's got VIN, make, model, trim. There's all of this stuff on our. So we know, the shape of the store. And so we can work with it like it's, like it was just a SignalStore injected, but really we're getting a different shaped store that may contain more data, or, it may contain different, it may not even be a SignalStore. It just conforms to that shape. We're using features because it's composable, but they don't have to be. And then the final thing we do is that we create these vehicles tokens. And so we need to export these tokens, and then how do we put it together? So here in the app component, we've got this, well, and I did this yesterday to just show how composable SignalStore features are. So this SignalStore feature is a SignalStore feature that's composed of 2 SignalStore features plus a new computed. And this new computed is the description that we see at the top. So when we look at the top here, this is computed in this store based on the features that we put together here. And so we talked a little bit about, determining the shape of the signal state. If I move this up, we see right away that, hey, it complains and it tells us that we don't have a VIN, right? So SignalStore and custom features give us a nice ability to add safety to our composability, right? The rules that we were talking about with the knobs and the hollows and stuff like that. And the last piece that we need to kind of totally put this together, here's our SignalStore, right? And we, it's just the full vehicle here. The vehicle store is provided by this app state. So we just put together a providers array. So we add provide app state. Here's our vehicle store. Then we provide the vehicle details that uses the existing vehicle store. And I added the depths just to make sure, hey, this token can't be provided before the store is set up, right? Same thing for the vehicle info. It depends on the same thing. And there's probably some ways we can do this better. I need to explore that. But then all we need to do is come down into our, wherever we want to target this state and use the provide app state. That's going to set up all of the injection tokens for us. It's going to set up the state for us, and we're off to the races. Why is this helpful? Well, let's look at the widget component. Am I not finding the widget? Come on. Oh, wizard component. What if we wanted to put our stuff together in a different way? What if we wanted a wizard that we could step through? Well, now that we've already provided the state, now that we have our components, we can now throw these together in any way, shape, or form that we want to. And so to kind of finish this off, let's take a look at the wizard component. Here's the wizard component. Here's our blue component, right? Here is everything here. And notice that because they exist in the same application and I injected things at the global state, this all works, right? So, as I'm going through this is all changing. The global stuff is changing. If we go back to the other composed one, it's all changing. But if I hit the next button, we can see here that we're also getting changes here. And as we, check boxes here, we'll see that they're changing here and they're also changing here. And to put together this wizard component, it took me about a half hour, and most of that was putting together the state to handle the next and the back button. We're right up against time. I don't want to go over. Whoops. I don't want to launch that either. So yeah. Thank you. Look me up on LinkedIn.
if you come follow, I'm going to follow back. Look me up on Twitter, and then if you're interested in this kind of stuff, come join a stream. I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I'd be happy to have you guys. So yeah.
Awesome stuff, man. You're lucky. I was just gonna boot you without saying anything.
I had my timer up, and I'm over by 2 minutes, and I'm very sorry about that. I was hoping I could fit it all in.
No, that's good, man. That's a lot to share. And yeah, time flies by. I mean, 30 minutes seems like a long time, but it's not. Yeah. So
lots of good stuff. Yeah.
Really that's very good stuff. Yeah. I would love to look at this approach and see. And then at the same time, in parallel, some gems are being dropped like in the comments between Lars and Shao. So I'm keeping most of them for like keepsake, just like as a backup. I mean, if you're not there right now, you are really missing out.
I was intentionally ignoring the comments because I know Chow would nerd snipe me, and I couldn't do that. So.
It feels like just like a Sunday stream, dude. It's funny.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
A great time.
Okay. Just try me, Shao. Just try to go 10 minutes over. We'll see. All right. So the next two speakers, I mean, they took the time. I mean, they were working until almost 1, 2 in the morning yesterday to get their videos ready. They're not going to join us, but they have recorded their presentation. They both work with me with this project that I've been talking about for so long. And they will be presenting like MANTIS, the evolution of the mean stack. And then the other kid, Ibrahim, is going to talk about a nice way to use Ionic to control a rover. I mean, wow. Okay.
Wow.
So those are the two next calls. I'm going to get those ready, and we'll just like chill back, sit back and relax and see what it is about. And on top of it, we have free entertainment and education with Lars and Shao in the comments right now. So let's get to that. So let me add the video file. I think the first one that I need to add is Ryan. If I follow the schedule, MANTIS, is that the one? If anybody's following the schedule right now? The next evolution of the mean stack.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
Yep.
So let's go with that.
Hello, and welcome to.
And the thing was like StreamYard, as soon as you put the video, it starts talking. So let's go ahead and just get off the stage, and so we can just let him have his moment. And I see you, I think it's about 10 minutes for this one, and we'll get back on stage, talk about it, and then get to the next one. All right?
Sounds good. Perfect.
Cool.
Hello, and welcome to Angular Tiny Conf. It is a pleasure to present the MANTIS stack today, and big thank you to Adi for hosting and organizing everything, and all the others that have contributed to TinyConf. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here. What we have to introduce today is MANTIS. It's the next evolution of the mean stack. Before we get into it, my name is Ryan Clements. I'm the owner of ByteBot. I'm also a core team member of MANTIS. ByteBot is a software agency that helps software teams ship their SaaS apps and actually like them. We specialize within full stack JavaScript and TypeScript applications. This includes the Angular, React, and Vue ecosystems. If you want to reach me, you can follow me on Twitter. I also have a newsletter where I send out different information, blog posts, things I read during the week that I find pretty interesting within the web development ecosystem. But let's get to the star of the show, which actually is the mean stack. The mean stack was a stack. It's an acronym that stands for Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. It's a stack that got popular around 2010, which positioned itself as a way to quickly develop applications, full stack JavaScript applications, with technologies that worked very well together. This started because Node hit the scene around 2010s, which gave people the ability to write the full stack JavaScript applications. Previously, JavaScript was constrained to only be a browser language, but with the introduction of Node.js, now you could write JavaScript on the server. So now things like Express could actually exist. Mongo fits in very well because you're already working with JSON, and it works very well with those types of objects. In the 2010s, this was very big, yet the ecosystem has matured since then. For example, you have TypeScript being introduced. V1 was, I think, like 2014 or 2015. This was a really big improvement in the ecosystem. The technologies, you can adopt TypeScript with Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node, but it takes additional setup if you're working in the traditional mean stack. Another thing that happened was the introduction to VSM, which came a year or two after TypeScript went 1.0, which was a different module format than what the mean stack applications were used to, which was CommonJS. Again, you can get it working in the mean stack, but it takes additional setup. And especially if you're migrating, it's going to be pretty painful. Another thing that happened was async await got introduced with ES6, I believe. This allowed you to write asynchronous code in a sequential manner, which was a big improvement over the promise and callback based way of doing things previously, which is what the mean stack was based off. Again, you can get this to work in the mean stack, but it's very painful. Since then, there have been numerous tools that have greatly improved the ecosystem. NX is being one of them, which is a monorepo tool, so you can have multiple applications, libraries, and such in one repository. It's a big productivity boost for certain types of teams. You have Vite, which has exploded into like a new renaissance of sorts in today's modern web development world. You have Storybook, which is a really awesome tool for doing component-driven development, and especially in the design system world, it really helps you develop your UIs in a more modular way, test them, things of the sort. Really good ecosystem, definitely recommend checking it out. And of course, this is an Angular talk. It's in 2024, you got to talk about Analog. Analog is a really awesome tool that helps take Angular and bridges it with the server-side capabilities that some of the other frameworks get to enjoy, like Vue and React. So this gives you the ability to render your web pages on the server and send that to the client. It has different architectural trade-offs, which could be the right thing to do for certain applications. You could do this in the mean stack, all of these things, but they all take additional setup, and it's pretty painful, which ends up becoming too high of a barrier to entry for people who just want to get started with something productive. Well, there's a tool for that now. So enter Mantis. Mantis, like the mean stack, is an acronym. It stands for Mongo, Analog, NX, Tailwind, Ionic, and Storybook. Mongo, we're just keeping the same database in this stack. You can swap it out if you need it, but it just works really well with a full stack JavaScript application. You've got Analog, because now things are taking advantage of the server side, so we want to give new applications the ability to take advantage of that. We also wanted to give a monorepo solution, since nowadays many people are finding the abstraction into different libraries and applications to be very, very helpful. Well, to do that, you're going to need a tool like NX. You also have Tailwind, which is a stellar tool for managing CSS. Ionic is a mobile solution, which is something that the mean stack didn't even have. Then, of course, Storybook is something to help with UI development. You can get started with this application by running Mantis app latest init. We are currently still in a alpha/beta phase. This is something that we're releasing early into the community to have you kick the tires, but this is how you get started. Your core team was the one who brought this to you. You have Adi himself, Babakar, Ibrahim, and myself. We've all been working on this template generator for quite a bit. The template includes, let's just first get into what the project goals are before I get into the template itself. First, we wanted to provide a full stack solution for most Angular applications. We wanted you to get started insanely quick. We didn't want to have you do 2 sprints worth of configuration before you even get to a hello world. We just wanted to provide that to you super quickly. We wanted to provide templates. We currently have one, which I'm hinting at. We'll get to that in a moment. We also wanted to provide a really good developer experience, and we of course wanted to stay open source. So everything is something hosted on GitHub. You can take a look at it yourself. And we also want to establish what aren't our goals. We don't want to provide a full stack solution for every application. There are certain times where you do want a .NET application or you want a Next.js application. We're not trying to be everybody. We're just trying to be a 0 to 1 solution for getting started with Angular that's similar to what the mean stack positioned itself as. We also don't want to prevent you from using your favorite tech. We currently have a template generator which sets all the wiring up. But if you wanted to rip Ionic out, you can do that. If you wanted to use your favorite CSS and JS library or one of the other hot things that are coming out now, especially with the compile time CSS generator solutions, then go ahead, use that. We expose all the nuts and bolts to you. We just get everything wired up for you. And then, of course, let's get into the demo. This is the product of running that command, the npx mantis app latest init. It generates a to-do example for you with all the bells and whistles included. We have all of the letters in Mantis set up for you. We even threw in testing, linting, end-to-end testing, formatting. We also helped set up some VS Code settings to get everything working very well in this environment. You have full capability to rip out whatever you want, install whatever you want. Everything's exposed to you. In addition to setting up the repository, we also help set up a local Mongo database on your local machine, so it just works starting up. You can also choose your favorite package manager. I prefer PNPM, that's just me. We also made the effort to give you really good documentation so that you can know what the application actually includes. The template also asks you like what you want to name your project. The CLI, the template generator, I mean, it gives you the ability to configure some of the nuts and bolts within this, and then if you need further configuration, you can do it yourself. But you can see that we have a Mantis app running. It's a simple to-do application for this template. This just allows you to see everything wired up. It talks to your local Mongo instance. It comes with the Ionic solution already baked in. We did everything's based on Vite and Analog, by the way. Big thank you to Brandon Roberts for setting that up. He walked so we can run with Mantis. So big thank you to him. We also, like I said, set up Storybook for all of these applications. We did the hard work of trying to get Ionic and Vite and Storybook all working well together. So you don't have to. Anyway. Let's get back to this since this is a pretty quick talk. So from here, we are releasing our template generator, or project generator using templates. That is out. It's still in beta. We really want you to kick the tires and let you know what you want out of this application. Next, well, actually, right now, we are at the same time creating a UI library using shadcn to make component generation or component library to make using shadcn within an Angular application super duper easy. Of course, you can use the Ionic controls as you see fit for your mobile application, but we just want to give you options because we know that every application is unique. Well, of course, we want to also provide more templates. We also want to create a Discord community. We already set that up, and I'll give you the link in a moment. But we want to create a community where we all help each other out, create these applications. From here, you can check out the application yourself. You can run the command, which is on the GitHub repositories. You can join the Discord community. And if you'd like to get in contact with me, here is my information. And of course, you can also find me on the Mantis Discord. But thank you for your time. It's been great. And big thank you to Audie for hosting this. And have a great Friday.
All right. So I think I made an announcement like about this a few months ago. I've been like working on it day in and day out, and even Lars, who's like here, was kind of one of the first to hear about it and give me some like some pointers. Mantis awesome. And then I think like we need a show with just like Lars and Shao, and that would be awesome, man, to have you there. So yeah, and then Ryan, like who fresh out of Amazon, started like Bytebot, came and just like was sold by the what we call like the developer, getting back to the developer joy of things with Mantis, where you just like start and it works. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people on this call or like on this conference that like the tooling side of things. I'm not one of them. So I'm like I'm building a tooling tool so I don't have to deal with it. So basically having like Mantis is an opinionated like stack. We will have some sensible default. For example, some of the NX commands where you have like 6 or 7 flags to make one thing work, we will like hide it under one command. And then the 1%, the 2%, the Lars and the Shao and the Jason of the Wood who want to go more into that, it's going to be an NX workspace. So you can do whatever you would do normally in your NX workspace. We will create more generators. We will just like have some sensible default to just give you enough without trying to overwhelm you. So yeah, thank you, Ryan, for doing this. I knew that he had a crazy day today, but he insisted on like putting this together. And yeah, we're looking for people to contribute. I will talk about the Mantis UI a little later on my talk. And any comments, anything before we go to the next talk with Ibrahim?
Yeah, I mean, it looks really, really nice, and I gotta say, Ryan it's a really good like presenter, a really good storyteller.
Yes, no, he's
loved it.
very good.
That was a killer presentation. Like,
No,
I was
he's
just
good. He's very good. He's a natural
Yeah.
teacher. Yeah, he has that definitely.
Yeah, that was excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've
yeah,
been-
so yeah, go for it, Jason.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk with him. I've been watching your progress here closely, Adi, because very fascinating what you're doing with Mantis, and lots of really good stuff there. And have a lot of thoughts, but I don't want to hold us up. So
All righty. Let's go right to the next one. And then, we have the Mantis UI. I mean, sometimes seeing is believing. So that's coming up soon. But in the meantime, Ibrahim is out of Turkey, Ankara. He tried to join us a little earlier today, but he was having internet connection. So he put together the video presentation. I was just in Istanbul and he was telling me, hey, I'm helping like, I don't know, people like program a rover machine with Ionic. I'm like, what? All right, man, you're gonna talk about that at Angular Tiny Conf, and he was like ready to put it together. So I'm so happy this kid is just like a pure gem, So follow him if you can, and very good energy. I'll let you go through his presentation, and then we'll take it back from there.
Hello, everyone. You might have noticed me not missing, but having technical issues with internet, which basically prevented me from being at my presentation in 9 and 20 EST. So I made a deal with Adi to record this locally and then to just send it to him, and then he will play this hopefully. If not, then I guess he won't, but hopefully he will. Regardless, we see that today I'll be presenting my own topic, which is using Angular and Ionic to remotely control rovers. It'll be just a quick demo of me making my Ionic plus Angular application communicate with my simulated 3D rover. So we will see how that is all structured and how that operates and what are the elements that make all of this possible. So without further ado, let's start. You won't see my camera after I play the slideshow, so hopefully that's not a deal breaker for you guys. So, using Angular and Ionic to remotely control rovers. The brief agenda will be
the introduction of the topic, the demo video. We will take a quick look at the code and the final end credits. So without further ado, let's take a look at the introduction. Let's start with a story. You're a farmer and you have your many crop fields. You like to have great yields of your products, so you use fertilizers, which you can see on the right picture. Fertilizers are a thing that allow your crops to grow faster, better, and I guess even stronger. And in the return, you, how do you say it? Sell that and get more money, obviously. Now, that fertilization process is very manual and requires a lot of manual work. Unless you use machinery, then that will help you. But what if you can take that to the next level? What if you can perhaps never step foot in your crop fields and still fertilize them and make sure that your crops grow? How do you upgrade yourself to the modern farmer? How will that farmer do it? How will he do it, you know? With Angular, with the topic today being Angular, we'll have to say with Angular. So let's take a look at the demo, which will show you that with this story in our head, the demo will make more sense now. So you'll take a look at the pre-recorded video of me showing you how the demo works. Let's start it. So right now we have our application ready to connect with our 3D simulated rover. This is it. This is how it looks like. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We also have the map. I think it's this one, yeah. And it's the map showing us its location from the rover. The map is showing the location of the rover. And this is the console that's showing what's happening within the rover, basically. So without any further ado, let's give this guy a mission to do. So first of all, we will connect to it. Connect. Now we will, oh, okay, it's already connected. Then we create a start a mission. Then we select a sprinkler mode. Let's say medium, for example. Then we go next. Then if you remember, the map location is pretty much the same here. Yep. And now that we got that ready, we can start drawing our area of interest. So this would be it, for example. This is the farmland that we will make the rover do a grid sweep to sprinkle the crop field. We will set the angle of the lines to be 90 degrees and the spacing 4 meters. And when we finish, we will just close the model. Then we hit generate path, and this is the path that we are presented with, and this is the path that the rover will undertake. So let's start it. And look at the rover going. Whoa. Maybe I should, oh, okay, it's, oh, very fast, okay. Oh, okay. Perhaps go back to look at the battery of this thing. And it's 88%. Let's head back to our rover. And we can see that it finished all of the missions. And that was the demo. So you've seen the rover undertake the path that we predefine in the map, but how does this all work? Let's dive deeper. We need to take a look at 5 key elements here. Are the pilot, Mav SDK, or Mav SDK Java to be exact, Capacitor, Ionic, and Angular. To start off with our pilot, it makes robotics accessible to all developers. you can imagine that basically you can tap into the world of robotics, such as controlling drones, VTOLs, rovers, submarines, etc., all by using Artipilot. And it also allows you to establish a connection between yourself and the real life, I guess, vehicle/devices. That's Artipilot, and of course it's open source. Mav SDK. Mav SDK is basically the, how do you call him? The messenger, I guess. He is establishing a communication between us, the UI developers, and Artipilot. It does so by providing us an SDK in various types of languages, such as Java, Python, and other ones that you see on the screen. JavaScript is still a proof of concept, so maybe that will come later in the future. And in this demo specifically, I've used Mav SDK, Java. Then Capacitor. Maybe you've heard about this one. It's a way to extend your Ionic applications, Ionic applications, or even just general iOS. It doesn't have to be limited to Ionic, but regardless, it allows you to extend. This will be very useful. Extend your mobile applications with custom functionalities. It already provides a library of plugins, but for our needs, we will have to create our own custom plugin. So that's Capacitor. Ionic is just a UI library, you can call it, but it also comes with some extra features, such as compiling your code, your front-end code, to two outlets, iOS and Android. So that's the most basic description I can give you. And it's also, how do you say it, in love with Capacitor, because both Ionic and Capacitor are made by the same team, Ionic. So that's Ionic, and because we all know Angular here, we don't need to really introduce it. Now, let's get into the fun bits. We need to look at the setup, but this is a bit too much, so why don't we break it down a bit. We'll start from the left side. The user communicates through the app that he wants to send the mission, but he also wants to see the information that the rover emits, basically, like position, like its heading, like its battery, what else? Mission status, and other telemetry, possible other streams. That's the first step. Then this Ionic, how do you call it? Then the front end communicates with the plugin. It gives all of these requests to the plugin, and then the plugin takes all of these commands and sends them to Mav SDK. Mav SDK takes that, and then it sends it to Artipilot. And then Artipilot takes that, and when it gets that information about the coordinates that the user wants the rover to undertake, it will make the rover do the mission. Then we go all the way back. Artipilot already emits data such as position, mission progress, and battery. So the Mav SDK subscribes to those observables, basically. You can call them that because that's pretty much what they are. The Mav SDK emits them to the plugin because my plugin asks about that information. Then the plugin gives the information back to the UI, and the UI displays the info accordingly. And that's the entire setup. Does it make sense? Hopefully, because I don't have time to repeat myself. Moving on. Now let's take a look at the code, shall we? In the UI, I'll connect to the rover by calling on the plugin method connect, and my custom plugin method requires two parameters, which are host and port. And once the connect method is, I guess, launched and triggered, I'll be waiting on the response and set the signals to either connected or not connected. Pretty straightforward. The only key thing here I would mention is that I needed to force the event loop to notice the changes by calling detect changes from the change detector ref. Moving on, I am subscribing to the emissions made by RDPilot, made by Mav SDK, and made by the plugin here in the UI. And once I get those emissions, I immediately plug them into my signals, which are then displayed in the UI. Of course, here you see the same thing. I need to detect changes. I need to tell Angular, look, these are the changes that I want you to, I guess, refresh immediately. And it does so. And Exhibit C, for the generation path, I really couldn't show much of the code here because I'd probably scare you, but in the general sense, I'm generating the path, I'm drawing the path on the map, and I'm fitting the map to the bounds of the path. Yeah, that's a mouthful. And once I get the path generated, those coordinates, I provide them to another plugin method, which I also custom defined, which is create and start mission. Maybe I can actually use my mouse. Oh no, I cannot use my mouse. But yeah, you can see it at the bottom. Create and start mission only wants one parameter, which are mission items, and then I of course provide them. And once I send the mission, as you saw in the demo, the rover gets the coordinates and it does the mission. This is the UI part. The plugin part is using Java. So I'm not sure if this part will be as much as interesting to you, but regardless, maybe you can notice some similarities to Angular, such as distinct until changed pipe. You can see the subscribe callback. You can see the on next as well. Basically, all of this here is doing two things. It is connecting to the rover, because this is the connect method. It is connecting to the rover based on the host and port that we provided from the UI. And then once it's, connected, then it basically starts emitting data from the rover to the UI. And the plugin is allowing us to do just that. And also it's listening to any mission items, incoming data. So that's the Exhibit A, and Exhibit B is just the upload and start mission. It is basically just compiling all of this. It's doing like this data transformation thing, more like compiling actually, to make the Mav SDK understand what am I trying to tell it. This is what Mav SDK required me to do. I needed to generate the mission items in a certain way. I needed to provide, for example, sequence numbers, which is not something that you would expect probably. Once I compile and prepare that list, I immediately provide it to the commands below, which is basically upload mission. Once the mission is uploaded, I arm the vehicle and then I start the mission. Also here you'll notice like very similar, very similar RxJS, I should call them probably, RxJS pipes, such as, well, not exactly. I guess do on complete would be considered like a similar pipe from RxJS. And of course the subscribe callback at the end. And that's the Exhibit B from the plugin. And honestly, we made it to the end. That's it. You've made it. Thank you for watching. And who made this demo? Oh my god. I made it. Me. I post regularly on LinkedIn with the quotation marks as a pun to indicate that I'm not very regular on LinkedIn, but still I post some
I'll kill him.
I love this. I love this. It's just this. His internal his internal dialogue during this demo has been amazing. I love it.
I mean, he's a madman. I swear to God, he'll be exact like that. I mean, yeah.
live rover and
It's awesome.
connect to it, and I guess tell you all about it on LinkedIn. So stay tuned, I guess. Follow me on
I
LinkedIn.
guess.
And for any inquiries, use Telegram.
Oh my God.
That's it. Thank you, Adi, for your patience. I'm sorry my internet broke. I'm sorry, I guess, to everyone who waited on this event that my internet broke. It was truly an unfortunate.
Don't worry, buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I'm thankful, I guess, for your patience regardless.
Yeah, he had no control over that.
He had no control over that. What he had control over was me being
amazing.
in Istanbul.
Mm-hmm.
And him like making sure that he got on the train from Ankara 4 hours ride to come and see me. That was totally like he did not have to do that. We could have just done like a Google like meet or stuff like that, but he got on the train. He's like, I'm on my way. And I thought he was just in the neighborhood somewhere. And then I realized that he came from Ankara. I'm like, oh, how far was that? It was like 4 hours train ride. I'm like, man.
Wow.
So yeah, a very good kid. And he's mostly active on LinkedIn and talks a lot about like analog and has a kind of cool way of breaking things down. And that's just things that like interest him. And I'm so happy that we're gonna have him working with me on the component side of like the MANTIS UI, and then Ionic 2. He's gonna be like come and own that part basically, and we'll support him as much. But he's gonna be teaching us, and very very good energy, you know. And yeah, I don't know how he got the camel to come and check on his code, but yeah, that's the one in a lifetime shot, man. I swear to God.
His presentation style is amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
Just the dry humor that he throws in there at random, and it was just awesome. Xiao's saying that's AI.
That's AI. Come on now. I know for a fact that this one is not AI.
I would be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet it's not, because the camel isn't bleeding into his shirt and doesn't have 10 fingers.
Yeah, you see? Come on, Chad. Open your eyes, man. Look closely, man. No, but this is a one in a lifetime shot, man. I mean, camels are very curious animals. They will totally come to you and see, like, what is it that you're doing, man? What is it that you're doing? You know? And they are very impressive, tall and very strong, and always chewing on something. I don't know what, but they're always chewing on something, man. So yeah, you don't want to mess with them.
They're chewing their cud, right? They're
ruminants. Yeah, they're ruminants. Exactly. Yeah, so that's that. But always,
camel code review.
Always. That's a good one. So, camel case got review. That's what it was. I mean, this is exactly what it is. That's the perfect meme for this.
Yep.
You know. So yeah, I mean, Lars, man, you are precious. I swear to God. So I think we kind of chew a little on like the second break, but like I said, we don't care about breaks that much here. So 3:45 is when that's in 5 minutes with the one and only Jordan Powell. So let's see if he's around already. If not, let's give him like, I mean, you guys are more than welcome to take a 5-minute breather, and then like we'll start with him when he gets here. But yeah, he was traveling, and I had to move him around, but he did not tell me that he was not going to make this one. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see. Worst case scenario, I don't like to do that, but I would probably swap my session with him, so we have something. But let's give him 5 minutes and see. So in the meantime, what I want to do is, there was some just like excellent stuff going on, and let me for now remove this one. And it started somewhere, and that's the thing, man. The comments, if you don't you're gonna miss a lot of stuff. So I think it started around here.
Are there comments being made on?
No. So the comments were earlier to your talk.
Yeah.
And then like the floodgates opened up here. So, and he was doing that, and then with my tiny dogs, and then in your talk, that's where like Shao started with like JSON is a piece of the states, and then of course, so it went on, and well,
You might
Marcus
call
tried,
me a state-sponsored actor.
Yeah, and then Marcus tried to reel them back in. Then and then there was some good piece of things. So presentations are easier to test and use with tool like Storybooks.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And then Marcus is still reeling them in, just to make sure. And then, here though, they started like going like, ballistic. I mean, sniper on it, to learn Angular templates custom syntax. So take the time to come.
I think he's being serious here.
Yeah, he's being serious now. Now they're being serious. Now, Marcus like reeling in Wooked, so they got back into it. So, and then Shao said, I assume we don't need the initial value of the form since value changes does not emit to late subscriber. I was like, oh, okay. And
So,
then with only one operator, you can drop the pipe entirely.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, can I grab my notebook right now? Because hold on a second. And that's where like even Lars was like, really? I did not know this. I'm like, okay, I'm good down. If Lars didn't know.
So
yeah, go ahead.
To answer Chao's comment about the initial state, there's something, I don't know what's going on, but we're zoneless in this application, and so when it binds to the form, I actually get form change events for every NG model. And so it was really weird, but luckily signals save us because they're MAUIized, so they aren't re-emitting. Otherwise that would have been a mess to try and figure out.
Yeah, and it seems like it was related to how many operators that you had, because he backed it up with you could just do that, and then of course you get it from that, and then basically if you have more than one operator, then pipe is needed. So I think like that's the that was kind of like something that can be lost,
absolutely,
in translation there. And
Absolutely.
Mr. Powell is here.
He is.
What's up, guys?
Good to see you.
I was like, man, did he make it with his travel plans? So
I just got home, so
yeah.
Sorry,
Wow.
making it on, but
wow.
see how this goes. So
that's okay. We're good at tap dancing.
I'm telling you, man. So you have about a minute. So get the. I will just let you get your slide ready. There's Michael Small. I think Jason, you can take this one. Who was saying, I just joined, so I'm missing the content, but this form now without zoneless, you need to wrap them in the differ as well, so NGOnly does not happen first.
Interesting. Wrap the form. That's very interesting. I'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, so I think like we can get back to that. I mean, that's why Lars is reacting to it. And basically, without a differ, a manual set value on engine will not be registered. Whoa, okay. Man, there's some like good stuff being dropped in here today.
Yeah, I'm not using set value, but I don't want to take away from Jordan.
All right, let's go.
I've got something to investigate.
Nice. That's the best thing coming from a conference, going back to the lab. So let's remove this one. And are you sharing, Jordan?
I think your audio cut out.
Me or Jordan?
Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
good now.
Yeah, we're good now. Okay.
All right, deep breaths, guys. I got this.
Come on, man. That's not your first rodeo. Oh, all right. You got your slide ready? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I got that. All right, let's get out of your way, buddy.
Yeah. Perfect. So thank you guys for having me today. I mostly just wanted to share some of the things that we've been working on here at Cypress in comparison, like really tailored for the Angular community. So obviously, the last few times I've been on here, we've been, I gave talks around component testing and things like that. And so certainly that's something that I'm passionate about, something that we are very excited for, and we continue to see
adoption every single month, more and more people adopting Cypress component testing, which is really exciting for us. But one of the things that we are getting ready to release in the next version of Cypress, I think it'll come out next week, is more support for Angular signals. And so now you can use signals today with the current Cypress Angular adapter, but one of the things that we wanted to really bake the whole experience in so that it is a just a better developer experience all around. And so there were a couple sort of gotchas as more and more support for different functionality around signals became sort of integrated into the Angular ecosystem, primarily around like signal inputs and things like that. And so like model, all those things like that began to, we were starting to run into some TypeScript issues and things like that. And so one of the things I'm happy to say is that we now have, or will have, as of next week, support for a brand new sort of adapter for Cypress component testing called Angular-Signals. And so normally, like previously, your Angular mounts would look like this. And so when you will write test, you would just do side out mount. Everything's the same. Basically, we source that mount from a package from Angular or inside of Cypress, an Angular package. And so if you're not using signals, you can just use this. But if you want to use Angular and signals, it's going to be a new package called Angular-Signals. Everything else is the same. There's literally no other changes sort of to the API and things like that. It's essentially just some additional typing and support for signals under the hood inside of our mount. So I wanted to sort of show you what this would look like. So let's say, let's go ahead and let me run this test. Let me run open component testing here. So that way you could see what this looks like. And this is just a very, very trivial, simple example of basically zoom in, of a test component that's basically an increment. So it's increments up, increments down, that sort of thing, right? So you can increment this, you can decrement this. Very, very simple, something we've done before. But let's say we wanted to convert this component into to like have full support for signals. So something that we could do is let's go ahead and like write this so that way we could see what this would look like. The signals implementation would be pretty simple. Instead of using inputs like this, we would do like title equals input dot required, and this could be like string, and then we can get rid of this. Let's see, count could be a model, and we'll set the default to 1. And then with model being basically this count being using model has two-way data binding, so we actually don't need to have this output anymore. So what we could do is then instead of basically doing something like this, we could just say this.count.set, this.count plus 1, something like this. And then we just do the same sort of thing here. And instead of adding 1, we subtract 1. Very, very simple. If we were to go to our markdown here, our template, we can then make those changes. And in theory, this was still kind of work, but we are also we're getting some like TypeScript errors now because, well, one, we don't have this. Let's see. And if we were to, like, currently this works, but the problem is like, we're just passing properties, but like, what if we wanted to test like signals more specifically? Well, we could very easily do this. And I basically have a example of this. If I can, let me skip these. Let me comment these out and let me undo these. Do a little this magic. Okay. So the next thing is, so if we were to run these, I can import this. I think it should compile and so forth. Now we're not getting any more errors. And now we should still get passing tests. So everything is still working the same. It didn't really require much changes, but now there are some additional things that we can do with this new sort of library. So now we can, these are basically the same sort of tests that we had above. We're passing in our props the exact same way. We're not doing anything different here. We're not doing anything different here. The big difference is if we wanted to, I have some tests here that we're skipping. So what we could do is now we can, we have support for writable signals. So what we can do with, like, for example, our input that required, we can pass an actual signal into this before we would get errors. So if I were to change this back to the Angular package, we see that we would get this typing error because the previous Angular component test mount did not really know how to handle sort of supporting a signal as an input, right? But now, because of the new package, we now has full support for this. Excuse me. So now we can rerun these tests. That one's passing here. I can solo this if you want to see that again. Same thing. It's now passing. So what we're doing is we're passing the signal test component. We're just passing the signal as the property, and then we are running a test that validates that it is actually that, right? And then the other thing is we are then able to manually go in to the signal that we passed in, basically update that signal, and we see that change is then being reflected inside the DOM. So this is a way of us manipulating the signal that ends up getting passed into our mount as a way to sort of see how signals, like when we have components that take input signals, and if those signals change their values, that those values get reflected in other parts of that component, which is pretty cool. And then another similar thing is we have the same support for like our model, which is essentially like a two-way binding sort of signal. And basically what this is we have, before when we were updating our count, we had an event emitter that was getting passed up saying, hey, the count got updated. But now, because our signal can now be basically a two-way signal, it can receive signals and it can then pass a signal. And so in this case, we're doing the same sort of thing where we're creating a signal called count. We're passing it in as a property of our component, and then we can do the same thing where we're setting that count and then make sure it's getting updated in the DOM. And then we can do the same sort of thing where we're then running a validation on the signal that we created up here, and making sure that when we clicked the signal or the button that increments, that it should update the signal value in the component, and that it updates basically the parent that passed it down, its value as well. So hopefully that makes sense, but basically you can test both ways. So you can pass a signal in as a one way, and it'll also update the value upstream as well, which is really cool. So this is something allows you to be able to do a lot of really cool things with your signals, as well as we also have support for basically anytime these count changes. So like we had the create output SPI before in Angular component testing, but now you can do the same sort of thing. There is no event emitter that's passing this up, but basically if you are to prepend change on any property, so this is count, so count camel case change will then basically if you use like this SPI output, like this create output SPI, it will then automatically create a SPI or listener for any updates to count, and then you can run assertions on those as well. So really, really cool way of testing signals and more things sort of adjacent to them inside of your code. And I wanted to show an example of this sort of in the wild. We're running it here, but I want to show you it in relation to some other things that we're also doing in Cypress. So I don't know, you may not have noticed, but when I was running this, there's a few issues with our test. Now our test ran really quickly, and we didn't spend a lot of time diving into like what's going on with it. But I'm going to record this run locally as if I were in CI or something like that, and I'm going to view this inside of Cypress Cloud. And inside of Cypress Cloud, let me hang on, switch windows here, 1 second. Other accounts. Whoops, not that. Not this. This one right here. Perfect. So if I were to go, not this one, this one. Okay, so if I were to then go to this most recent run, which should be 15, right here, I will now see
Can you do us a favor, Jordan? The hide button on the hide button at the bottom right there.
That one right there?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. So now we recorded this run to the dashboard, and this gives us now a few new sort of intelligence features that we've been working inside of Cypress. Because our test, if we were to look at this, we now have something called test replay. And test replay is a way for us to basically we're creating snapshots of our test and everything that happened along the way. So what we can do is basically rehydrate a browser with the exact state of everything in it. So what we can do is use this is kind of similar to the way that the Cypress browser looks, the test runner works, but you can see here different tests. You can, this is like this is an actual DOM, but you can interact with it. So like here, this will show you, okay, it's kind of hard to see, but because of how I have to zoom my screen in for you guys. But basically, you can see here, this is 8. Then if I were to scroll ahead a bit, it's now 9. So basically, we can replay this test for you in the DOM, which is really awesome. It makes, if this were to fail, really easy to go in and identify, okay, how do I actually fix this test? Instead of like trying to navigate through some CI log and being like, okay, how do I find this test? Let me open it up. What's going on? You can just go into your run in Cypress Cloud and replay it and see exactly what went wrong, which is really valuable. But the other thing that, because we now have this data for this test run, we can now run that data across other really sort of other metrics to give us a good app quality measurement. And so what I mean by that is, if we go to a new feature here in Cypress called UI coverage, and basically what this is doing is it's going to generate a report for our tests and tell us that we have 50% UI coverage, meaning this. So if I were to go into this view, it's going to basically give us a snapshot of what we tested, And what it's going to tell us is that we had one element that was tested and one element that was untested. And so what it means is basically here we had a test for our increment, but we did not actually write a test for our decrease button. So that's obviously problematic, something that we would want to write a test for. And this is something that we want to obviously catch this before we were to put this into production or something like this. So this is a great way. Obviously, this is a trivial example, and but you can imagine as you're developing larger applications and working on features very rapidly, being able to identify parts of your application that users interact with that aren't being tested is really, really valuable. And the beautiful thing is like this required zero code. We can infer and generate these for you by default automatically, just because just by leveraging the tests that you're already writing. So that's really cool. The other thing we can do is we can also generate an accessibility report. And so, for example, in this case, we don't have any accessibility violations, which is awesome. So out of all the tests we just ran, which is just one, we have 0 accessibility violations, and it's telling us great job. So let's go back and let's write a test for our increase scenario, our decrement scenario, and let's add an accessibility violation just so you can see this work in play as well. So let's go back to our code, and we'll see here that we are writing a scenario where we are incrementing the count, but we never decrement it. So let's actually just copy this. This should be really easy to sort of duplicate. Let's see, we decrement the count, we start at 10. Instead of grabbing the increment, let's grab the decrement, and instead of it being 11, it should now be a 9. Let's go ahead, for sanity's sake, let's go ahead and open this so we can see it again, just to make sure that that test is passing before we commit this. Real quick, run this, and let's also do one other thing. So let's say maybe let's create an accessibility violation so you can see this. Now, obviously, you want to go the opposite way, where instead of, you don't want to introduce accessibility issues into your application on purpose, but this could be something that you could legitimately do on accident. So let's get rid of the label on our button, and then let's rerun this inside of Cypress. Oops, wrong. I think I backed out of my window. Okay, let me. Sorry, closed out of this real quick. Okay, side. Okay. Good. Okay, npx cypress run. Okay, here. Now let me re-record this. It'll run locally, but this could happen inside of CI, and it's going to generate a link for us. We can see here. We can go to 16. You can see right now it's saying that, hey, your tests are processing. They just finished, and now it's processing it, and now it's generating us a report. And now we added that test, and now it's telling us, hey, you now have 0 untested elements. You have 2 tested elements, and your score is 100%. This is awesome. That means we now have what we would consider full UI coverage from a test perspective. And then if we were to go to our accessibility tab here, we now see that though we increased our UI coverage metric, we decreased our accessibility metric. That's because we introduced a critical violation that our buttons must have discernible text. Well, that's because we eliminated the the label that we were using. So let's add that back here. Let's go ahead, hit save or rerun this. And we should be able to get a 100, 100. Let's see, our tests are running. Just take 1 second. We now get a test result of all of our tests. We could play back any one of them if we wanted to and test replay. Super fast because our test is run really fast. Let's go. We get UI coverage 100%, and we also have accessibility 100%. So that's sort of some of the things that we've been working on in Cypress. I think that these are hopefully features that the Angular community will really love and find valuable. I know that with component testing specifically, that, like I said, that change is going to release, and then these features specifically here in the cloud are for our cloud customers, but definitely think that hopefully this is really valuable for you guys. And this was awesome. I hopefully this answers questions people might have. I'm not sure. I think for us, like, this is just the beginning of some of the things that we can do with our quote unquote intelligence features, because we really see this is always Cypress's like long game, is that we always feel like tests are important, and so like being able to write tests efficiently and be able to like create a good test runner is important. But in the long run, like, we feel like testing is sort of the precursor to overall application quality. And so I think that this is really just the beginning of the types of things that we can create for your application that are measuring overall quality. And the great thing is, like, it required zero configuration. We didn't have to do anything. We didn't have to write any more code, any of those things. So yeah, hopefully that was exciting. I think we're a couple minutes early, but I don't know if we have any questions. So.
You killed it with the Signal stuff, because wrapper components are what you use right now, right?
Yeah, you can do that, but hopefully this will solve that problem.
Right, exactly. No, I don't want to write wrapper components. What you showed is very exciting and something I can't wait to get my hands on. So
yeah, really nice, really good stuff.
We did have some questions though.
Yep.
Lars had a good one.
Yeah. Is that the UI coverage one? Yeah.
Yeah. So he's asking if
it's not unique. That's a great question. So this will work on anything you're recording in Cypress. So essentially, it's very valuable and in an end-to-end scenario, especially because you put everything together. You want to see, what are the things that are that aren't being tested. So it works very much for UI coverage. Works very well for that scenario. I can show you an example of it on an end-to-end project quick. I think that will be probably more valuable. This is just let's see, a staging environment here in Cypress, but I think that would be really cool because you can see this kind of working.
Let's welcome like Ankita on the stage, leaving her in the studio by herself.
Yeah.
Poor Ankita, come on. Go ahead, Jordan. Did not mean to cut you off.
No, it's good. It's just gonna load this report real quick, but I think that definitely it works for end-to-end, and component is the short answer. And then I'll show you, like, so you'll see here, like, it's showing these are views, or essentially like this would be either the component or the URL that you are testing it against. Obviously, like, you could have quite a few. You could have quite a few of these, but you can look at, like, this is like Cypress testing Cypress Cloud itself. So like you could see here, we could look at any one of these tests, and it's going to, like, it renders the like a snapshot of that test inside of here, and then it will essentially highlight where that thing is, which is pretty cool. So yeah, this is one of the things we've been working on. So
that's really cool. The other question, these are for me. So does it catch visual issues like when you're doing like contrast?
Yes, so it will catch. We are using Axe Core under the hood, so essentially any color contrast issues, any of the Axe violations that they catch, we will also pass forward. I just use one. It was a very I was trying to think of a good way to surface a problem, but I was like, this is like an easy one we could do. But no, it'll catch any of the violations that Axe would catch.
Very cool. That also answered my other question about WCAG, because I know Axe will handle different versions of that. So.
Yep, and there's a way you can configure it to like which standard that your organization is sort of adhering to, which is really cool as well. So.
Very cool. Very cool. I was very interested in the stuff you're showing. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure.
Are those mostly out right now, or are they coming out soon?
So the intelligence stuff, this stuff in the cloud, these are this is like a beta product for our cloud customers, but I don't want to, I'm not a salesman by any stretch of the imagination, so like I couldn't even tell you how much it costs or any of like this stuff like that. But essentially, like if you are interested, let me know. I can forward you on to the people that can answer those questions. But this is in beta. It's not like self-service. You can't just go to our website and sort of order this or add this or something like that. But it is available for any customer who is on at least Cypress 13. So that is, I guess, the requirement, because in Cypress 13, that's when we release Test Replay, which is sort of the engine in which we're gathering and collecting the data that we're then using to generate these reports. So that, and then like I said, the Angular Signals package that is set to release next week, depending upon it's a holiday next week, so we'll see if it gets released next week. But it's merged into our development branch. It will go out on our next release. So
that is awesome.
All right, man. Thank you, and right on time, man. You came right on time, and you finished right on time. So
I'm gonna go take a nap, guys. I've
you
been
should.
up since like 4 a.m. to get here. But.
Should.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, JP. As always, man.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to have you part of this, man. So yeah, go get that rest. Go get that nap. For the rest of the audience, though, you stay put. You stay right where you are, because no nap for you guys. He earned this. He earned this one. We'll let him go. So yeah. So
thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, man. Take care. So without further ado, we have our very own Ankita, who's going to tell us about sharing is caring. So Ankita, take it away. We're going to get out of your way right now.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Ankita. I am an Angular GDE. I co-host the Angular Plus Show podcast, currently based out of Austin, Texas, and where I work as a Angular developer on a cybersecurity app. And today, I am super excited to be talking about sharing data amongst our Angular components, because sharing is caring, right? So there are different ways where you can share data within Angular components, and it kind of also depends between the relationship between the components. So you can have a parent, you can share data between parent to child, child to parent, routed components, or unrelated components. For any basic Angular app, this is kind of what the component tree would look like, right? That you'll have your app component, and it would have a header, which will have a logo, might have a navigation. Then you have pages and a footer component, and you can kind of see, okay, like my hero image component is the child of pages and is a sibling of main content component. But your logo component and chat component, they're unrelated. So that's what
But there's a way to share data amongst all of them, and that's what we will be looking at, what that looks like and how you can configure all of that, etc. First, let's look at parent to child. The very first way that you can do that is using content projection. The parent uses content projection almost like how, like, I have 0% experience as a parent, but I know parents tend to project their hopes and desires on their children. And when you need a flexible, reusable component that can accommodate different types of content, as you want to control the structure and styling of that content within the child components template, this is what you would use: content projection. And you can see over here that in the parent components template, within the child component, which is the card component, you're passing in all the HTML structure, or you can pass in directives or literally anything to the child. And that's how you would pass the data. This way, the parent has more control on the data and the type of data, etc., that would be presented to the child. So use this approach to pass different types of dynamic content in a flexible, reusable way to the child. But when you need a more structured and a type-safe way to communicate, this is the more appropriate way, which is using inputs. The square bracket syntax, to me, like, that seems like a gift box, which makes it easy to remember, right? Because you can see here the parent, the main content component in its template, when it's calling the child, it's gifting it the properties that it's trying to pass to the child. So we'll look at how these properties can be transformed, etc., but they can be type defined and can be marked as required. We'll look at that syntax when we look at the child, which is what handles it. But it essentially means that child can be really picky with the type of input or the gift they would like to receive. So when you want to establish a clear data flow and be very mindful of the type of data that you're passing, so you will use this approach to pass structured type-safe data to the child. Okay, and then you can parent from child via output. This is the primary mechanism that you would use to listen to your child. So the child would emit any event, and the parent can use that event or data info that is being passed to perform either an action by itself or pass it on to the other siblings or other children of the child component, etc. So in this example, the parent is the main content component. Once again, it has two children, the card and the grid component. And on both of their clicks, those two children are emitting the ID, which it is then using to view more detailed info in a panel. So you would use this when you want to listen to what the child is trying to tell you and to subscribe for updates from the child. One thing to remember here, though, is that Angular's custom components, they do not bubble up the DOM tree like native HTML events do. Okay, now let's look at some child to parent and what that configuration looks like and how that data sharing and all of that will look like. But first, let's revisit the parent once again. So this was the content projection example. About 3 slides ago, we saw this example, the one where the parent is projecting data on the child. And how does the child receive it? This is how. So this is how the child will receive from parent via content projection. It will have placeholders, or what we also call as slots. Now in this example, I have multiple. The ng content select, that's the slot. And I have multiple slots here, but you could just have one. And if you have one, you don't really need to specify any name along with it. You can just have the ng content element. Now, one important thing to remember is that ng content element, it's not an Angular component, and it's not a DOM element either. It's just an Angular specific, a special placeholder that tells Angular where to render the content. So all the information that all the data that the parent was giving, this is exactly where it will go. It has that placeholder in it. And you can not insert or modify this at runtime. It needs to be static. So it compiles, it processes all of this at build time, which means that you basically can't add directives or you can't manipulate any of this data. So again, the parent has more control on what it's trying to project, and you would use this when you want to handle just the presentation logic in the child while the parent focuses on the content. Again, let's look at the parent again for inputs. So here's the parent. It's passing the title, body, and image source and image out. And if you remember, I had mentioned how the square notation that in the parents template, that indicates that we're binding to a property. So that's the child gifting. That's how the child receives the gift, using those squares. But how does the child process it? Well, one way is using the input decorator, which kind of makes sense, like the gift is decorated with the input decorator. But that's how the properties are marked, using decorators. They can't be updated at runtime. They're static values that get recorded. And these input properties, they're received as regular values, and they can be marked as required, transformed, and you can then also actually stack them, or they can be coupled with other, not stack, they can be coupled with other component properties. Like over here, I have an example where the host will get the class error applied to it when isError property is passed to the value. So again, like this is a very structured way of receiving data in the child component. So you'll use this to receive structured type safe data from the parent. And that just highlights how you will specify how exactly you want the data to be. So the compiler will actually throw an error if an input is marked required, but the parent isn't passing it. It makes it more type safe. And now we have something that we call signal inputs. We have, as of Angular version 17 onwards, the child can accept the data as signals. So the parents, nothing from the parent side changes. It still passes the data using the square box notation. But since signal inputs are a reactive alternative to the decorator-based inputs, you can think of them as supercharged inputs, because you get all the features of, or all the things that you can do with input, you can do with signal inputs, like mark them required, transform them, have an alias, etc. But you can also use computed in effects because they're signals. And there are numerous benefits of using signal inputs over decorator inputs. And you can see all the code that you can remove and the simple code that you can add simply to transition to signal inputs. And so you'll use this to capture values from parent in a reactive context. And here's the parent again. So if you notice the parentheses around in the parents template around the property when it's accessing the child, those are the output events from the child. That's how it listens to the child's events. if you remember the example that I showed you where the parent was able to listen to the ID from the child, and basically no matter what child is passing the ID, the experience will be the same, that it will be able to open it in a detailed info panel. But let's look at the child now. So the child will indicate that a property is an output by using an output decorator. And again, similar to input decorators, this is also a decorator, and marks the property as a way that this is the data that should go from child to parent. And the event data is passed using the .emit function right here that will, whatever value we want to pass, that's the value that would get emitted. One thing to keep in mind while naming these is that you want to avoid naming collision with DOM events. For example, like click or blur, you want to name the output emitters as close to the custom event that they are being marked for. So, and you can have multiple output events in a child to communicate all different kinds of data with the parent. And so for the output decorator, the type is event emitter. And now as of V17 also, again, I think we have an output function, which is again in developer preview, but they're simple emitters with more accurate types, and their type is output emitter reference. It's, as you can see, again, it's super straightforward to swap them out. You can swap out all your instances of the output decorator with the output function and have a more strongly typed value. It's similar to the Signals API, or it aligns well with the Signals API, and that was the reason why the Angular team made this change around the syntax of output. And it's less verbose and easy to understand. Okay, but sometimes you want to be able to give a value, but also receive any updates made to the value. You want to be able to also listen to events happening, or any additions or modifications to any of the things that should have been passed to you. So the parent passes a value to the child modifies the value, and passes the change value back to the parent. That is our two-way data binding. That's the two-way communication. And earlier, this used to be a little more verbose, a little more complicated to configure. The child would have to have an input decorator property and an output property to specify that this is the event that will be used. This was the property that would be used to notify the event with the new value. So this is what it will look like, that you have the parent over here, the main component, passes the value in square brackets, and that's how you know it's passing the input. And then it listens to the value change. You can combine the syntax using a shorthand, where this shorthand is also commonly known as a banana in the box, which is the combination of the square and round parentheses. But basically, this is how you would know. And that's just Angular. If there's a banana in the box, the value change event, value change function is what Angular knows will be the event related to the value. And so this is how the parent calls the child, and this is how the child would emit the value. Like it would have you'll have the, I'm using the decorator syntax here, but you might as well have a signal here. You have an input signal and an output signal, which accepts the value because it's marked as a decorator, and then it indicates that this is the value change output. So you can see it's kind of verbose, but this is the approach that you would use to listen for events and update values simultaneously between parent and child. As of V17 again, though, we have a new way of handling this, which is you can communicate from parent to child to parent using model inputs. A model input is essentially a special type of input. The component writes a new value onto the model input, and Angular can propagate the new value back to the component. Like the child writes the new value, and the Angular knows that, okay, I need to propagate this new value back to the parent because it has been marked as a model input. Main difference, or one of the main difference between a model input and a signal input is that model inputs are writable signals, which means that their value can be changed anywhere in the child using set and update methods, which are associated with the signal, which is different from input signals because they are marked as read-only. They're read-only signals. And another main difference is that you can't really apply transforms. You can't really transform the value of a model signal, but you can mark them as required. And so you would use this approach to enable two-way data binding in a reactive context. Again, super easy to swap out. I also really like when my diff has more deletions than additions, and it's an easier mental model also to understand. Okay, so those were all the different ways where you could have different relationships between parent and child, different ways of communicating between a parent and child component. But you can also have routed components and share data with routed components. And in case you're unfamiliar, routed components are just basic, simple components that are associated with a specific route in your application. So each routed component is linked to a defined path in your Angular routing config. So there are different ways to pass all sorts of data that you can. You can pass simple values or objects or your own data structure that you have to find using true routes. And I think each of these 4 different ways, they deserve a dedicated 30-minute presentation among themselves. And I have examples of how they can be used here, but they can also be configured in other ways. But you can have route parameters. So here the ID is the route parameter that will be passed, and you'll see it in the URL. So in the browser URL, it will get displayed as product / whatever the ID is. And you can have query parameters, and you can append it. So it'll be the ampersand blah, blah, blah query, like Q equals something. Sorry, question mark Q equals something. So everything after the question mark will be your query parameters, and you can have multiple query parameters associated with the route. And then you can have route data, which is just any information that you want to access based on a route within a component, but also it doesn't show up in the URL. And state property also doesn't show up in the URL, and it's just a way of accessing or sharing data based on a route from a component to a component. And so for any typical Angular application where you have your routes configured, you'll have the setup will look, or the configuration will look something like this. That you have the path, and you specify whatever route ID that you want. You have the data, you have the resolved data based on some resolver function that you might have written. And then you have the state. So in the component, you can just inject the activated route, And then you have it. You can subscribe. You can, all these values that you can read from the route are returned as observables. So you can access the query param, the path params, the data, the resolved data, the state object, all of them through the route into routed component. And since all of these are observables, you can subscribe to them, and Angular handles the subscription. You don't have to explicitly unsubscribe to these. So it destroys the subscription when the route is changed. And you can do all sorts of things. But as of V16, there's another way that you can read all these values from a route. And all you need to do is add this one line of code, and it makes it so much more easier. So in your main.ts file, which is the configuration file that you would have for your standalone application, you just mention with component input bindings. And if for whatever reason you don't have a standalone application, don't fret, because all you have to do is if there's not a similar thing, you just add an object to your router module, which is bind to component inputs true. And by enabling this, basically you are now able to read all those values as inputs. And if you are on V17 or above, you get signal inputs, which is great. You don't have to subscribe. You don't have to care about observables. You don't have to inject the activated route. You are able to read the route data from your component without any other external configuration as you would read inputs. And you can mark all those values just like you would mark input properties. Like you can mark them required, you can write aliases and access all the route values with one line of code. Finally, we have unrelated components, and those might seem a little, why should we care about them? But hear me out. This is, again, the basic component tree of any simple Angular application. This is the simplified version. I'm sure it'll be like a spider web for an actual full production Angular application. But just a data representation of the component tree. There are some components, like I mentioned earlier, that do not have any relationship either. Like, sure, they're distinctly related, but kind of almost unrelated. Like, there's multiple steps removed from each other, like the panel component and the chat component. Like, there are multiple levels up in the hierarchy in a DOM tree when you look at it that you go like, okay, it's not really a sibling. For those, you can use services. And in Angular, we have this concept of dependencies action. So for example, you have a weather service in the app that gives you the weather data based on the city that you provide to the service. And for some of the components, you want to style them based on the weather. When it's sunny outside, you want to have like sunny or sunglasses show up on the app at random places. Or when it's raining outside, you want to have some raindrop animation, and maybe you want to change some text or language, or add some of the components that you're using to resonate the weather outside of the city when you're trying to connect with your customers. I mean, this is just an example. There's so many reasons why you would want to listen to a service. And for components that do not have a parent-child relationship or are on the route to pass in that data, we use dependency injection. Now, there are two main roles in the DI system. You have the dependency consumer, and then you have the dependency provider. So for this service, you just mark it provided in root, which makes the service something that can be injected to. It's the dependency provider. And by marking it as root, it makes the service available app-wide. But again, like there are 4 different ways that you can provide a dependency. By using provided in is the most preferred way because it enables tree shaking in an Angular application. And again, all of these 4 topics, they are so exhaustive that they kind of warrant a talk on their own. But for today, we're just going to focus on the component level of providing a dependency. So I've pasted 2 components in the same slide, but basically, ideally you'll have 2 separate component files. But essentially what you're doing here is using the weather service as a provider in these 2 components. You're injecting them in your component, and you can then You can then use any of the methods that the service has. And once you can also have it such that one of the component updates something, dispatches an update, and the other component that is also subscribed to the service listens to it. One thing to remember though is that you get a new instance of each service with each new instance of the component. So it's not shared within a component, and that's pretty much it. It's kind of straightforward. And I'm sure within an Angular application, there are several other ways people are innovative, right? That you can leverage. But today I only shared very Angular specific ways of sharing data. You can also share within your application using local storage or share data using local storage or session storage. You can either use a third-party state management library or build your own state management solution. You can use a web worker. You could use an IndexedDB. There are lots of ways of sharing data, and I hope some of these helped. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, you made it sound very easy. Thank you so much. I think that's why, like Lars is saying this, man. It's just like, okay, it never was hard. I just did not have somebody who could explain it this well. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Very well done.
It was really nice. I feel like the sharing story, like sharing data story, like really deserve like a revisit because it's crazy how much has actually happened. So it was really nice to see this one, and I think the replay will be really valuable to a whole lot of people.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I really appreciated the way that you started with content projection and then talked about inputs, because I think a lot of people don't realize content projection is so valuable, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things that Angular has made it so easy for you to configure. That it's very overlooked also. So
yeah, I think everybody's in agreement, and even like Chow in the private says he says that it was a hell of a talk. It covers, but where is he? He should say this himself. He's right here.
Say this himself.
Where are you, man? Why he's hiding? Come on, man, show your face.
There he is.
There it is.
Hey, Chow.
Hi.
There you go. So what was you saying about Ankita in the private chat?
It was a one hell of a talk. Covers lots of ground. And Kita was like, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like I did not cover on single queries with view child and all the other features that you can do. I feel like I just touched the surface of everything. But
so
it was amazing.
Yeah. Part 2 will be like when to use when to use what, you know.
Yeah, I kind of tried to encounter, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the tip of the iceberg with all the different ways of sharing data.
Oh yeah, I mean, like that's a lot of no. I mean, and that's the thing. It's a complete, and that's what I love about this, and that's why it's so humbling. Angular is so humbling. They cover so many use cases. Basically, I think that at one point you just need to figure out when do I use what. But like whatever you need to use, it's almost already there for you, and they have already covered those grounds. So yeah, I mean, that's why I keep on like being frustrated, but always in love with this. There's so much to cover, and like and you make it sound very easy. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, cool. So you're more than welcome to hang out. Just make sure that you got the recording, the local recording done. If you leave the studio, always reminding that one. We need this one like in very high quality. So please help me out there. And Shao. So if you're ready, sir, I don't know if you had a sandwich or something. You ready to go?
Yes.
All right, let's go, man. So and I think like he has his I'm gonna share his and I'm tired, man. I've been up since 5 in the morning, and I went to bed at 2.
While Adi is doing this, you guys know that Chow started a new measurement system, right?
A new what?
He started a new measurement system.
Okay. Is the base Brandon like system or whatever, or was it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Measuring things in Brandon's.
Like we have base stand in mass, we have a base Brandon.
Yep.
That's cool, man. So Chow, we'll let you go, and then if we have a few minutes to catch up with you, we'll do that. But like you say, Chow, let's go, man.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you perfect, man.
Okay. Is the fonts okay? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. It's some fruit.
Like Lars will say, make it like bigger. If possible.
The slide bigger?
No, the font.
The font is bigger.
Yeah, the font, if possible. If it is gonna be a major part of the presentation, yeah, make it a little bigger, and then we should be okay.
Is all right?
I think I'm good. What do you guys think? You are not on stage, Jason. It's good for you?
Yeah,
Jason?
it's good for me. Yeah.
Sorry. All right, go for it.
All right. So I'm experimenting slide depth for the first time. So if anything happened with the slide, please bear with me. All right, so I'm gonna get started. Hi everyone, my name's Chow. Again, I'm here again with the 3D stuff. So today, let's learn Angular 3 by live coding. Now, I've talked about Angular custom renderer and the 3JS before in Angular Air in other venues, but today is probably the first time, actually officially, that I really talk about Angular 3 specifically. So let's get started and let's try to have fun. All right. So as I mentioned, my name is Chow. Excuse me. I'm an engineer at NX. You can find me on my personal site, narc.me, or Twitter at narc1410. So what is Angular 3? It is definitely not the missing Angular 3. It is a custom renderer that renders 3JS to the canvas using the declarative Angular template. Now, we can just jump right in the demo. I'm trying like a new format today where I have code on one side and then the slide on another side. All right. There we go. So for those of you who don't know, 3JS is I wouldn't say framework, but it is an abstraction of a WebGL API. So WebGL is an API that is available on the web to write 3D or to interact with 3D or the GPU to build a very immersive and interactive scenes like these on the Three.js website. And if you go to the documentation, the first thing that you was going to build with Three.js is this spinning green cube right here. And if you look through the code, it's not much at all. Is you need a scene, you need a camera, you need a renderer. Those three are the main building blocks of any Three.js application. You would set up like an animation loop, so your game loop, and then you would build your 3D scenes graph. That's the top level, is the scene object. So every time you have a new object like a cube here, you would add that to the scene so that you can see it on the scene. So this is the code for vanilla Three.js, which if you use Angular, you can just copy this code and drop it in like a component and have a view child to a canvas element. And you can write Three.js code in Angular. But who does that anyway? Not this guy. So I built kind of like on the experimental side of things, I built a custom renderer to render this using Angular template. So let's start. What I have here is just a Angular project, Angular CLI project, where I set up some experimental zoneless chain detection because we don't need zone with Angular 3. And in the component, I just rendered the experience component. And inside of the experience component, I rendered the top level NGT canvas component. It's from Angular 3 right here. And I have another component, but I reference this component as a class property on the experience component. And then I pass that as an input to the scenes graph input on the NGT canvas, which I'm going to explain in a little bit. And then I set up some kind of like properties or configurations for the canvas. And I just have an empty scenes right now, which we can go back and look at this. So this is what we're getting. All right, so for the first part of the presentation, I will try to recreate that spinning green cube using Angular 3. So what we need is an NGT mesh, right? And we need a box geometry. I'm going to explain everything. And then we need a mesh basic material with the color of green. Save. Well, we're not seeing anything. This is because the thing that you write here, Angular 3, doesn't know what they are just yet. So you have to extend Angular 3 catalog. So inside of Angular 3, there's a global catalog that keeps track of a dictionary of a key, which is your basically any arbitrary names, and then the value would be a class that would create that the renderer would know to create when it sees this on the template. For example, I want to render a mesh. I would do extend. I would say mesh. That would let Angular 3 knows that mesh. When I write NGT mesh on the template, then it will create a mesh object for me. And same thing, I need a box geometry and a mesh basic material. So I'm going to do that. Box geometry, mesh basic material. And I'm going to save. And here I have the cube. So as soon as Angular 3 has the knowledge about the objects, the entities that you want to render, then it renders based on your template. And it can change the color as well. I can say, hey, the one is red. And I can change it back to green. All right, so easy, right? Now, for demo purposes, I don't want to just like provide Angular 3 the catalog as I go. I just provide the entire 3 namespace. So, and everything will still work. All All right, so now we have the box, the green box. Let's go back to the slide and let's see what's happening. All right, so as we saw, we have an NGT canvas, which is the building blocks. It creates the building block for Three.js. So it creates a renderer. It creates a default camera. You can pass in a custom camera, or you can pass in configuration for that camera, as I do here. And then it creates a scene, a default scene. It set up a resize listener. So what is that? What that's meaning that when I resize my window, you can see that the object resize as well. This is because the camera, the perspective of the camera changes based on the resize event. If we go back to the vanilla Three.js example, these does not resize. So you have to add the code that react to the resize event yourself. Right, so that comes with Angular 3 out of the box. Oops. All right. It set up the event system using Raycaster. So these objects are created inside the canvas, so they're not DOM elements. So naturally, they don't have any DOM events. So they don't have click, pointer out, pointer move, none of that. Excuse me. But you can, inside of the canvas, instead of Three.js Word, you can set up an event system using Raycaster, which means that imagine your mouse, your pointer right here, is a ray that can hit the object, that can intersect with the object in the 3D space. So this is the event system inside of Angular 3. This is actually ported from the React ecosystem. So credit to them. And it provides a custom renderer for the scenes graph. So when I pass in the scene component as an input to the NGT canvas, the NGT canvas then use just like basic dynamic component renderer, rendering with like view container ref, and we create a component, renders that component, that scene component, and provide a custom renderer for the scene component. And every children, like the entire hierarchy from the scene component, is the custom renderer's responsibility. So everything happens in here, and down the tree will be the custom renderer responsibility. Right, I mentioned the catalog. So when you see this code, extend 3 is basically extends, let Angular 3 know the entire 3 namespace. You can do this as I show. So this lets the Angular 3 knows that, hey, mesh corresponds to NGT mesh, mesh basic material corresponds to NGT mesh basic material. So it's Pascal case and the kebab case with the NGT prefixed. As I mentioned, the catalog is just like a dictionary of keys values. So the key can be absolutely anything, but if you say, hey, I just want to say my basic material instead of mesh basic material, you can provide that, but then you have to write NGT my basic material on the template instead of NGT mesh basic material. So you control this. So extend can be called multiple times and will always extend a single global catalog. All right, so here's the flow. Simple. This is what we have. We have an NGT mesh, the box geometry, and the mesh basic material as children to the mesh. So for the mesh, we have 4 participants in this flow. So we have the template, we have the renderer, we have the catalog, and we have core. Core as in Angular core, the internal of Angular. So Angular core is going to see the template and is going to try to execute the template function. And the first thing it sees is NGT mesh. So now the template is going to ask and renderer to say, hey, can you please handle the NGT mesh? So it's going to send NGT mesh, the tag name as a string to the renderer. And renderer says, sure. All right. And renderer then asks the catalog to say, do we know what NGT mesh is? Catalog says, I do. It is 3.mesh. So renderer is going to create renderer as in the custom renderer that I'm talking about, the Angular 3. It's going to create a new 3.mesh instance at the NGT mesh location on the template. and it gives that instance back to the core. So imagine when you write div on the template, just good old HTML. The renderer, the DOM renderer, is going to create an HTML div element and pass that to the core at the div location. And same thing happened here. Instead of like the div element, HTML div element, we have a 3.mesh instance. And now ngtmesh, the core, right, that keeps track of the nodes, has the internal value as 3mesh. Continue. All right. So after the mesh, we have the box geometry. It's very similar to ngtmesh. Now core, after that step, core will have 3.box geometry instance at ngtbox geometry. But it's going to be a little bit different. So right now, because of the way that we describe the relationship for mesh and box geometry on the template as parent and child, core at this point is going to say, all right, here's 3mesh and 3box geometry, and they are related to each other. Can you establish their relationship, please? And then template is going to say, okay, I have 3mesh and I have 3box geometry, and this is how they are laid out on my template. Renderer, can you figure out their relationship? And then the renderer receives the mesh and the box geometry, and it's going to call a parent child. Now, at this point, the renderer, the custom renderer is going to write custom code, custom implementation to rely on 3JS API to handle this relationship. So in this case, if we look at the 3JS vanilla 3JS code, we have the geometry, we have the mesh. You can pass the geometry in the mesh as you created, or you can also just do q.geometry equals geometry, q.material equals material. So this is the way that 3JS established the relationship between a mesh and a geometry, and that is what internal, the Angular renderer internal does, the Angular 3 renderer does. So at this point, the mesh relationship with the box geometry has been established. And if you look into like a graph, a tree-like graph, this is what it looks like. So we have the top level scene. It is a parent of the mesh. The mesh has the box geometry, and it has the mesh basic material. And of course, you can have more complex scene with two meshes, and then this mesh 2 has another mesh inside of it. So it's like HTML, right? It's like you write the template declaratively, establish the relationships between all of these elements with each other using the template. And if you look at the code for that scenes graph, this is what it would look like. You have ngtmesh at the top, and then another ngtmesh nested inside of the mesh 2. All right. So before we get to internal entities, let's go back to our demo now. So we have the green cube, but we're missing something. We're missing the animation. So how do we do the animation? So again, if we look back at the vanilla 3JS has that has the reference to the 3mesh instance, and then they call inside of the animate loop, the animation loop. This function runs on every single frame, and they just change the rotation of the cube little by little on every frame, so they look animated. We're going to do the same thing, but first we need to get the reference to this mesh instance. How do we do that? Well, we can have a template variable, right? And we can do view child. So I can do view child require mesh element ref. And now I have the reference to the mesh. And now I can do a constructor. I say inject before render. Inject before render is a custom inject function from Angular 3 to allow you to tap into the animation loop. So here I just grab the mesh. with a native element, do rotation.x 1, and do the same thing here for the y. Save, and voila, we have animation. So the goal of this is that basically what you need to realize is this: Angular provides all of this. Who would have thought that you can just grab an element ref to a non-HTML thing on the template? But you can't do that because the renderer returns that instance for the Angular core. So at this point, at this node on the template, Angular knows that there's something here, there's an instance here, and the renderer says that it is a mesh instance. It's not an HTML NGT mesh instance. It is a mesh instance, 3JS instance. And you can just use view child. Everything that Angular provides from the core is there, right? So in a sense, like Angular core itself is actually platform agnostic. Look at native script. So you can use the template to build to the native UI. Very similar concept here. So now we have this. So let's go back to the slide. And this is the code that we have. We have a template variable. We can reference that template variable with a view child. And we can do inject before render to tap into the animation loop using that view child to get the reference to the mesh. All right. Next and last, probably the last thing that I'm going to mention about what's special about the Angular 3 renderer is you can see right here. So when in vanilla 3JS code, when you create a geometry, you can pass in positional arguments. So for this geometry, it is a box geometry. We pass in 1, 1, 1, and this tells the GPU that construct a box geometry with width 1, height 1, and depth 1. In order to change the dimension of the box geometry, you have to dispose the old geometry, create a new geometry, and give it a new argument. So you can just you cannot use the old geometry and change the parameters. It does not work like that in 3JS because it is the GPU is the constraint. So in this case, this is what you have to do. So we have to create a new geometry. Oops. Right. Have to create a new geometry. This assign a new geometry to the cube geometry and then dispose the old one. So now in Angular, there's a very, very similar construct that does very similar thing. What is in Angular? Think about it. What is in Angular that can create something, right? And then when something changed, that construct can destroy the old thing and recreate a new thing. So that is structural directive, right? So when you give a structural directive an expression, and when that expression changed, that warrant a create and destroy lifecycle of the template within that structural directive, it is very similar here, right? So when my arguments changed, when my arguments to the box geometry change, I want to dispose the old one. I want to destroy the old one and recreate a new one. So that is how Angular 3 is going to provide a way to provide arguments to object. So for this box geometry, I'm going to import a directive called ngxtension, and you would do this. So you can pass into 2 and 2. And let's look at the rendering application. Now my cube is bigger, is 2 times bigger, right? But what's cooler is that in Angular, we can use signal, we can do change. So instead of like 2, 2, and 2, I can create a signal called is big. I say, okay, you are big. And then I have a box argument, which is computed from is big. If you're big, then you are 2, 2, and 2. If you're small, then you're 1. And then inside of my constructor, I'm going to set up an effect that is running an interval every 2 seconds, and I'm gonna toggle this thing. And of course, I'm gonna clean up this one. There we go. And don't forget to bind it. So we bind box rs to the rs directive. It's big. 2 seconds is small. 2 seconds is big. So now you can kind of see the power of declarative, using declarative template to build your scenes graph, because now you can control things like this declaratively with signals and just good old Angular chain detection using signals. Back to this. So now I'm going to explain the structured directive. So you see this code, right? And it's unwrapped into something like this, ng template with a set property, a property binding, and then the NGT box inside of it. So it's lazy. The instantiation of this NGT box geometry is now lazy. And in terms of the nodes that is going to create, so when Angular sees like ng container, ng content, or I don't remember ng content, but ng template is going to create a comment node. This is like a web construct comment is a thing. And then they will store information on that common node. For example, the ngTRs directive instance. So here is the kind of like the sequence diagram with core is going to execute the template function, and core is going to ask the renderer to create a comment with the container as the value for me. And then renderer say, okay, I see you have the container as the value. I'm going to call create comment, which will create a common node. Now the renderer at this point is going to keep track of this common node as well, because this common node is related to the arts directive here. So we want to keep track of that instance of that directive. And then next, after we have that comment, after the chain detection runs and the directive decides to start rendering with create embedded view, the template sees the NGT box geometry as the renderer to create that. Now, the renderer at this point is going to check all of the common nodes that is tracking for potential NGT arts. Of course, there's some like constraint and limits about which NGT arts we want to pull out, but assume that it works. Assumes that we get the arts value back, which is the box arguments, signals here. It's going to create a box geometry with that arts value. And then it's going to send that box geometry to the core, the instance to the core. And entity rs is a structural directive, so view container ref and template ref business to create and destroy the template, which is the NGT box geometry. All right, so as far as the presentation, that's it. I prepare like a more immersive demo, but I guess we don't have time, so let's just look at the running demo right now. So I'm going to go back here. Actually, I'm going to go back here. I'm going to stop that, go back here. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, not this. Go back. There we go. I'm going to whip this. I'm going to go to platform V17. I'm going to run kitchen sink. Let's see if it works. Please works. Please work. There we go. All right, we go to localhost 4200. And this was supposed to be the demo, the full demo that I'm going to live code, but I guess we didn't really have time. So we were going to build this robot right here, which I have the code right here. So this is the scene component.
Wow.
We have the bot, and we have the orbit controls, and we can Angular 3 provides way for you to load external models as well as the texture. So you can build your scenes graph based on the model. It has animations. The model comes with some animations, but we can select the animation name from just a signal. Yeah, now it's
Yeah.
wow.
I was gonna say like he has a very confident like
Wow.
stride, and then all of a sudden
Yeah.
busting a move.
That is wow.
That is
Wow.
awesome, man. Yeah,
That
man.
is
I
crazy.
have a podcast coming up where like people show like how to build something. I think I know like one of the first guy who's gonna be on there, man. It's coming up. I'm not gonna make the announcement yet, but man, you're gonna have to build that guy or that girl like live for us, man, at some point. Yeah, man.
That was awesome.
That's
You guys
awesome,
should
man.
go check out the Angular 3 website. Chow has all sorts of demos like that up there. A lot of them, I think you told me they're recreations of ones that are on the um,
3JS one?
yeah, the 3JS stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I recreate stuff a lot. I don't have any creativity, so I kind of like I tend to copy and paste a lot of the stuff, recreate stuff with Angular 3.
Nice. Ciao. All jokes aside, you know how much we appreciate you. And like what some people who are maybe discovering him for the first time, whatever he shows in public, he does like 500 times more like in private, taking from his time, like supporting all of us. So yeah, man. Thank you, man. You are a blessing to this community, and it's always a pleasure to have you, man.
Thanks for having me, man. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, good to
Stay
have
in
you
the
here, Chow.
comments. We don't go anywhere, man. Don't go anywhere. And if you're around for the closing remarks, it would be nice to have you on stage too. If you are around, no pressure.
I'll be around.
All right, buddy. Thank you and welcome, Eduardo.
Hi, hello everybody.
What's up, man?
Really excited to be here.
All
a little
right.
nervous, you know.
Don't worry about it, man. You got this, man. You know, do you know that like a lot of people, whenever, I mean, maybe not the professional like baseball player, but a lot of people like me, when they actually hit the home run, they don't even look at like the ball. They just like close their eyes and then boom, you know, just close your eyes. You are like in your little environment. Make it happen, man. Don't worry about it. All right, let's get out of your way, man.
Okay. Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about going mobile with AnalogJS Ionic Framework and Capacitor. Before I start, I'm going to present myself. I'm Eduardo Roth. I'm a senior software engineer at Hero Devs. I'm also an Ionic developer expert. I'm an organizer at the Angular community meetup. I help in English and I organize the one in Spanish. I'm also organizer of the Google developer group in Monterrey, where I live. I'm an NG champion at Tiny Conf, so sometimes I write blog posts there. I'm also working to be a Google developer expert. I hope to be one soon. Also a husband and father of 3 beautiful daughters. So what I'm going to be talking about is like, I think that it was like 1 month ago, I was using Analog and I saw the integration documentation about using Angular material, but I always loved using Ionic. So I thought, why not integrate Ionic and Capacitor with AnalogJS? So I work on that integration guide and I also created a blog post and I'm going to talk of the advantage, and I'm going to do a live coding session right now. After I speak a little about the slides that I have, of why it's super helpful for some use cases. So what's AnalogJS? It's a full stack Angular meta framework. It's bit powered. It allows hybrid server-side rendering and static site generation support. It has file-based routing and API routes. It allows, this is a great effort by the community and lead by Brandon Roberts. This is amazing framework to work. It allows you to have the front end and also a back end with the API routes in the same code base. I really love using AnalogJS. And what's Ionic Framework? It's an open source mobile UI toolkit for building modern, high quality cross-platform mobile applications. So you can use Angular, React, and Vue. In this case, it's going to be using Angular because AnalogJS uses Angular. But it allows you to have these amazing design system where based on the platform you have everything for iOS and Android, and it has the look and feel of the platform that you are working on. And what's Capacitor.js? It's an open source native runtime for building web native applications. This is the way that the Ionic team calls this. It was like before they were called hybrid application, but they preferred the term web native because they are working on the web, and they can also be ported to be a native, kind of like a native Android and iOS application. With this, you can use all the with plugins, you can use all the capabilities of your mobile devices. So why use them all together? Well, you get the best of Angular latest version because AnalogJS usually uses the latest version. With all the features that you have, you get the best of AnalogJS integrations, like it's using Bit. It recently allowed you to use Bittest. It also has single file components with the .analog file, which was before it was .ng, and it created a lot of noise in the community, but they have this as experimental, but you can still use that because you're running with AnalogJS. And I think that my presentation was changed. Oh, thank you. And you also get the amazing mobile first design system from Ionic. Every major version of Ionic, they update all their components based on the guidelines from Apple and Google, and you get the access device capabilities with Capacitor. They have like these official plugins where they have like the most important features from devices. The Ionic team covers that. They also have community plugins where the community offers like Cap Awesome. They offer a set of plugins, and in case you need something specific, you can also build your own capacitor plugin. There's just one small caveat. Ionic Framework doesn't support Angular new client hydration, as Angular doesn't support server-side rendering with web components. And when they are supported, work has to be done on the stencil components to enable it. So we need to disable it. So how can I start with this integration of the three frameworks? If you already have an AnalogJS app, just follow the integration guide. But if you want to start a new project with everything ready, you can already use my GitHub template, and you can create a new you can create a new project based on that starter template. Now let's go to the code. I'm going to stop sharing and present my screen. This is the link for my demo. It's going to be the branch's main is just like the starting point, and final has everything that I'm going to show you after I write them down. So let me share again my screen. I'm going to share the entire screen and just give me 1 second. Okay, okay, so you're seeing, well, just give me another second, please. The entire screen, and there you go. Okay, so right now we have this analog application. I'm going to close everything, just leave the index page. And this is using Analog, Ionic, and Capacitor. As you can see here on the right side, I got the application, the header, the toolbar. I got some card and the analog logo. I have some text, some counter that is using Angular signals. I can click the show toast, which shows you a small toast down below. And I can also go to the characters page, which, as you can see, uses Ionic to load a list, to show a list of Rick and Morty characters. Right now I can click on this, but I'm going to show you the power of using these three technologies right now. So if I want to have one page here for each character, I can just go to the pages, characters, and get the advantage of file-based routing. So I can create a new file here, and I can say character ID, which is going to be this is the way that analog passes a parameter. And this is technically creating a new page that is characters and the ID. So let's start by creating this. So here I'm going to inject the HTTP client because we are going to do a call to the API, and I'm going to also inject the active router. Okay, and in the template, I have to create the Ion header. And this is not Ion header from standalone. Ion content. Ion toolbar. Okay. Now I have to get the character. I'm going to use that the signal function so I can, it's going to be this route params 5. I'm going to map character ID because Angular AnalogJS matches the whatever we put between these square brackets as the parameter name. Yes. And I'm missing one. Map this. There you go. Then I'm going to filter.
Hey, Eduardo.
Yep.
Can you bump the font size a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Is this better? Or higher?
Maybe just one more. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. So filter, and I'm going to do a switch map, and I get the ID. Oh, sorry. And this is going to call this http.get, and it's the character. Oh. And the ID, and that's it. Okay, so I get the character, and I can just show it here. And I'm going to show the image source, image. And an Ion header, no, Ion card header. The subtitle, which is going to be the gender, and that's it. We got the page working. If I go here and I just add the page like that, and it's not working. Let me see if I stop the server. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let me go here and just add the link here. No, the characters page. And There you go. So anytime that I click on here, I should get that I left something here. There you go. I get to the page. Okay. So I go to this place and it works. So now we get the power of AnalogJS file-based routing. We get the Ionic framework design components, and now how to integrate with Capacitor. We want this to be a mobile application that we can deploy to the stores. Then my starter template already has Ionic and Capacitor installed, so it's only a matter of using two commands. One is cap add Android, and the other one is the same, but just iOS. It's syncing. Okay, npx cap add iOS. Then in this case, what I want to do is we need to build the application. So Capacitor has a running build. There's a way to have a live reload server, so we can have the change. I'm going to do this in a moment if we get enough time. Right now it's building the project that Capacitor is going to get. As you can see here in the configuration, we get the folder where the contents are going to be loaded. So just give me 1 second until this finishes.
Hey, while that's finishing, I didn't want to bug you too much, but they're requesting that we bump up the size on the browser view also.
There you go. Is that good?
Thank you so much.
No problem. So if I go here and I already have, as you can see here on the left, I already have the iOS. I got everything from a native application, the Android app too. And if I want to just run this, I can just run cap run iOS, and this is going to trigger a build for any device that I have, which I'm going to use. And I hope that the font is good enough. It's going to be small, but the purpose of this is seeing everything running on the browser. Sorry, not on the browser, on the iOS simulator. So we already saw how we can get the power of AnalogJS. Well, small power, because we already have the file-based routing like this, and we get everything working here on iOS. We can show the toast. We go to the characters page and we see that everything here. I'm sorry, this is going to be like the font is going to be small. But if you click here, you get again this. So everything is working. And now what if I want to get I'm going as you saw before, if I click this on the logo of Analog, it's a regular link. And if I click here, it goes to Safari instead of just handling the opening in-app browser. So let's add that quickly. We just need to do an npm I capacitor device. We need to get the device information, and we also run npm I capacitor browser, which is the plugin for using the in-app browser. So now we go to the index page, which is the home one, and you see here that we have this. I'm going to create a directive. That it's going to open in application browser .directive. Yes, and this is going to allow me to single selector to any A with href. It's going to allow me to automatically work based on if we are on the browser. It's going to show it's going to open the browser in the same tab. If not, it's going to be opening in the in-app browser. So open I have the directive and private read only. This. And I'm going to add a host listener for this on click event pointer event. And what I'm going to do here is event prevent default first to avoid doing something. And I need this to be a sync function because I'm going to get the device, the platform from the device plugin, get info, and if the platform is different than web, then I'm going to use the browser to open the URL, which is going to be this.l.nativeelement.href. And I'm going to use the presentation style popover for iOS. And if it's the web, then I'm just going to do a document location href equals this native. And if I go to the index page and I import this open IAF directive, and now let's go. As you can see, well, I already got it running on live server because I have this configuration. So you can create the application, run the application, and by using these server settings, you can have the live reload. And as you can see, when I click here, instead of sending me to Safari, it sends me to the in-app browser. And if I go here and I click here, it works exactly as before. It sends me to the AnalogJS page. So by doing this, you can harness the power of AnalogJS, Ionic, and Capacitor. And if I go here, you can see that there are many UI components from Ionic that you can already use on your application. There are many plugins that you can use for your application too: file system, dialog, device, cookies, local notification, and there are a bunch of community plugins where you can get additional support for plugins. And like I mentioned before, you can also create your own custom plugin if you require more functionality. And this is the template. This is the template that you can use to start any new project. And here's the demo for today. And thank you.
Man, I have to give like a group like award to all the speakers today, man. Everybody came on time. Everybody showed up. Everybody came out with their A game, you know. Everybody like at some point made some kind of mistakes and stuff like that, but then corrected it, showing that like, you know, that confidence, which makes me gonna chicken out because I'm next and I was gonna do some live coding, but
wow,
oh my god! So thank you.
That's a big compliment.
God.
That's a big compliment.
I'm telling you, man. So
Rafael says, "Felicidades, you did awesome, man."
Thank you. I appreciate
it. This was awesome, man. I mean, like, you know, thank you. And I cannot start talking about AnalogJS. I'll do that on my talk. But thank you for taking the time. When I saw you posted that blog, I was like, man, I gotta get this guy right away. And like the story is, when I posted the CFP, I think you were the first one who responded, and I was so happy. You know, so
thank you.
Thank you for all the amazing you do in English and in Spanish, man. So, you know, we love you, man. And then like this was awesome. I'm probably gonna be rewatching this a few times here and there, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It really was
nice great. It was great being here.
And Chris, cool. Your output in your live coding demos is just wild. You wrote a lot of code. Like,
I'm telling you, man, it's insane.
It was just crazy.
Oh,
really impressed.
man.
I got it. I practiced before, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I saw people who practiced before, man. Do you guys remember the NGConf where Shy was there and he got like code snippet number 1, code snippet number 2.
Yeah. Yep.
Like he had like 25 snippet and he went 30 minutes over time.
Yep.
That was some of the funnest, like, oh man, but yeah, but you were right on it, man. And then the timing and everything, man. Thank you so much. I know like how much it takes for somebody who's a family man first, and then like who's busy with everything else, taking the time to putting this and the quality, man. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much, and we talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So
all right.
D is going to be talking to us about something special, right?
Yeah, and I even like prepared a tweet for it, so I don't have to watch Twitter after. So let me just put that in there.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I think I stole 2 minutes or 3 minutes from Eduardo. So let's see. Yes, I see recording hasn't started. Okay. Can you look at that? Just make sure, Eduardo, that you just
don't close the tab.
Yeah, just don't close the tab for now, and then we'll get back to that in a minute. All right, so everybody, thank you. Yeah, it is very intense. You're right about that. So I'm just gonna try to get right into it, and as you see, I'm like taking my buttons off because I did not plan on doing this, but I'm gonna do some of this live coding. But
yeah,
there's gonna be some of it. We'll see. It's gonna be a little challenge, but let's see where we get with that. Okay. All right. Let's go. So if you guys don't mind, I'll just get ready for the stage here. Cool. So hello, and I am very happy to say thank you to everybody who has been like following us since we started about 3-4 years ago. My name is Adi, and I am the founder, if you can put it that way, of Angular Tiny Conf. I just wanted a space where people, because when I saw that we were regularly like updating Angular, I was like, it would be nice every 6 months to see where we at, give to a chance of people who for the first time want to come and like share what has become like an international space. And I realized that the only time that I talked at the conference was the very first one when we had it in French. So this is going to be actually my first time as a speaker in this event in English. So bear with me, and then I'm nervous as hell as everybody else. So let's go. And I'm just going to close the comments so I don't see like all the silly jokes that are going to go around right now. So let me start here. I'm going to add this to the stage. My name is Adi, and I am very passionate about Angular, and Angular is just this ecosystem that I know that I'm going to be here like, until the end. I don't know where that is, and I hope I'll never get to see that. So I just loved it from day one, and I've been sticking with it. And currently I am building like MANTIS, which like Ryan talked about a little earlier. And MANTIS is an acronym. We're calling it the evolution of the mean stack, and it's an acronym for Mongo, Analog, NX, Tailwind, Ionic, and Storybook. So what we wanted was like a package of a turnkey solution that allows you to just go and run like MANTIS in it, and then just get started. I'm not a big tooling guy, and I just want to get to the code and to the UI. So one of the things, though, that I want to talk to you about this MANTIS side is like the MANTIS UI, or like we're calling it officially now MAUI for short. And then we secure the MAUI.ng domain name. So MANTIS is going to be under MAUI.ng. And so that's going to be the official like site for it. And this is something that will help us build UIs like this with Angular, and in a very quick, intuitive, and out of the way type of library. So, but before I go any further, I'm just going to share you a quick backstory. And then if time allows, we're going to go through a quick session of live coding about how we are building this UI in parallel with what Ryan was showing, like, you know, the tooling side of it. So I'm going to stop this screen, and I'm going to present my window here. Let me come back here, and then now let me present again, but this time I'm just going to present a window. So share the screen, and that's going to be this window that is right here. So the backstory, what motivated me in the first place is, if you guys are not aware, Tailwind has, and I hit the hide button, so I'm going to make sure I click on it. So Tailwind Labs, Tailwind UI, Tailwind is the T in Mantis, and like we're using it because it has just one of the best utilities, like utility belt CSS framework out there, and it allows us to build like cool UIs pretty quickly. But when Tailwind UI came about, I was very excited, and I think I was one of the first, literally, to pay for a pro version. But then everything was React based, basically. So it was either React or HTML. And then when you look at here, they have all of these templates. And if you open those templates that are very good, that are very good use cases when you're running like a consultancy like myself. But then I was like, okay, now do I need to go and learn the React side of this? Or do I want to build with Angular? I don't want to build with anything else. I have no problem with other frameworks, but this is the one that I love. So there was this, and then the trade-off was always going to their templates or like to their components, finding the HTML and trying to transform it to Angular, which was very, very cumbersome. But then shadcn emerged, you know. So shadcn emerged, and Robin was talking about it, and everybody was raving about shadcn. But then if you go to the docs again, and you go to the installation or anything like that, you will see that there was not a de facto Angular that is supported. And as a matter of fact, you see all of these frameworks that are almost supported out of the box, but no Angular. You know, and that was super duper frustrating. I'm like, why cannot I have like all the cool toys like everybody else? And then, you know, what's his name? Robin came around and started like the Spartan UI, you know. So this was like a major thing, because to me, I don't think like we would be looking at Mantis UI in this form right now if like the Spartan UI was not here. Everything that like almost all the components that you can find in the in the current like shadcn, you can find it, a port of it, and then like with Robin and the Spartans that are there. So yeah, and he was talking about having us coming and join in the effort. All of this is Angular, you know, which I really liked, you know. But then I run into a problem. I'm a very, very my attention, I don't know if I have ADHD. I never been diagnosed, but I'm sure that I have some trace of it. And it's a serious, I'm not saying it as a joke. I just have some very serious attention problem. But at the same time, it takes me a long time to understand things when there are like a lot of like lines of code. So when I run into code like this, you know, I mean, it's very hard for somebody like me to come. But the fact that Robin and the team took the time to, I mean, the effort that is behind doing all of this, just looking at their repo, I think these guys deserve like 500,000 flowers if you can find them, you know. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do an effort and try to find out how I'm gonna appropriate my this for myself, you know. And when you look at like shadcn2 and you look at the components, let's take the accordion, same thing here. And if you want, I can make it a little bigger. When you go to the code, you see that the code is almost self-documenting. They do have like the accordion, the item, and everything. Just by looking at this, I can understand what's going on. But React has a very big advantage that Angular doesn't have when they do have the is child. And then like when you have composite components like this, it's very hard if you're going to do triggers if you don't like set it up right. So I was wanting to keep this same kind of syntax, and I wanted the base to be Angular. So what I started doing, I started my first storybook, and I think Lars was talking about storybook, not command P. Let's do command plus. So I started my storybook, and then here it is a walking accordion. But if you show the code now, what I have is I have a simpler way of showing it. And I'm trying to use as much as possible a facade pattern here where I'm using my base is Spartan UI. Mantis or MAUI doesn't happen without a Spartan UI. So it is not a conflicting library. It is actually like a port of that, and just trying to make like and I think we should have way more than this. I mean, this is not this is a no compete. We should have way more than this, So to me, this is just my expression of how I see like, how like intuitive it has to be. It has to be this simple for me to be able to adopt something. Because now I can see that I have the accordion and it works. So same thing with the alert. When I go to the alert component, so if I look at the code, I have an alert that is taking an input. And then here using ng content, you can like project whatever you want and you have this. And of course, you can use any other icon here. And then if we look at this one, you can pass in a variant, and then you got to have that. So when I saw that like I was able to start doing this was very powerful. And on top of it, by doing this, if I go to the alert dialog, what Robin was talking about, accessibility is baked in. If I click on the tab button, I'm able to tab between the two buttons right now. So out of the box, with what he was talking about with the Radix UI, and then the effort that he has done and all the Spartan to port this, now if you come to MAUI, you have like, all of that. And if I click now on the space bar, I'm good. This is awesome. This is super awesome. That part to me was like, the diamond in the rough, and then you'll see the card, for example, is what I call a composite component, because a card component has like a header, a title, and all that kind of stuff. Now, if we go back to the card component, I have a card here, and then in this card, if I show the code, you would see that I'm still getting this intuitive syntax. It's almost self-documenting because you have a card. And what I like about it, since we're using like Tailwind CSS, I can pass in any class I want that Tailwind to make the card like whatever I want. So I have the basic structure, but I still can like go and do a little bit more. Even though we do have some sensible defaults, I can go ahead and do this kind of stuff, And then you see here, it's a composite component. I have a button inside my card footer that I'm passing a size to, and then and that's it. Because if you look at my button component, and usually button components are crazy. There's so many things. But the way we went with the button component here, if you look at it, we have a button that takes a variant and a size. And then inside of here, you can even do icons and other stuff because it's just an ng content that is being like projected here, And using Storybook, we can like test it right away. If I go to destructive, you see that it shows right away. So every single time we're trying to create like the component, have like a very simple way of using that component, and then passing in like some inputs. When I started it, input signals were not around, but I started using input signal recently, thanks to Shao and one of his like amazing article, but I'll get to that in a second. Now, I was very happy, and I'm like, yeah, this is nice, but I need a charting library. Is there a charting library? Because I have a lot of projects that are like dashboard based. And then on top of it, when I got here and I look at like shadcn or shadcn, I think that's how you say it. He is talking about, hey, now shadcn is working on they are working on like a UI, a chart library for shadcn, and on top of it, they're gonna have team support. And I think they were using Rechart again, that is like a React base. And I'm like, man, what are we gonna do? I mean, we should be able to just have the same thing. Why not us? So then I started looking around, and then this is the thing that attracted me to NGX chart. So NGS chart, I really like that phrase right here when they say that they don't merely wrap D3 nor any other chart engine for that matter. It is just Angular to render and animate the SVG elements. And this part like sold me like as soon as I saw it, and I'm like, well, okay, now how do I port it to like MAUI right now? So I went ahead and I was like, okay, I want the same thing. I want something that is going to be like this, and then that is going to be teamable, because I wanted to have that team effect. So the very first thing that I did, and I think let me come to here first. There you go. So this is a rendition of MAUI using like some of the components that we already did. And you see, I don't know if the font is okay, but you see that we do have an accordion here. It's working. We have a button with an icon, but we do have a chart here. On top of it, if we change the theme, we have the theme going on without a problem. All of that following the sensible default that was already established by shadcn, and then shadcn is now part of the Versal team, I believe. So we have that now, And then, of course, if we go to light mode, we have all of that in there now, which is pretty awesome. Okay? Now, so if I look at that, I'm like, okay, this works here, but how do I implement? Because this one is using a signal. Am I going to be able to, because the mentor of MANTIS is we using Storybook as our design system. So now what I did is I came in here and I started like putting all of the charting here. So horizontal grouped. Oh, we have it here. Nice. It works here. Can I change it directly can I change the theme? Okay, now it is like a dark theme. Can I change like this is like the dark mode. Now, can I change the theme? I can change the theme and it works. And I'm like, man, now we're having cool stuff in Angular. So beware that like charting library is not part of Spartan yet, but I'll make sure that it is the same effort when I start like contributing to Spartan. If Robin approves of this, I believe that it's a good one for us, So this is the grouped one. Let's go to the normalized one, and then let's go to the single one. That's the horizontal bar chart. And then let's go to the grouped vertical one. So you see now with MAUI, you have using NX, because this is in an NX workspace. We can test all of the components. We can look at it. We can test this. We can test them in Storybook, and then we can use them right here without a problem. So, I mean, we have the checkbox component with an icon. The collapsible is working without a problem here. We have the carousel that you can see here. We have access to thousands of icons through the Lucid library. The hover card is going on. I mean, like so forth and so on. So as we are building this, Ibrahim, that you saw a little earlier, his presentation, he is going to be coming and helping me with the components. So, and anybody is welcome to come and contribute to MAUI or like actually to MAUI and help us take this forward. So I'm just trying to go in an alphabetical order right now as much as possible. Some components are a little more challenging than others, but for some reason, thanks to the very good work of the folks at NGX Chart, we were able to quickly start to port a charting library inside of MAUI. And we are already working too on a version with Chart.js. So since we're adopting like a facade, and I'm going to share the code now, some of the code. So let's go to, and before I share the code, why is all of this important? Okay. So once you get the UI out of the way and you get people to compose like very beautiful building blocks like this, now you can start getting into things like this. Okay, so 500 million question right here. If I go back to shadcn UI, if you go to the example, they have the task example, you know, where you can order things by ascending, descending order, by status, you know. You can even here come and look at like everything that is in the backlog and everything that is a backlog or everything that is a to do at the same time. You can like compound all of those things. And I'm like, man, we have signals. We have like SignalStore. And all we need to show like the power of all of this is a cool UI. So without further ado, we have a cool UI. This is in Angular. And I'm using a SignalStore. You don't believe me? Look here, the code. Let me do command minus. We can stay right there. And my mouse, if it cooperates, there you go. So here I have an issue store. And I'm probably going to go back to like what Raina was talking about earlier. But look at the issue store with the thing. I have with state. I have an initial state that is basically an array of issues, a selected issue, loading and stuff like that. And then here, yes.
Don't want to stop you, but we're only seeing your browser right now.
Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you for that. So if you're not seeing the code, I thought I was sharing the screen. So I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, it should show the entire screen. I got you. So let me present again, share the screen, and it should be entire screen, and it should be this one. Okay. Now, Jason, is everything? If everything is right, you should be seeing my browser. But when I do this, you should see my code.
We can see your code. Perfect.
Okay, good. So what I was talking about is like we have an issue store with this that has an initial state, and then the initial state basically is right here. We just have like this object right here, and then we have a whisk computed that gives us an issue count and then the issue stats. And then if we need to sort the issue, we do that again with the computed. Now, with methods, I'm going to go fast because I don't want to take over the time and see if we can still implement at least one thing like with live coding. But here we have the with methods, and then we have like, you know, all of these things going on. And then the load all is like using the RX method, you know. I have behind like an issue service that is doing all of this, and I'm using like a JSON, like the JSON server to do that. Why am I showing you this? Now that we have the UI taken care of, now we are able to do the same thing. We can sort by title, we can sort by status, we can sort by priority, and then here I can look at the type, you know, and say I want all the features. Give me all the features that have a status of blocked. You know, there's none of them that have a status of blocked. Is there features that have a status of done? Yes. Now give me all the features that have a status of done and at the same time that have a priority of low. And then there you go. You know, if I go back to the top real quick here, and pagination, yes, it works. All of these things are element of Spartan UI that have been like, you know, put together with MAUI. And it matters. That's why this like having a good UI matters, because now when I'm done doing this and I show this to my to the business unit and everything, everybody's happy. The designer is happy, I am happy, and we are putting like some cool UI out to the world. Okay, so last but not least, let's go back to so this is the task app that I just did. Now here, I just wanted to insist, and I'm gonna make it bigger here. I just wanted to insist on like the composition here. So you see that we're using a card. Inside the card, we have the title. And then here we have the chart data is it's expecting a signal. And then the data itself is a signal input. So now you see that when I talk about the horizontal bar chart grouped, that's all I need for the API. Right now we are just exposing one thing with the selected, and we are exposing one event. We can expose way more than that. But for now, we want to make it as simple as possible for people to get started. And if we look at like the horizontal bar chart grouped, you will see that it has a lot of options. So we abstracted this because somebody like me looks at this, I get very scared, but I feel like I can deal with something like this instead, where all I need for horizontal bar chart is this and the options. And if we look at the options, and I was giving like Shao his props, if I look at the options here, there are a lot of options when it comes to like a chart, but most of the time we're not going to use them, or we're not even going to worry about it. So we're going to put on some sensible default, and what we have done is we do have a default chart option here that like sets up all the sensible defaults. Okay, and then how we getting the colors? We get the colors where we're passing a domain with the HSL how you call it function here. So that's basically how we're building this. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. It's already 18:08. I think I have about 7 minutes. Is that correct, Jason?
That is correct, Adi.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna at least show you the steps here, and if we make it happen, we make it happen. So how do I add a new let's say, just to show you, how do we add like a new I'm going to try to live code a new component that is going to be part of MAUI. So I need like a component and a component stories. Okay, so here I'm going to go to Streamline, and we have this gauge that we have here. But look at the composition. It is so straightforward. I already have most of this in some of my other components, which I'm like, okay, this is cool. Now let's look at the data that they are passing. So the data that are passing is result single. Okay, so it's result single. And let's say I go to the data TS and I see it has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countries. Okay, let's go to app component. I don't need to do anything much here. I'm gonna go to, okay, I just need to remember gauge here. So let's go back to my code. And this is here, and I'm gonna get, so it's a single. I'm gonna go to, let me open vertical bar chart component. Let me do that. And in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna copy this guy and go to the chart and just paste it in there. Okay, which is gonna give me, where is it? Okay, that's the copy of it. Okay. Okay, right here. I'm gonna rename this. Let's rename this, and we're gonna call it vertical. We're just gonna, how do they call it in there? Let's just say gauge chart. I don't know if there's a better name to call it. Let's just say I'm gonna call it right now, because there's a naming convention that we are following. So now that I called it that, let's come here and I'm gonna do NGX charts, and I think it's just changing it to gauge. No, there's no bar for it. There you go. And it tells me that it doesn't need any of these options. Okay. So there's no bar padding. There's nothing of that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take all of these guys out. I don't need them. And then in the result here, I have some chart data because like we do have some partial here, and it's going to complain about it because let's go ahead and we're going to rename this anything that is like vertical bar. So I'm going to do Command F, and we're just going to, how many minutes? 2, 1. There you go. Let's do gauge chart.
You've got about 4 minutes.
Okay, good. So gauge chart, and let me see what it's saying here. So properties single, it doesn't like input signal single undefined. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So everything else, let me see if I have, it should not result is going to chart data, and chart data is gonna be an input signal. Okay, that's good. But why are you type single is not assignable to type any? Okay, so I'm having a type conflict here, standalone true. I'm probably not going to be able to figure it out right now, but that's fine. Input single, results, type single of undefined is not assignable to type any. It's not a to type declare property gauge component. I probably, what did I mess up? Let me look at this. It should be input signal. Okay. Oh, okay. So I think I know, because like single, it's taking only one. It doesn't take an array, I believe. So let me do this. I think it's taking only one of them. Yeah. So, and am I correct in assuming that it's taking in the data here? Yeah, single is an array of this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to figure it out. But the thing is, this is how we build it real quick, and then we will expose the what is it called? We will expose the oh, I'm in the wrong one. We will expose like this name, and then in here, you know, we'll have this selector. And honestly, you should be able just to pass a few chart options and then just pass the results, and then you have your gauge charts that are going to be there. So I'll post it at another time. I don't want to go over my time. I know that Logan is here, but once again, let me stop my screen here and do my final present, which is this window right here, or Chrome tab, or whatever, or entire screen again, just to say thank you and goodbye to you guys. Oh, let's just end it on this one. That's fine. So yeah, that's MAUI, which stand like for Mantis UI. And it is based, and honestly, we don't exist if Spartan did not do the legwork of it. And then we want to expose a very intuitive, very easy to build UI that you guys can use alongside with Mantis. So to get in touch with me, if I'm on any of those social medias, I'm probably under Adingum, like my first and last name. And I want to take the time to thank you. And MAUI NG is coming soon.
Well done, D. Very impressive. Chow was helping troubleshoot your code in the chat, and he probably had a fix for you. But you know, he said you needed to pass an empty array.
Okay.
Live coding, man. Live coding.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I could not even think straight. The moment that it failed, I could not even see anything. I was like, what? I mean, like, I'm like, okay. And I wanted to be very cognizant of like Logan, like who has already joined us. And like everybody has been on time, every single speaker, and I like that. So we right on time right now. I believe that Logan, you are at 18:15, at 6:15. That's you now.
Yep.
Okay, good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get off the stage, and we can share your whenever. Oh, you did not even tell me if you were ready. So let me know when we can add yours to the stage.
I think you're muted, Logan.
Okay, hold on. I cannot because they chose. Okay, he has to unmute himself. He's the one who muted himself.
There we go. Sorry, I had myself muted just in case I
Yeah.
my mic went hot and I was in the background. Sorry, guys.
Oh man, cool. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, take it away, man.
Oh, perfect. Hello, happy Friday. How's everyone doing today? My name is Logan Braid. I'm a developer advocate at OutSystems for the Ionic team, and I have something really awesome that I want to show you guys today. So today we're going to be talking about creating cross-platform AR/VR applications utilizing Angular, A-Frame, and Ionic. So I know that we're close to the end of the day, and I'm somewhat limited on time, so I'm going to try to get this done in a fairly timely manner so everyone can start enjoying their Fridays. But I do want to let everyone know that since I'm in presenter mode for my slides, that I pretty much lose everything that's happening on the screen outside of my slides. So if anything pops up, if there's a technical issue, definitely feel free to interrupt me without any hesitation. Also, I like to take questions during this. So if there's any questions during the presentation or even at the end of the presentation, definitely feel free to ask throughout or at the end. I'm basically giving you guys free reign to jump in as you please since it's the end of the day. But with that said, let's go ahead and jump into it. So overview, what are we going to be covering today? I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I want to cover a brief history of AR/VR because I think the context matters of how it came to be and just how long people have been striving to develop this technology for is kind of important to the story. We're going to talk a little bit about AR/VR for the web. I'm not going to go into too much depth, but I think it's important to see how these technologies are used in AR/VR and how they came about to be for the web. And I'm mostly talking about it because if you try to Google it, you see this project, you're interested, you're going to get hit with a mountain of tools that are available. So I want to try to find a way to help you narrow it down. And I feel like that is going to help you narrow it down if you decide to take the project a little bit farther. Of course, I'm going to talk about WebXR, libraries and frameworks, the current tools that are available. Talk a little bit about cross-platform tech because we want to essentially get this application not only running on the web, but also in iOS, Android, and show you how to run it on VR headsets. So things like Apple Vision Pro and the Meta Quest line, or pretty much anything that supports WebXR. Of course, I'm going to show you a demo of how all of this works. And then if you want to ask your questions at the end, we'll go ahead and run through that and I'll answer your questions. So intro, a little bit about myself. My name is Logan Braid. I'm developer advocate at OutSystems for the Ionic team. And I've worked in tech for a little over 10 years now. And over the last 10 years, I've had the opportunity to work on many different roles, such as like a software engineer, project manager, director of applications development for quite a few years, and even technical architect. But I've also worked in a lot of different industries, nonprofit, education, hospitality, and healthcare, with all sorts of different technologies, mobile, web, you name it. I've always kind of straddled the line between business and technology because I like to build and strategize. But as a developer, I recognize how tough of a job it can be. So I realized that I really wanted to be an advocate for developers. A year and a half ago, an opportunity popped up with OutSystems and Ionic. So I jumped at it, moved to this career to help developers and honestly just make lives easier. So honestly, I love all things technology, whether that's 3D modeling, 3D printing, as you can see here, animatronics, programming, and I just really like testing out new stuff whenever I get the opportunity. So last year when Apple announced the Vision Pro, I knew that I wanted to learn more about AR, VR, and how I could build experiences with the tech. And that brings us why we're here today. So let's talk about AR, VR. So let's go ahead and do a primer. We'll talk about the history of how we got here and where we're at today. So the history. The first recorded AR/VR device was called the stereoscope. It was created by Sir Charles Whetstone and constructed for him by optician R. Murray in 1832, which As you can tell, AR VR is a lot older than what you think it is. The first virtual simulator was called the Sensorama. That was developed in 1957 by an American filmmaker and inventor, Morgan Heilig. It was a mechanical device that included a ton of stuff that we would kill for today in AR VR. 3D displays, fans to imitate wind, motion chair, odor emitters. Unfortunately, that machine was giant, super expensive, and was not mass produced. The first iteration of modern headsets was done in 1968. It was developed by a Harvard professor, Ivan Sutherland, and his student, Bob Sproul. It was called the Sword of Damocles. And as you can see in this picture, it was a bulky device, and it had to be strapped to the ceiling to avoid neck issues. And then, of course, we get to 2012. That's when we saw the Oculus Rift. It was the first commercially successful headset, and it pretty much brought the tech to the masses. So why does all of that matter? People have been looking for new ways to experience stories and the world around us for centuries, since at least 1832. People want to be immersed, and they want to see new worlds or even our existing one through different lenses. Because people want to be immersed, developers have to meet that demand, right? So as developers, we're always striving to make our apps resonate more. There's a limit that traditional interfaces can keep people engaged, and immersive AR/VR experiences elevate that immersion to the next level. Now, I will say there is a degree to which people feel engaged, right? With our apps and traditional interfaces, we're limited by something called social presence. There's evidence to suggest that social presence can limit learning. So the more immersed we are, the more social presence there is, and the more people engage. By creating immersive experiences, we can change the way that people learn, interact, make them feel more connected and engaged in digital environments, and ultimately spend more time in our applications. So that begs the question, right? If it's so awesome, why isn't it just everywhere? Why isn't every single person using it? The reality is AR/VR development is hard. It's traditionally required specialized knowledge, including 3D modeling, animation, coding, storytelling, and really a lot of stuff just to create a singular experience. If you want to mass produce an experience, you need numerous code bases. Every device has to have their own code base. Every device has to have its own deployment strategies, testers, staff, and really just a huge team of people to create and maintain it, which is hard and expensive even for the largest development teams. So you as an individual developer, it's really hard to develop for Vision Pro, MetaQuest, iOS, Android, the web, all at once. And to complicate matters even more, some of these tools are vendor locked. So it makes it even more difficult to get that adoption. As you can see, I took the screenshot from Unity, and for a basic license for one person or like one creative team, it's $185 a month, which not every developer can pay for. So there's a better way. Developers wanted to create a unified standard to make development easier, allow developers to create immersive experiences on the web, and open doors to more people to AR and VR development. So cue WebXR. At its core, WebXR is a W3C standard that enables immersive experiences on the web. It allows according to the W3C's Immersive Web Working Group, it is a device API that provides access to input, output capabilities commonly associated with VR and AR devices. So it allows you to develop and host VR and AR experiences on the web. Basically, this is done by using HTML, CSS, and WebGL, which is a JavaScript API, to build those immersive experiences without all of the other tech needed for like headsets and AR experiences. So by using JavaScript, this really opened the door for more developers to get in and start using it. And it was awesome because the standard was ultimately adopted by almost every major platform out there. But the problem is, and probably what you can see from the screenshot here, is that WebGL might be easier, but it's still kind of excruciatingly difficult for those who are trying to avoid things like vector math and physics. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't pay attention in math and physics, and this is a lot for me. So I think for a lot of people, it doesn't feel like it's approachable. So with that being said, right, developers looked at it and were like, okay, how can we make this better? So they started going and developing more libraries and frameworks on top of WebGL. So developers built on top of WebGL and created libraries and frameworks like 3JS, Babylon.js, and play canvas to make WebXR more accessible for developers. While it did largely accomplish this, and it didn't require really any advanced math or physics degree to develop, it can still be somewhat difficult to develop and use in web projects. And so developers kept developing the technology, and this led to a new framework, A-Frame. So A-Frame is a simple declarative framework that uses custom HTML elements to build your AR/VR scenes for your projects. It's built on top of 3JS, so it's so simple that, in fact, that today's demos literally can be fit on a single page and can be used in numerous web frameworks or even just vanilla JavaScript projects. And if you've ever gone through this and tried to develop with other platforms, like this is really powerful, right? You don't even need to dive into tons of JavaScript to bring these immersive AR/VR experiences to your users, or even to develop your own stuff just for fun. It's also so simple that we will be using it to make our immersive demo in an Angular project. But there is one slight problem, right? Angular and A-Frame, they work for the web. And so it can work on headsets through WebXR, but it doesn't really work on iOS and on Android natively. So how do we fix that? I can tell you there's a solution for it. So Ionic Capacitor is an open source native runtime that's used for building web native apps. It allows you to take your Angular apps or even other JavaScript frameworks or vanilla JavaScript projects and create cross-platform iOS, Android, and progressive web apps with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. And the cool part is that through the Capacitor's native bridge, you can actually interact with native device features. So like in this example, if you wanted to get geolocation data for your AR experience, you can actually interact with the native device features for geolocation and bring that into your app. And another thing I want to bring up, I know in this project I'm using Angular, A-Frame, and Ionic or Capacitor, but you really can bring your regular Angular projects to mobile devices like iOS and Android just with Angular and Capacitor. And it's really, really simple to use. So let's talk about this demo project that I'm going to be showing you. So at its core, our project will be using Angular. So Angular will be the glue to our AR/VR application. A-Frame will be the technology that we use to create and run our AR/VR experience. And Capacitor, or Ionic's Capacitor, will be what we use to run our experience on numerous devices such as iOS, Android, the web, and VR headsets through WebXR. And the best part is that with this project, it is a single code base. You do not have to develop individual code for iOS, Android, or the web. And the other good part is that with Capacitor, you have the ability, like if you want to alter your application, like through like using Swift for iOS or like Java Kotlin for Android, you could totally do that too, but you don't have to ever touch that code if you don't want to. The AR/VR application itself will be a simple demo, and that demo can be found on A-Frame in their tutorial documentation, which I'll have at the end of the presentation. It's completely beginner-friendly and something that you can really expand upon. While I don't have a headset, I can't really show you in this environment and no input controllers, my demo won't be using fully interactive features, but this is something that you can actually add into your project going forward. And it can also be found in A-Frame's documentation. With that out of the way, let's talk about how to get your project up and running. And just kind of as a caveat, I've already done most of this in the background because the install process can be kind of long. It can be like 10 to 15 minutes in some cases. So I'm just going to show you the steps via slide and then get into the code and show you my code that way, just for expediency's sake. So the first thing that you need to do is install the Ionic CLI if you are creating a new project. Now, if you do have an existing Angular application, you're not in any trouble. There's other ways to get this to work. So if you want to incorporate cross-platform AR/VR experiences, you'll just need to install the Capacitor CLI. I don't have those steps set up in here just to muddy up the waters, and like I just want to try to make this demo as simple as possible. But there is a video on the Ionic YouTube channel that basically covers it. It's called Getting Started with Existing Projects, and that shows you how to do this with an existing Angular project.
Hey, we have a question for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Lars wants to know, is Trapeze actively maintained and developed right now?
Yes.
It's off topic, but
Yes, it is. I actually haven't interacted with that development group in a little bit, but it's still being developed and maintained. All right. So let's
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the second step is to bootstrap the project. So I use the Ionic CLI to basically create my Angular project because we have like actual pre-built templates for Angular. But like I said, you don't have to use that. You could just stand up a normal Angular project like how you would. In this case, I gave my project a name of WebXR. It's a blank project, which is just a baseline Angular project with no tabs or anything like that, with the Angular flag to make it an Angular project. Now, again, if you have an established Angular project, you would need to use Capacitor CLI, but you don't need a specific Ionic Angular project to do all this. Next, you just install A-Frame. So npm install, you save it, A-Frame into our Angular application. And then there's two main configuration things that you have to do in order to get A-Frame to work. I actually saw a previous presentation. I cannot remember the developer's name in an earlier presentation today, who kind of went through, I think, the same process with 3JS. But I do want to call this out still. So you need to configure your project by importing A-Frame into the polyfill TypeScript file. And then you'll also need to import custom element schema from Angular core and add it to the component that will be running A-Frame's custom HTML elements. So since A-Frame uses custom HTML elements, Angular will throw an error. And it's and if this isn't added, and you won't be able to run your project. There are some downsides for doing this, like if you make a mistake in your HTML, then like your code checker probably won't catch it. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. It's Friday. We're just gonna roll with it. But the next thing we need to do is actually add our custom A-Frame HTML to our project. So as you can see, the code that I have in my project, there is an individual scene, and then there are three different objects within that scene. We have a box, a sphere, and a cylinder. So in this case, you define the position, and then also the plane. So the plane is basically what these objects sit on top of. You have to define the position, the rotation, color, or if it's going to be like transparent. And then of course, you also define like the size of the different objects that are in your scene. Now, this is not the only thing that you can add to your project, right? You know, I talked about like input devices. You can literally define input devices in your HTML. So like if you're on the Vision Pro, there's like a way to define it so it actually like looks for your hands in your project. You can include animations. I won't be diving that deep just because of the complexities around it. I wanted to try to, like I said, make this a little bit more simple to get started. But you can really expand upon this. And to make it even cooler is that you can actually use other tools to bring in 3D objects. So if you use Blender, or if you use like, you know, different 3D modeling design software or animation software, like you can utilize that in A-Frame using just standard HTML. And it's like a really straightforward process to do it. And then lastly, we need to make our project cross-platform. And this is where the Ionic CLI kind of comes into play, right? So you do Ionic Capacitor add, you pick your platform, whether it's iOS or Android or both, because you know we want this to run on multiple platforms. Then you want to build your project. You're going to pick the platform, again, iOS or Android. And if there's any options associated with it in this project, there won't be any other options. It's just Ionic Capacitor build, iOS or Android. Then you need to sync your project because basically when it goes through the build process, Capacitor puts it in a special folder, and that folder then gets read by like Xcode or Android's Developer Studio. And then you want to run it. And that's pretty much it. This is what it takes to make it work, right? So I think now it's time to actually just go into our code and look at the demo. Oh. Perfect. Okay. So here is my project. And just to go through and show you, right? Polyfill TypeScript file. I have my A-Frame imported. And then in this case, I have two different components for my application. One is just this basically a landing page that will eventually navigate into the VR scene. And then I have the actual WebXR scene. And that's what is going to contain like the custom schema elements in here. So actually might be good. Here's the actual A-Frame code or A-Frame HTML. And then of course our custom element schema from Angular core in order to make this run. So, running out of time. Okay. Ionic Capacitor. Let's actually get this to run on iOS. Here we go. So that command that I ran basically opens up Xcode and allows us to run our code in iOS on an actual device. So we're going to do this. And I have an actual physical device here that we can test with. My iPhone, run it, and then I need to actually get QuickTime open so you guys can see what I'm doing while that's installing. File. And of course, this has decided not to work. Sorry, 1 second. Here it is. Okay. So here's my actual physical device. We're going to launch the experience. And there you go. There's our little scene that we created, and it's running natively on iOS. And so the cool part is, go ahead and close out of that, is that this also works. Hey, thanks, guys. Okay. I do want to show this off. This also works in the web, so we can do Ionic serve. And now what this is going to do is this is actually going to run in our web browser. So our same application that we have, we can launch it, and surprise, we can actually use it on the web. Same code, no changes. Let's go ahead and even branch this out a little bit farther. I'll do this. Sorry, I have my little cheat sheet here. And so for this one, we're going to run it on Android. I do not have a physical Android device, so I apologize for that, but I'm going to have to use the simulator, and we're going to use a Pixel 3. And then that's going to take a moment to run, but as soon as that opens up, I will get that running. How much time do I have left? Am I over on time?
You're good, man. You have 7 minutes, I think. I mean, well, 6 minutes. So yeah.
Hey.
You're doing good. You're doing great, man.
Thank you. Oh, it looks like Android doesn't want to run. I might have too much stuff going on my device right now. But I do. So I'm going to be making a YouTube video actually on this that will be posted on the Ionic YouTube channel. So I will show off Android on there if you ever decide to check it out. Because for some reason, my Android device doesn't really want to run right now, I think. Yeah, it's going to be difficult. We'll try it one more time. There it is. And while that's going, I'll go ahead and open it up on the Vision Pro. So we're going to open up a... Yeah, it looks like it doesn't want to run. That's okay. I will show... I do have a video of it somewhere, so I'll find a way to post it or at least have it on the Ionic YouTube channel for you guys to check out. We'll just go right into the Vision Pro. I'll open the simulator, Vision Pro. And now a little caveat about WebXR and Vision Pro is that you have to have HTTPS in order for it to work and for it to actually recognize that you have a physical device connected. That's just a thing with the protocol with WebXR. So you're going to get some notifications and you have to like deploy it in a certain way. So like if you put it on a server, make sure you have your cert set up, and then that will ensure that like it's running and working the way that it's supposed to. So we're going to open up Safari. And then I've already set it up on its own web server in CloudFront using AWS. So we're going to go ahead and allow this. And it's going to come up with a couple of pop-ups, right? Like this is just kind of how it's built and how the way you have to interact with it. But as you can see, we have our scene here, right? Like, oh, hey, it's just in a web browser. With A-Frame WebXR, you notice there's a little VR tab that's over here that is basically a part of the standard. You can literally click into it and it'll give you a full immersive experience in your headset from the web. And again, this is all one singular code base, right? Like this is all using web tech. We're not doing anything special with like Swift or like iOS, Apple's ecosystem, or anything with like Java, Kotlin, Google. Like this is all using web tech, and you can build these immersive experiences with web tech. Perfect. Okay, so that's pretty much the end of my presentation. Is there any questions?
Magic. Is that magic? I mean, are you a magician now or something? It's like, I'm like, what? Come on, man. This is web technologies. And then I mean, I let the other people speak, man. I'm just like, you know, I remember my first Netscape browser, man. So
Well, I think the funny part is, so I think there's and this kind of goes, I think there's a misconception, right, about AR, VR technologies. It is difficult, like if you do it the native way, but like there's a huge group of people working on this to make the technology more available to people via WebXR. And I know that there's also kind of a thing about Apple not always being open and like being a player, right? Like they don't want to necessarily like open up their tech to everybody. But like they are adopting WebXR. So this is something they want to try to get in on this too, and get in on like the web tech of it. I know they kind of keep it quiet. They don't always talk about it. And actually this project, I kind of ran into issues for about a year when I first started getting through it, because they didn't really explain how to run it, how to work WebXR. And during this last WWDC, this last dub, they had a presentation where they actually talked about it in depth, and it like cleared my blocker for this. And so it seems like that they want to get this information out. They want more people using their headsets. And the reality is there's not many developers who are doing stuff for the Vision Pro outside of very large companies. And so this is the way that they're going to increase adoption, right? They want us web developers, Angular developers to get in on the game and create some cool stuff.
Wow. And I thought that AI was going to come and take our jobs. So I'm liking the prospect of that.
So somebody told us that they, if they didn't know this was live, they would have thought it was professionally recorded. You have a very good presentation style. So.
Oh, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I have little cheat sheets everywhere. So
right. I mean, you know the tricks from having done this. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Yeah, and I try to I like to keep things entertaining and engaging. So usually I like throw in music or I like throw in some just cool, interesting stuff if I can, you know, keep people going.
So my question, like physics, if I wanted to enable physics here, is that another library on top of A-Frame or?
You know what? I believe it's actually in there. Like they talk about being able to animate stuff and like define it. I couldn't explain that to you just because like that's a little beyond my own skill set. But I feel like it's in the A-Frame documentation from what I've read.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you if it's like spherical collision based and stuff like that, but doesn't. Well,
yeah. And then the other part is that because of the way the industry is for AR, VR, right? There's a lot of different tools that are out there. Everybody kind of uses their own thing. It's still kind of the wild, wild west. So even though the standards are being defined, like I felt like the folks over at A-Frame had to really decide to adopt a lot of technologies to be able to interface with A-Frame. And so like, I know you can create stuff in Blender. I think there's stuff you can do in Play Canvas, which is like more game based and like incorporate it into your A-Frame projects, I believe. Could be wrong on that. But I know that you can import a lot of different animations and 3D models into A-Frame.
Very cool. So
awesome, man.
The
So I
other
know
developer.
that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just going to say the other developer you were mentioning is Chow. He's here now. And,
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
well, I was watching part of it and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Someone else is talking about like 3D tech, 3JS. And that's kind of like the foundation, I believe, for A-frame. So it was really cool because I feel like that's like a different step out. Like you can get as deep as you want to in AR VR tech. Like if you want to be like me, who's just kind of like a casual developer of it, A-frame's awesome. But if you want to be more in depth, like 3JS is awesome. There's a ton of stuff that you can do with 3JS.
Yep.
I mean, anytime you want to take a wild guess about somebody who did something cool and nobody kind of like, and he was just too shy to talk or brag about it. Yeah, if you say Shao, you pretty much almost 80 or 90% of the time, you are pretty right, So yeah, that's a good wild guess to take, man. I mean, yeah. So I mean, we're right on time. And Logan, I want you to stick around for the next 15 minutes. We're gonna go with the closing remarks.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much. And you were highly recommended by Mike from Ionic, and I see why, you guys are just like,
Thanks, guys.
So, and I don't think that's going to be your last Tiny Conf and the last of anything. This is so cool. When I heard VR, and I'm like, what voodoo he's using? But like the way that you showed it, and like, you are so humble calling yourself a regular developer. This is some good stuff, man. You went after the information. You saw that like when you went to the backstory was you were stuck, but when you went to WWDC, you saw that there was an opportunity and you went after it. So like to me, that's what a senior developer does at the end of the day,
Oh, thanks.
Finding ways to move things forward. And this I think what you just did. We saw 3JS, of course, with like what Chow is doing with it. Ibrahim, who talked about like controlling rovers with Ionic. I'm like, sky is the limit right now. So with things that like SSR support with analog, all the cool good stuff that like we have now with like Angular 18. We are about to go zoneless. There's all of this cool stuff, man. I mean, like state management is getting like, I guess, like more palatable, if that's a way to put it, So I think we are in a good space right now as an Angular ecosystem and as a like Angular engineer. And like somebody was saying that MAUI is part. I mean, when I said MAUI, Ryan told me, "Hey, do you know about MAUI.net?" I'm like, I never heard of them. And he's like, is that going to be an issue? I'm like, no, mine is MAUI NG. So I never heard of them. So I'm like, it's just like asking me right now, do you know like somebody named like Arthur Smith? There are 500,000 millions of them. So it's going to be MAUI NG. And if they have a problem with it, they can come talk to me, man. We're staying with MAUI, man.
No.
And like, yeah, let's roll, man. Lars is back, man. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys. And
Maui, the rock.
What? Go ahead.
Do you know about Maui, the rock character?
The rock character?
Yeah.
The actual Maui. Yeah, of course. Of course. Man, like,
You're welcome, right?
let people like use whatever they want to appropriate themselves. I'm like, it's Mantis UI and it's Maui for short. And you know what? Talking about chat genius, he fixed it. Look at this. Look at this. We have a gate chart right now that is working inside of MAUI. And if you go to the actual website right here, we just did it almost live. And then like, with like his wisdom, we are able to complete this. I'm going to push this code like right after the conference. So, yeah, man, it looks awesome, man. We have like cool toys now in Angular. So, guys, I wish like, how many people do we have here now? Let me just get rid of, like,
2,906.
More than I can count.
Smokes. That's so many people.
Man,
there were a lot of people here. Like that number just kept going up through the day, and so
this is crazy. So I'm gonna stop screen share. I want to see all your nice faces, and at the end of the day, whoever those 2,900 people or more are, this was not going to happen if these people right now that are like on screen right now did not take some of their time, away from their family, away from their job to put these presentations for you. So first and foremost, like, our prime marathoner, like Marcus, who's on a crazy time zone, but who's been up since like 5 a.m. Eastern. Oh my Lord. And then of course, I think we cannot have an Angular Tiny Conf, without Lars either opening it or like closing it.
Yep.
He has been a staple supporter. Jason just was like, man, whatever you need, I'm ready. And then he just came, and from there, he took ownership of like the conference, and like it's helping me in so many ways that you guys cannot even imagine. I mean, even mentally, I was gonna go cuckoo at some point, but Jason was like, "Hey, man, you got this." Ryan, who everybody knows now, like he's my partner in crime with MANTIS. He's the first person that I talked about MANTIS, and he did not look like me that I was crazy. He was like, "Oh, sounds good. I want to work on it."
No.
Like,
I still saw you as crazy. I was just down with it.
I love it.
And Chow, man, I don't know where to start. And I mean, I'm just going to keep on giving him his flowers. I mean, all jokes aside, we always sing the heroes that like we see at the surface, but the true unsung heroes are the ones that are like working in private. Chow is always going to help you if he can, even though he has 500 out of 1,000 going, and really in the most genuine way of just trying to get you to be better at it. That's all. He doesn't really has no pretense behind, so I'm giving him his flowers because they are due. If people know me in real life, I don't give flowers just to give flowers, man. If you don't deserve them, I don't give you I don't give you anything. I'm not gonna swear on a live stream right now. But yeah, you deserve them. You deserve them. You get them, man. That's what it is. Enea, oh my God. I mean, since Enea joined like the Angular public like surface, I think like it has been a game changer. Documentation has never been the same. And then I think like the way that people are waiting for a report, that's how they're waiting for the Enea drop. What's Enea going to talk about today? And we stand on shoulders of giants. The NgRx team. I mean, the addition of Marco in that team. What they have been like listening to people, and then like getting to the signals, to NgRx signals. And the Angular team, I cannot say how many times I've been impressed with their level of humility. At the end of the day, they are supporting a framework that internally is used by more than almost 5,000 of their internal apps. And they have the time to listen to us like oh man, I don't know if I like the let syntax. I don't know. I mean, come on, man. I mean, let us support these guys. So I think that's my spiel for that. I'll let Jason and anybody else take over. But I'm very appreciative of the community we have. There's no perfect community, but I'm perfectly at the right place and where I want to be with this one.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's thank you, Adi. Like, you started this 4 years ago, and you said it was you and 4 other people doing it in French. And this is the biggest one we've ever had. It goes to the quality of the speakers for sure. But you guys don't know how much work Adi does behind the scenes. He does like all the graphics. He puts together the website. He's doing so much behind the scenes. He also has the StreamYard that we're using, and he's not taking on sponsors. So that means that, all the cost that's incurred by the conference is incurred by him. So thank you very much, Adi. Really, really appreciate that. But then I also do want to thank the speakers. Like, the conference doesn't work without the speakers, and we don't get 2,900 people without good speakers. And every talk today was amazing. I was joking about, we have to stop the Tiny Conf drinking game, because if you keep drinking every time we see live coding, it's not healthy. But that was amazing. How many people just live code. It was so good, so professional. Everybody showed up on time. It was an amazing conference. Marcus?
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys said all the good stuff, and I completely agree with what you said so far. It's been a fantastic 12 hours that you have put together, Adi. And just like Jason said, all of the speakers coming, investing a whole lot of their time,